Excellencies, distinguished guests, journalists, and esteemed colleagues, a very good morning to you all. Thank you for joining us on the second day of the ERIA School of Government's commemoration of the 20th anniversary of the Aceh Peace Agreement. We warmly welcome those joining us for the first time today, and we're delighted to welcome back those who were with us yesterday. Yesterday's discussions gave us much to reflect on regarding the Aceh peace process, one of the most important milestones in the history of Aceh and Indonesia. Today, we continue the conversation with reflections from the Aceh Monitoring Mission, the Aceh NIAS Rehabilitation and Reconstruction Agency, civil society organizations, academics, and journalists. Before we start, I'd like to welcome and say hello to our speakers today. First, General Nipat Thonglek, Lieutenant General Bambang Darmono, Dr. William Sabandar, Mr. Dadang Trisasongko, Professor Dr. Ahmad Humam Hamid, Dr. Yuki Tajima, Dr. Onanong Tipimo, Mr. Him Raksmei, Dr. Rizal Sukma, Mr. Arif Zulkifli, and Mr. Murizal Hamzah. We are also honored to have with us Professor Nobuhiro Aizawa, Dean of the ERIA School of Government. We deeply appreciate the time and expertise each of you brings to today's program. To begin our proceedings, it is my honor to invite Professor Aizawa to deliver his opening remarks and officially commence today's discussions. Professor, the floor is yours.
General Nipat Thonglek, Lieutenant General Bambang Darmono, our esteemed friends, distinguished guests, excellencies, ambassadors, and our dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you all. It is our utmost honor to welcome you today here in ERIA, in our second day of this 20th commemoration of Peace Agreement in Aceh. My name is Nobuhiro Aizawa, the Dean of the ERIA School of Government. We are privileged here to commemorate the historical achievement, Aceh Peace Agreement, after 20 years. This is a special moment because here today we have our leaders who led the peace process in such a difficult time, and also those who are inspired by and went on to choose to investigate, to research, and to write. All our distinguished guests today have done such an immense contribution, not only to lay the foundation, but also to strengthen and broadening through its career. I have three main reasons and three main questions to share why we need to seek your time to convene and commemorate together. First of all, of course, we cannot take peace for granted. We need to be talking about this historical and resounding success. We need to acknowledge, appreciate, and study this. And I must say, with the exceptions of our friends today, we haven't done enough. Therefore, this is a humble moment for us to again have our attention to this history, to seek the best knowledge of mankind that we cannot miss to learn from. So today I want to ask everyone, what do you think is the key of this success? I'm sure everyone has its own findings through its distinguished experience and research and reporting. We have the best leaders and thinkers and experts here to ask this question today, and we want to revitalize the discussion and the dialogue. This is the first reason why we want to commemorate today, to reignite the discussion. and to learn the lessons, how we turn the devastation as a platform of cooperation, and how we turn hatred into trust. The second reason we want to take these lessons we are discussing today to become the asset of the region for the global community. I believe the Aceh Peace is the history not only for Aceh and Indonesia, but for the region and for the global community. It has laid the foundation of peace not only in Aceh and Indonesia, but also for the region itself. As represented by General Nipat today, both Aceh and Indonesia opened and convinced the world to work together. And it was all too natural that everyone who involved in Aceh peace process became the people to seek their wisdom from. I know you are all being asked to work on issues around the world, if not around the region. We therefore want to commemorate this resounding success of the peace in Aceh as a history where we can tap in to seek insights in solving other crises and struggles. We like to highlight the historical process together in this event so that the wisdom sometimes, it is a small detail as we discussed yesterday, just like the way we sit, just like the small numbers that they sign up for, those will make the difference. And those difference that we all experience wanted to be shared so that we can share the insights for the other parts of the region. If we look around today, it is even more important for us to, in this room, to be the mentors and friends of all of us who are facing difficulties to bring peace to our people. So let us ask how we could do this, how we could carry the insights and the lessons of Aceh Peace process to other part of the world. That's our second question here. The third reason why we need to commemorate is definitely for the future. We know how hard it is to establish and sustain peace for 20 years. This is almost for one generation. I sincerely commend the success, but I also must say that the job is not done. It's not finished yet. We are here to bring peace to the next 20 years. I hope we can convene after 20 years again. We cannot take the peace for granted, and nothing is guaranteed that we can sustain. I believe that we need to care and develop together continuously and consistently to sustain peace in a resilient manner. I have been marveled how our leaders and people have turned hatred into trust. But the next challenge is how to sustain it and strengthen it. Unless we have a good knowledge how those trust was formed, the trust can easily be eroded over time. If we do not build the dividend of peace together and to develop it, the trust to peace will also erode. Because the world is too vulnerable and we need to hold tight together to prevent the clock of history to turn back into the era of distrust. Because in this world, we see all too many peace agreements break down in few years, if not few days. So to pass this baton to the next generation, I therefore see the importance of reflecting and studying how the peace was built and talk about the challenge that we see for the next generation to come. So to have this discussion, which I think is the strength of both Acehnese and the Indonesians, this cannot be missed. And hope today, in the coming today's event, to be the opportunity for us to talk about and spread our words as broadly as possible. So we see that our mission here as an ERIA, as an international organization headquartered here in the region, we think that this is our duty to commemorate the Aceh Peace Agreement and to re-energize the community that set the foundation of peace in this region. So let us ask together, what do we need to do now? What are the things we have yet to accomplish to sustain peace in the next 20 years to come. Thank you very much, and we are truly, truly thankful for your participation, and I'm excited and looking forward to learn and to work together today and beyond. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for insightful remarks, Professor. I think we're off to a great start today. Now it is time for us to hear from General Nipat Tonglek, former Deputy Head of the Aceh Monitoring Mission, or AMM, and Vice Minister for the Office of the Prime Minister of Thailand. General, please come forward to the stage.
Selamat pagi, Excellencies. Very good morning to everyone, and Sawadee krap. It's great to be here. First and foremost, I think my deep appreciations go to Professor Nobuhiro, who he tried very hard to reach me and contact me and bring me here this morning. And also, I have a great opportunity to meet with an old friend. And actually, he's my big brother, General Bambang Darmono, who I will talk about him later. This morning, I already prepared for the topic that we already coordinate and we discuss about. It's about decommissioning and redeployment. This is the hardest part of the mission for the AMM. Okay, and in that mission, I was appointed as a principal deputy head of mission. The principal head of mission is Mr. Peter Faith, who is a Dutch, and below that is me, okay, who is a head of the all ASEAN member states that join in this mission. Because of the time constraint, let me get straight to the point. Okay, and I will show you so many pictures that I would say that all unseen. And I took all these photos myself because I realized that one day I'm going to show this to the world, especially to you this morning, right? I appreciate all these people in Helsinki. They made a great success. This is a starting point. Two, this is all in Helsinki that I heard. I didn't join that in that process, but I heard that it is a great success for everyone who negotiate that. Also, Mr. Artisari, and who is the leader of this peace process. He's the one. Okay. All that happened in Helsinki. And also I appreciate former President SBY, who's joined in almost every moment. And he oversees, take care, and hear all the process, even while I was in Aceh for monitoring mission. Right. This is a daily life that I took a picture myself because I didn't know, I haven't heard about anything about Aceh, but after I was appointed to be deputy head of mission, I studied from the internet what's the problem in Aceh, and here I am. Look at what I'm wearing. It is pretty simple that the EU already designed for the white t-shirt and just only the sand color of the trouser. Pretty easy. And I also bring it here today. I will show you later. Okay, I still keep it with me. Okay, and actually, I was so afraid after I heard about some restriction of the religion about we cannot stand or we cannot get closer in 1 meter. So I realized later that this is very dangerous for me. But okay, it's okay. It's a daily life 20 years back. And okay, I took all these pictures myself to show this is the starting point. When I first arrived in Aceh on 14th of August 2004, one of the army officers from TNI, Colonel Sonny, I remember his name very well, he put me in the Sultan Hotel. I don't know about that, but after 2 nights in Sultan Hotel, he took me out from that hotel. He said, hey, General, this is very dangerous because the earthquake, so the structure is fractured. So you need to move out. So I stay in that. The first step that I was appointed to oversee is to releasing of the prisoner, political prisoner. I went out from Pendopo to the airport, Banda Aceh Airport, and I took all these photos. Peter Faith asked me to count the amount of political prisoners who were released according to Helsinki Accord. This is the first proof that we are very excited that, hey, will this happen? This is the first start. And this is, when everyone respect about the Helsinki Agreement, this is the first step. This is very important for the first step, right? I took it myself. Okay, all the prisoners, I think they all Acehese. They were imprisoned in Jakarta, and Indonesian government took them back to Banda Aceh, according to the Helsinki Agreement, right? All of them. That was on 31st of October. I think 2004. I'm sorry, that's wrong. Okay, five. I'm sorry. Okay, it's Banda Aceh Airport. These are all the people that I work with at the headquarters. Mr. Peter Faith, myself, to the left, operation. He's a Finnish army officer, General General Yago, and the ladies work for Amnesty. She's Renata. She's Italian and chief of staff. He is a British colonel from Great Britain. These are all the pictures of above the top level. Okay. This is how it works. You see the picture of General Bambang Darmono. I think every Tuesday and every Saturday we have the meeting. 3 parties from General Bambang represent Indonesian government, the team from AMM, Mr. Peter Faith and myself, and GAM. So 3 parties. We talk and we discuss, and we must make an agreement for what we agree upon the Helsinki Agreement. This is the follow-up. Okay. How it works? It was in Banda Aceh, Pendopo. And some of the people it's very neat. It's very, very deliberate meeting. Okay. This is the hardest part when we come to the step or the process of decommissioning. We worry very much at that time that would that gonna be happened? Returning all the weapons, and it must be also the functional weapons. The numbers of the weapons that function The number of that is 840 functional rifle. I can guarantee that these numbers, 840 rifles, it's from General Bambang, who knows very well at that time that how many types, how many pieces of weapons that need to be returned and need to be decommissioning. This is how it works. See, we designed the process. It's not easy for everyone, to when the game came out from the jungle, they took the first lot, the first echelon of returning the weapons. We worry very much about, is it going to work? But it happened in our design of the process. Okay, we have to try. And the guy who is here, General Bambang, you are there. This is her photo. And he's the guy who made the decision. He made every decision on the table that's why how the process, peace process works. It's very important because I have been in many roundtable talks about peace, but nobody made a decision. This is a very significant step for, when we come to the table and, okay, we got to ask the higher level, we got to ask permission, blah, blah, blah. That's not work. But he made a decision, 1, 2, 3, 4, for the decommissioning. This is the most important part of our work. All right, let me show you. Okay. And on the diagram, on the whiteboard, over there is a step by step, and we try to simplify, but try to make it possible for everyone, especially GAM. To my memory, GAM, they don't want to let the cat out of the bag. It's going to be secret when and where to return all the weapons to the government or to AMM. It's a secret. They don't want to tell because they don't want to share their location where they live. So it works by the decision of General Bambang. This is how it works. And the first, I think, this is a helicopter provided by, Indonesian government for us, for AMM to be working. Okay, all around in the area is pretty well. This is a very significant moment that one day that Mr. Juha Christensen, who is a member of the AMM, he took us, myself as a head of the delegation, to be meeting with all these GAM in the village, somewhere, I don't know where. But, and I don't understand why we flew a helicopter and landed in here. And I knew it later, but Peter Faith was so mad with him why he took us there, because it violates some kind of the agreement. But I did it. The man on the left of the screen is the colonel from Finnish Army, Colonel Lysonel, who is responsible for all the process of this. It works. With the private meeting, informal meeting, they feed me with the ayam goreng in that place. We eat it, okay? And what I understood later, that this is an agreement and a commitment for the GAM to decommissioning at first step. They agree with this. Okay, I try to explain, and you can see people who involved with it in this process. Okay, Irwandi Yusuf. Okay. All right. This is very important that I would like to mention in this place. Mr. Zakaria Salman, he is one of the GAM who came to see me after I arrived by helicopter. He came to see me and he talked to me in Thai. Sawadee krap. I was shocked. Who is this guy? And he said, he talked to me later that, he, in GAM structure, he was a Minister of Defense. In GAM structure, he came to me and said, "Hey, General, I can speak Thai." What? I lived in Thailand for more than 14 years. His job is just for acquisition or logistic, how to get the weapon from Thailand. Oh my God. And good old friend, my God. The weapon from Thailand, southern Thailand. I respect him, telling me the truth. And I realized later that he got a passport from Sweden. He got Swedish. And he is the one. And he was the one, I can tell you now, because it was almost 20 years, 20 years later. And he talked to me that, during the peace process, one day he went to the round table. General Bambang remember very well that, and he came to the table, and what he said is, "We have no more weapons to be commissioning, to be decommissioning." That means going to be the derail. The peace process will be collapsed. Because it means that he refused to return the weapons. So, we all facing a hard time at that time that this guy who, I don't know, represent by himself or what from GAM, that he refused to return the weapons. But we can clarify and we can clear all the problems later. That, hey, no, you go away. You must return and decommission all the weapons. You can hear from General Bambang later. So sorry that all the weapons, some of that from Thailand. All right. This is a structure which is a very well planned, well prepared, and get the work done. With the detail. And the AMM staff members came mostly from European, and some 20, and some from ASEAN countries. We spread our troop in every district of Aceh to monitor about peace agreement. These are the number of the people that I want everyone here to remember, or this is as a record that I would love to share. And you can use that if it is a benefit to part of the history of the peace process, right? From ASEAN, I thank them all for sharing and working through this process. Let's come back to the redeployment. This is the schedule that we already agreed upon. It's pretty challenging for us for the AMM to let all parties do their job. This is the schedule, and we made it. This is the first decommissioning. As I told you earlier that they use Nokia handphone, use texting, and they will inform AMM 3 in the morning. 3 in the morning, where? To decommissioning. This is the first time and we made it. They will text to us 3 in the morning. That's all. That's all the weapons that they returned from camp. This is inspection. The first decommissioning is 15 to 18 September 05. Okay. And after that, after they return, that we have our inspector to inspect that is it function? Is that functional? We don't want a plastic rifle, something like that. All right, and we inspect that very well. Okay, and we cut it. When we receive that, we register the number, serial number, and we cut into 3 pieces. This is designed by the European Union and also, I think, from the TNI. This is great. I have never heard about this before, and I think everyone in the world look at this process. They cut it off in 3 pieces. Okay. Some argument that, okay, is this, was this function or not function? We have negotiation during the decommissioning, right? And followed by the redeployment. The first decommissioning and will follow by redeployment. The TNI redeployed it, okay, from Aceh. I think they go back to Jakarta. This is step by step. This is pretty cool process and such a great process that I think the world can learn from this. How did you design this? Okay. It means that we made it. It's because we trust each other and we respect each other. It's a well done process. Okay. And I have the schedule, okay, to be on record that the second decommissioning. So it ran smoothly, right? With no exception. And one of the second decommissioning, we inspect that. The second redeployment from seaport, thousands of them. The third decommissioning went very well, without any refusal. These are the parts of the weapons that the GAM return. We register, and as I already told you that we cut into 3 pieces, right? Some of that. And the third decommissioning, that how the staff of the AMM just register that where all the weapons come from. Pretty, I mean, such a great work. Okay, not okay. The third redeployment. Sorry, they are very disciplined. The fourth decommissioning. This is, I would say, the mission almost accomplished by the fourth decommissioning, right? The people in Aceh always work as a witness. Okay? They are happy to see the peace process went on. Okay? The peace process. Okay? This is very important. One piece of the weapon, I think, is the pistol. The GAM returned to the AMM, and we found that it doesn't work. It not function. There was a negotiation and done by General Bambang that, hey, this is the plastic, it's not the real. But we negotiate that, and finally we got settled by the agreement. This is the role of General Bambang, okay, that I totally appreciate that. Look at him, he is very young and handsome at that time. Okay. talk to Erwin D. Yusuf. All right. Okay. Okay. This is the picture. That's where I think is a historical moment. Okay. Again, the fourth decommissioning. And this is, again, inspect the returned weapons by the MM staff. Oh, this is HK 33 rifle from Thailand to GAM. That they returned it, and I received it myself. And everyone was laughing that, hey, General Dipat, this is from Thailand. I said, okay, I accept that. So it means that there was a connection. There was some thing that involved with the crisis in southern Thailand. I don't mind. Okay, what's from Thailand? HK 33 and the fourth redeployment. And Mr. Peter Faith asked me for the farewell speech of the last deployment in 31st of December. That's what I did it. And the ladies to my right, she's a translator. Okay, I'm so proud to be this little part of, and the last weapon cutting ceremony. That means mission accomplished for redeployment and decommissioning. Right? And I don't understand, but he told me that, but you go for disband military wing of GAM on the 27th. Just really simple for announcing for disband GAM. It's a part of the history. Right? And the TNI also appreciate Peter Faith, who's head of mission. All right. And this is what I received from a President SBY. Okay. And Atisari, I met him during, General Bambang asked me about my accident. One day there was an earthquake at night, and one of the brick from the cellar went direct to my head, and I got 8 stitches at night from the military medical nearby in Aceh, and it was me. Okay. And the doctor from AMM took care of me, and that brick that fell to my head, I asked General Bambang to sign his name on that brick. And I still keep it with me in my house in Bangkok. Erwin D. Yusuf and everyone to sign his name, okay, on this brick. You see, also Yako. And I was invited to commemorate when Erwin D. Yusuf became the governor of Aceh. Okay, he still remember me, and okay, I had the opportunity to came back again to meet with somebody. Okay, that's not important. And I came back with the 10th commemorate of peace process. It is in Pendopo. This is the table that we used during our peace process. Okay, it's a historical moment. Thank you. Terima kasih everyone. And as I promised to Professor earlier, that all the questions will go to General Bambang. All right? That's all.
Thank you very much, General Nipatonglek. Allow me to call to the stage our next speaker, Lieutenant General Bambang Darmono, former commander of the Iskandar Muda Military Region Command and Indonesia's chief representative of the AMM.
Selamat pagi dan terima kasih pada waktu yang diberikan kepada saya. Profesor, saya minta maaf saya tidak ingin berbahasa Inggris hari ini.
I would like to
Tetapi
ask
saya
your
ingin
permission
berbahasa
whether
Indonesia supaya lebih lugas saya
English
bicara.
today. I'll speak in Indonesian because it will be more effective.
Saya akan menyampaikan dan sekaligus merespon apa yang disampaikan Jenderal Nipat tadi. Terima kasih sekali saya kepada Jenderal Nipat hari ini datang. Karena saya sungguh mencari foto-foto itu tadi. Dan pasti nanti saya minta. Saya sedang menulis buku tentang Aceh. Salah satu di antaranya. Tetapi saya kehilangan foto-foto itu karena di rumah saya asalnya dulu adalah kebun karet. Jadi terlalu banyak rayap. Ketika saya pergi ke Papua, 3 tahun saya tidak pernah lihat itu barang. Ternyata setelah pulang, semua habis dimakan rayap. Jadi saya berterima kasih kepada Jenderal Nipat datang dan menunjukkan gambar itu, pasti akan saya minta. Begitu. Pada pagi ini, saya ingin menyampaikan soal detail-detail tadi sudah disampaikan oleh Jenderal Nipat. Tetapi ada hal-hal penting yang menurut saya sangat korelatif terhadap bagaimana peace process ini bisa berjalan baik. Mengapa? Karena saya adalah orang yang bisa membandingkan ketika cessation of hostility agreement dan kemudian berubah menjadi apa yang kita lakukan itu adalah proses perdamaian melalui mediasi dari CMI. Bagaimana tadi sudah dikatakan oleh Jenderal Nipat. Menurut saya, banyak hal yang patut dicermati dari proses-proses ini. Sebab mengapa KOHA gagal? Saya adalah pelaku, saya adalah orang yang ada dalam situasi itu. Ketika KOHA dilakukan, itu saya menjadi wakil Panglima Komando Operasi TNI di Aceh. Panglima saya Pak Jali Yusuf. Dia juga menjadi Panglima Komando Daerah Militer 1 Iskandar Muda. Dan oleh karena itu maka praktis Komando Operasi TNI, walaupun saya wakilnya, saya adalah orang yang hari-hari terus menjalankan tugas itu, dan ketika ada masalah-masalah yang agak detail terkait dengan masalah soal-soal operasi, saya pasti dipanggil ke Mabes TNI. Sehingga praktis sesungguhnya itu sudah saya jalankan. Nah, oleh karena itu maka mengapa KOHA itu gagal? Sebab tidak mudah perdamaian itu atau katakanlah ceasefire itu bisa berjalan dengan mulus. Kita bisa melihat di arena dunia saat ini dengan gampang sebuah ceasefire itu dilanggar. Ini masalah besar. Dan inilah kunci agar sustainable peace itu bisa berjalan dengan baik. Hal yang kedua, saya mau minta maaf karena saya harus pakai 2 kacamata, yang satu jauh, yang satu pendek. Ini mungkin karena asap munisi ketika di Aceh terlalu banyak. Pertama, saya ingin mengingat kembali mengapa KOHA itu bisa terjadi. Sebab ini penting dengan kenapa gagal. Suatu hari, saya diminta untuk menjadi Wakil Panglima Komando Operasi TNI di Aceh. Saya mendapat informasi itu. Saya bukan menolak, tapi saya paham sebagai seorang Kristen, saya harus menyebutkan agama ini, sebagai seorang Kristen yang harus bertugas di wilayah yang beragama Islam. Orang menyebutnya Serambi Aceh. Saya melihat ada sesuatu masalah yang akan saya hadapi apabila saya ditugaskan di tempat itu. Bukan saya tidak mau, tetapi saat saya ditugaskan itu adalah awal atau proses reformasi di Indonesia yang masih sangat baru. Banyak perubahan terjadi dalam kehidupan sosial kemasyarakatan. Dan oleh karena itu saya harus berhati-hati. Sebab sebagai orang Kristen bisa menimbulkan masalah untuk kepentingan yang lebih besar. Dan oleh karena itu pada awalnya saya mengatakan, kenapa kok saya yang ditunjuk? Saya datang kepada Kepala Staf Umum TNI ketika saya mau berangkat, mau diberangkatkan. Pak, mengapa saya nggak dipilih? Bukan orang lain. Bapak Panglima saya, lama kita bersama-sama, Bapak tahu latar belakang saya. Jawab beliau hanya begini, kamu tentara bukan. Wah, ini celaka urusannya. Saya kembali mengatakan, bertanya dan menyela apa yang disampaikan oleh Kepala Staf Umum. 2 kali beliau mengatakan, kamu tentara bukan. Wah, ini agak sulit juga. Ketiga kali beliau menggebrak meja. Kamu tentara bukan, siap. Saya tentara. Berangkat. Itu perintah beliau, berangkat. Sebagai seorang prajurit, maka yang harus saya tanyakan, apa tugas saya? Sebab kalau prajurit diperintahkan ke suatu tempat lalu kemudian tidak tahu tugasnya, udah salah itu. Apa tugas saya, Pak? Bang, setelah Lebaran tahun 2001, Pak. Tahun 2001, ya tahun. Setelah Lebaran, itu harus ditandatangani perjanjian dengan GAM. Jadi kamu harus membuat tekanan militer agar GAM mau menandatangani. Ini soal, teman-teman sekalian, bapak-bapak sekalian. Ini soal, agar GAM mau menandatangani perjanjian damai yang. Dengan catatan dia menerima Undang-Undang Nomor 21 tentang daerah Provinsi Nanggroe Aceh Darussalam, otonomi khusus untuk Aceh. Nah, sebagai prajurit saya tidak bisa mengatakan tidak. Bagaimana saya membuat tekanan militer dalam operasi yang seperti ini menjadi beban pikiran saya. Saya berangkat, secara kebetulan saya bisa melakukannya. Saya mengatakan secara kebetulan, karena baru saja saya perintahkan orang untuk mengkonsentrasikan operasi di Lok Semawi, terjadilah pengepungan Cotrieng yang kalau orang Aceh pasti tahu itu. Pengepungan Cotrieng terjadi. Seluruh pimpinan GAM, sebagian besar pimpinan GAM ketika itu ada di tempat itu. Proses itulah yang membuat perdamaian. Pada mulanya itu akan saya hancurkan. Saya hancurkan. Sebab buat saya, sebagai seorang militer, kalau ini tidak saya hancurkan, percuma tekanan militer harus saya lakukan. Tetapi kalau saya hancurkan, mungkin itu bukan menjadi kewenangan saya penuh. Benar saja, satu hari semua sudah saya siapkan. Hari itu D-Day akan saya lakukan. Panglima TNI, saya melapor kepada Panglima TNI. Panglima TNI mengatakan begini. Besok bisa ditanyakan kepada Pak Indiatoro Sutarto. Panglima TNI itu mengatakan begini, Bambang, pengepungan milik kamu, penghancuran milik saya. Oh siap. Saya menjadi ingat, tentara adalah instrumen negara, instrumen politik untuk mencapai tujuan politik. Clear buat saya. Saya tidak boleh berkilah apapun bahwa militer adalah instrumen dari politik untuk mencapai tujuan politik negara. Maka pengepungan kami lanjutkan, sampailah terjadi perdamaian itu. Ditandatangani di Jenewa. Yang disebut dengan Cessation of Hostility Agreement itu. Nah, Cessation of Hostility Agreement itu ternyata, saya ulangi, ternyata tidak membawa kebaikan, membawa perbaikan dari proses konflik. Mengapa? Sesuatu yang dipaksakan dan belum pada poin yang menentukan, itu harus berjalan. Orang mengatakan ini taktik GAM. Cara-cara GAM mengulur keadaan. Nah, oleh karena itu, maka yang terjadi apa? Tidak terbentuk rasa percaya. Trust di antara kami dengan Joint Security Committee ketika itu, tim yang juga ada juga dari ASEAN, dan bahkan yang paling banyak melaksanakan tugas sebagai Joint Security Committee waktu itu adalah teman-teman kita dari ASEAN. Kita nggak percaya. Sama sekali nggak percaya. Mengapa? Sebab semua laporan yang sampai kepada TNI selalu berbuat kesalahan di Aceh. Tetapi di sisi lain terlihat dengan nyata bahwa GAM itu bisa melakukan konsolidasi dengan baik. Terlihat di televisi itu tiap hari berita yang ada di televisi baik pusat maupun di daerah itu adalah tayangan konsolidasi GAM. Pertanyaannya adalah, mengapa itu dibiarkan saja oleh teman-teman dari Joint Security Committee? Itu memicu rasa tidak percaya kepada prajurit TNI. Prajurit TNI itu, kalau saya saya merasa menjadi seorang jenderal paling sulit mengendalikan keadaan justru saat itu. Saya pernah di East Timor, saya pernah berapa kali di Papua, berada dalam daerah-daerah konflik begini, tetapi paling sulit mengendalikan prajurit ketika itu adalah pada saat itu, karena mereka sudah kehilangan rasa percaya terhadap proses ini. Ini sangat berbahaya. Dan benar saja, saya ulangi, benar saja, saya harus ungkapkan di tempat ini, sesungguhnya KOHA itu gagal, salah satu penyebab utama atau puncaknya itu ketika saya dihadang pada jarak 3-4 meter, sedang naik mobil, pulang dari golf. Kenapa saya golf di Aceh? Karena tidak ada kerjaan. Tentara tidak boleh buat apa, tidak boleh bekerja, tidak boleh patroli. Ya sudah, main golf saja. Pulang dari main golf di Cunda, Pak Umam, di Cunda, depan Masjid Cunda, Lok Semawi, dihadang. Tuhan melindungi saya. Dan ternyata pasca kejadian itu segera datang GSI, lalu kemudian mereka melakukan investigasi, dan setelah investigasi mereka mengatakan bahwa ini penghadangan yang dipersiapkan. Saya puas dengan investigasi itu. Karena dia tidak bisa berkilah, saya masih ada di situ, semua peluru ada di sana. Lalu pemerintah Republik Indonesia tidak bisa lagi menerima keadaan ini, mengundang Joint Council di Tokyo ketika itu. Dan sejak saat itulah dilakukan penetapan keadaan bahaya dalam status darurat militer. Kegagalan itu karena saya, terakhir itu karena saya hampir game waktu itu. Nah, mengapa trust itu tidak terjadi? Mengapa gagal? Pertama, saya tadi mengatakan perjanjian dipaksakan. Menurut saya, tekanan militer itu belum tekanan. Hanya sekedar, oh sudah bahwa kelompok pimpinan GAM sudah dikepung. Tetapi sesungguhnya, bagi saya yang ada di lapangan, bagi kita yang ada di lapangan paham, GAM itu bisa pergi kok kemana-mana setelah itu. Apalagi kalau lama orang mengepung, makin lama makin bosan kita. Akan sulit kita bisa mempertahankan awareness kita. Nah, oleh karena itu, saya melihatnya di lapangan, kondisi tekanan militer ini belum penuh. Nah, oleh karena itu, ketika ini ditandatangani, menurut saya, sebenarnya kondisinya belum siap untuk menandatangani dari perspektif militer. Barangkali berbeda dengan dari perspektif politik begitu. Tetapi dari perspektif militer yang membantu tujuan politik itu belum waktunya. Yang kedua, banyak pasal-pasal di dalam agreement itu bermasalah. Contoh, penentuan penentuan untuk penyimpanan senjata. Mereka menyebutnya demilitarization. Untuk menentukan demilitarization itu susah banget. Bukan sesuatu yang mudah bisa disepakati bahwa di tempat ini. Susah. Terlalu banyak tafsir yang harus kita buat di dalam perjanjian itu. Akibatnya tidak pernah ketemu. Dan ujungnya tempat pengumpulan senjata yang seharusnya dilakukan di demilitarization itu tidak pernah terjadi. Yang ketiga, tidak ada trust baik TNI maupun GAM terhadap GSI. Tidak. Ketika trust itu tidak terjadi, jangan harap. Terakhir dari hal-hal ini dalam konteks politik di mata saya sebagai seorang prajurit. Nama agreement itu bermasalah. Sebab menurut Konstitusi Republik Indonesia, agreement itu adalah perjanjian yang dibuat oleh Presiden dengan persetujuan Dewan Perwakilan Rakyat. Padahal Dewan Perwakilan Rakyat tidak pernah diajak berbicara dalam proses cessation of hostility agreement. Sehingga Jakarta itu sebenarnya tidak kondusif gitu. Makanya ketika cessation of hostility agreement ditandatangani, anggota DPR tidak ada yang happy. Begitu. Nah, ini mengapa? Jadi ada 4 hal tadi yang mengakibatkan KOHA gagal. Sangat sulit Bapak Ibu sekalian ketika trust itu tidak terbentuk. Sudah, sangat sulit. Selanjutnya, setelah itu di Aceh diberlakukan darurat militer. Selama darurat militer, bagi saya, ya itu kegiatan militer yang memang seharusnya sedemikian. Masuk kepada proses Memorandum of Understanding. Ketika itu saya mendengar ada informal meeting antara Farid Hussein dengan teman-teman dari GAM. Nah, mereka melakukan, Farid Hussein adalah orang yang ditunjuk oleh Wakil Presiden Yusuf Kala untuk melakukan pendekatan terhadap teman-teman dari Gerakan Aceh Merdeka. Nah, ketika saya masih melakukan tugas penanggulangan tsunami di Aceh, di Banda Aceh, saya sudah mendengar itu. Dan saya kontak pada beliau, sayang sekali beliau sudah meninggal sekarang. Saya kontak dengan beliau, apa iya ada begini benar? Prosesnya seperti apa? Dijelaskan pada saya. Oke, dari dalam, artinya selama proses itu, saya juga berusaha mendorong, meng-create situasi agar benar-benar ini bisa terwujud nantinya. Ketika tsunami selesai, saya kembali ke Jakarta. Tiba-tiba saya dipanggil Panglima TNI. Diminta untuk mengawal dan mendampingi tim dari EU yang datang ke Aceh untuk melakukan peninjauan. Sungguh sebenarnya saya tidak tahu dengan tugas itu pagi itu. Karena saya baru serah terima menjadi Komandan Pusat Kesenjataan Infanteri di Bandung. Besoknya saya dipanggil, Pak Indiartono Sutarto itu hanya mengatakan begini, Bang, kamu menghadap saya jam 2 nanti di kantor saya. Prep, telepon, wah ada apa? Karena saya biasa dengan beliau, saya langsung balik, telepon. Ternyata beliau sedang sidang kabinet. Nggak jadi telepon, sudah berangkat aja. Dengan segala kebingungan apa yang ada di kepala. Tiba-tiba kamu ikut saya ke Polkam. Hari ini kamu mendampingi saya ke Polkam, lalu mendapat tugas untuk pergi ke Aceh mendampingi tim EU. Poin penting dari sini apa? Tim EU itu datang ke Aceh untuk menemukan atau mencari apakah political will dari segenap pihak untuk bisa melakukan untuk proses perdamaian ini ada. Hanya itu. Kami pergi, Pak. Saya tahu mereka melakukan banyak kegiatan. Setelah itu saya balik ke Jakarta bersama mereka menghadap Pak Yusuf Kalla. Setelah menghadap Pak Yusuf Kalla, ada 2 soal yang disampaikan oleh Peter Fit. Pertama, saya bangga sekali sebagai prajurit ketika itu. Peter Fit mengatakan begini, Pak Wapres, kurang lebih begitu, TNI sangat profesional. Mengapa saya menyebut profesional? Karena apa yang dikehendaki pimpinan di atas itu dilaksanakan dengan baik di bawah. Artinya garis komando itu berjalan dengan baik. Tidak ada masalah di bawah. Saya bangga sekali. Karena yang bicara ini adalah orang lain. Bukan yang bicara orang kita sendiri. Yang bicara orang lain. Yang kedua, saya menemukan dan terdapat political will yang sangat kuat di seluruh masyarakat Aceh. Dan ini akan kami lanjutkan. Bapak-bapak sekalian dan ibu-ibu, dari situ kami pergi ke tempat Bapak Presiden SBY. Peter Fit melaporkan hal yang sama. Tidak ada beda sama sekali. Kalimatnya pun seperti itu, tidak ada beda. Pergi dia. Setelah itu pulang, lalu kemudian saya ditahan oleh Pak Bambang Yudhoyono. Bang, kamu kawal perdamaian ini tidak boleh gagal. Kalau gagal urusannya di kamu kan. Wah, dalam hati saya berat sekali ini tanggung jawab saya. Itu bukan hanya di tempat itu, bapak-bapak sekalian. setelah mereka, kamu segera susun draft tentang security arrangement. Itu perintah beliau. Saya nggak pernah ikut dari awal, tiba-tiba harus menyusun, wah dari mana awalnya ini. Ketika beliau menikahkan Agus Harimurti, AHY itu, saya hadir dalam pernikahan itu. Di tempat seperti ini, di pelaminan, ketika saya sampai, saya disalami. Berhenti 1 menit. Seluruh hadirin yang mau memberikan salam ini berhenti kurang lebih 1 menit. Saya dikasih perintah, Bambang tidak boleh gagal. Kamu kawal dengan baik itu perdamaian. Itu bukan membebani ya, tetapi tanggung jawab ini kenapa kok menjadi ke saya gitu. Tapi karena saya ditugasi, ya saya kerjakan dengan sebaik-baiknya. Nah, kami berangkat, maka setelah itu saya sungguh tidak punya rasa beban. Lalu kemudian kami merancang bersama teman-teman dari beberapa militer Finlandia dan dari NATO. Kita merumuskan bareng. Akhirnya security arrangement yang dijalankan oleh Jenderal Nipat itu adalah hasil yang kami siapkan waktu itu. Artinya apa? Di awal dari proses KOHA, ini tidak ada orang militer yang terlibat. Tetapi pada saat Memorandum of Understanding, ada militer yang dilibatkan yang paham dengan soal-soal detail masalah di lapangan. Ini penting sekali. Kalau tidak, maka akan juga sulit gitu. Nah, setelah proses penandatanganan, maka mulailah proses yang disampaikan oleh Jenderal Nipat tadi. Tapi ada satu hal penting sekali menurut saya. Ini masalah hak asasi manusia. Tidak tertulis, tetapi dipahami. Karena itu merupakan satu kesepakatan yang saya dengar. Walaupun saya ikut ke Helsinki, tetapi saya tidak ikut di dalam delegasi perundingan itu. Apa? Semua pelanggaran hak asasi manusia yang terjadi sebelum tanggal 15 Agustus tahun 2005 itu selesai. Itu key point itu. Sebab kalau tidak selesai, tidak akan pernah terjadi pertemuan pemikiran untuk menyelesaikan persoalan ini. Nah, buktinya apa? Tadi Jenderal Nipat menayangkan beberapa tentang KOSA. KOSA itu adalah Commission on Security Arrangement. Nah, di dalam KOSA itu satu hari beberapa kali Irwandi itu menyampaikan kepada kita semua, ini ada pelanggaran begini terjadi di tanggal sekian. Tidak panjang lebar, Peter Fit itu menolak soal ini. Irwandi, kapan itu terjadi? Dia tidak tanya di mana apa persoalannya, kapan itu terjadi? Begitu Irwandi menyebutkan tanggal dan tahunnya, itu sebelum tanggal 15, Peter Fit hanya mengatakan, oke, tidak relevan, leave it. Itu kata-kata Peter Fit. Tidak banyak berkata-kata, tetapi keputusannya tinggalkan. tidak perlu dibahas. Karena ada semacam kesepakatan yang terjadi itu di Helsinki. Saya tidak ikut, tetapi itulah cerita yang terjadi. Sehingga semua pelanggaran yang terjadi sebelum tanggal 15 itu tidak pernah dibahas. Ada 4-5 kali begitu diungkap oleh Irwandi, tetapi satu pun tidak ada yang dibahas. Sehingga saya paham bahwa mengapa ini persoalan ini menjadi mudah bertemu. Satu-satunya konon yang menjadi sulit itu adalah tentang Partai Aceh. Saya tidak mau bicara itu. Tetapi pertemuan ini ditentukan oleh karena pelanggaran hak asasi manusia itu. Itu yang membuat Memorandum of Understanding ini terwujud. Nah, semua hal yang disampaikan oleh Jenderal Nipat tadi adalah itu fakta. Hanya saya ingin mengungkapkan ada 4 pokok MOU yang membuat berhasil menurut saya. Yang pertama, di preambul itu berisi 4 komitmen dari kedua pihak. Hal yang sangat menyentuh adalah tentang masalah rehabilitasi Aceh. Itu nggak bisa sehingga keberhasilan MOU itu adalah akibat dari tsunami Aceh, itu nggak boleh dibantah. Saya sependapat dengan itu. Karena semua pihak ingin rehabilitasi Aceh dilakukan dengan baik. Bapak-bapak sekalian dan ibu-ibu sekalian, saya ingin ungkapkan satu hari ketika saya masih mengendalikan penanganan tsunami ini, beberapa NGO datang ke kami. Ada dari Amerika, dari Eropa. Dia mengatakan begini, Pak Bambang, kami ingin ikut berpartisipasi. Tetapi, ini kata-katanya, tetapi Aceh harus dalam keadaan kondusif. Apa maknanya? Tidak akan terjadi partisipasi tanpa situasi yang kondusif. Bagi saya bisa paham, nggak akan mungkin rehabilitasi dan rekonstruksi itu bisa dijalankan kalau kondisinya tidak kondusif. Saya melapor pada Pak Menko Polkam, Pak. Waktu itu Pak Widodo, Pak ini begini, di lapangan seperti ini, tuntutannya seperti ini, mohon menjadi atensi. Yang kedua, batang tubuh dari MOU itu adalah proses transformasi Aceh. Dan itu menjadi inti dari undang-undang di Aceh. Maka dengan mudah diterima. Yang ketiga, tadi juga sedikit dijelaskan oleh Jenderal Nipat. Ada yang disebut three stakeholders MOU. Siapa dia? AMM, Wakil Pemerintah Republik Indonesia, dan GAM. Di luar ini dia tidak boleh terlibat. Satu hari ada teman-teman dari NGO, mereka dari IOM. Mereka datang, ingin memberikan bantuan. Apa bantuan itu? Uang. Padahal teman-teman kita yang diberikan amnesti waktu itu juga sudah diberikan uang oleh pemerintah. Pemerintah memberikan jaminan soal itu. Dia datang, Peter Fit mengatakan bahwa A, B, C, E, F, G, H ini dia akan memberikan bantuan. Saya diam. Lalu kemudian saya setelah Peter Fit selesai bicara, saya mengatakan begini. Peter, bantuan tidak bisa langsung diberikan. Kalau memang IOM mau membantu lewat pemerintah Republik Indonesia. Serahkan kepada pemerintah Republik Indonesia, biar pemerintah yang menyalurkan. Itu tugas pemerintah, bukan tugas kita. Yang kedua saya bilang, di tempat ini hanya 3 pihak. AMM, pemerintah, dan GAM. Di luar ini tidak boleh. Kalau dilanjutkan, saya akan keluar. Tegas saya akan keluar. Peter Fit mengatakan, oke, terima kasih, agree. Selanjutnya dia mengatakan apa? Oke, silahkan keluar. Dan dari IOM keluar saat itu juga. Jadi konsistensi terhadap apa yang kita sepakati bersama itu menjadi poin penting. Sebab saya mewakili pemerintah, kalau saya tidak dipercaya, rusak semua, Pak. Yang keempat, mengedepankan yang disebut dan selalu disebut adalah dignity for all. Jadi dignity for all itu seolah-olah menjadi semboyan. Kita merasakan bahwa kita harus menghormati dignity siapapun juga. Begitu. Dari situ maka terjadi penghormatan terhadap hak asasi setiap orang yang ada di sana. Dan itulah yang menjadi konten dari MOU itu. Sehingga ketika manusia itu dimanusiakan dan dia dipercaya, seperti tadi yang dikatakan Pak Panipat, ada disebut cash and carry. Cash, oke? Potong senjata, kumpulkan senjata, potong. Bayar kontan, tentara pulang. Jadi prinsip cash and carry ini terlihat, terbuka, dan transparan, setiap orang tahu. Dengan demikian maka semua orang happy dengan ini. Ini hal-hal yang sangat unik menurut saya dan penting yang mengakibatkan keberhasilan MOU. Nah, dalam perspektif politik di Jakarta itu nyaris tidak ada hambatan. Mengapa? Saya beberapa kali diundang Komisi 1. Mengapa? Kata-kata agreement itulah yang membuat para politisi di Jakarta gerah. Para politisi di Jakarta tidak suka. Tetapi Memorandum of Understanding itu bukan agreement. Dia tidak melanggar konstitusi. Dan inilah persoalan utama yang menjadi keributan dari teman-teman politisi. Walaupun politisi ini, mohon maaf nih ada saudara saya Pak Umar Hamid nih. Dulu ketika pemilu kada disebutnya tim H2O. Betul Pak ya? Pak Umar Hamid ini disebut tim H2O dulu. Karena pasangannya yang satu namanya O di depan. Iya, H2O. Ya. Nah, kenapa Memorandum of Understanding tidak dipermasalahkan? Karena memang sesuai dengan konstitusi. Yang kedua, walaupun teman-teman yang dari DPRD itu curiga-curiga juga, maka saya bilang H2O tadi. Kenapa? Jakarta ini selalu ngomong nih, mohon maaf, sekali lagi mohon maaf. Bang, lu nggak ditipu lagi tuh sama Aceh lagi. Ada satu anekdot tipu Aceh. Mungkin dulu peninggalan zaman Belanda dulu. Karena perlawanan orang Aceh terhadap Belanda itu lalu kemudian Adalah tipu Aceh dan itu heroisme sebenarnya sejarahnya. Nah, tetapi itulah yang ada. Sehingga orang Aceh, orang DPR itu waktu datang, Pak, datang, Bang, lo nggak ditipu lagi. Kamu yakin nggak ditipu? Saya memberikan jaminan gini, Pak. Ini Bambang Darmono nih, bukan orang lain. Saya bilang begitu. Karena tadi sudah dikatakan oleh Jenderal Nipat, ketika kita berbicara tentang senjata, Pak, ujungnya tuh di saya. Karena diterima dan tidak diterima, saya. Saya dispute dengan, saya tetap keras kepala. Maka Erwandi itu bilang kepada teman-teman GAM, dan teman-teman GAM yang sering datang ke rumah itu selalu bercerita soal ini. Pak, kalau sudah mau pengumpulan senjata, dia bilang, Erwandi, kamu mesti benar ya, itu senjata kamu benar. Kalau enggak benar, susah menghadapi BD katanya. BD itu Bambang Darmono, Pak. Susah menghadapi dia katanya. Ya, ujungnya saya kok. Ketika menentukan pemotongan itu, ini ada Jenderal Nipat. Saya bilang saya setuju, potong. Tapi, Bapak-Bapak sekalian, dari catatan tadi yang dikatakan, ada 72 senjata yang menurut saya itu dispute kami dengan AMM. Ya, saya tanda tangani, tapi dispute. Sejarah mencatat bahwa ada senjata yang tidak kami setujui. Kami tidak setuju, tetapi kami bisa menerima. Tujuan saya apa? Semakin banyak senjata itu bisa kita kumpulkan, semakin kejahatan kemudian hari itu dapat kita tekan. Tujuan saya hanya itu. Benar saja, termasuk rakitan, itu yang muncul itu menjadi 1078 senjata yang terkumpul. Nah, dengan demikian maka banyak senjata yang bisa kumpulkan. Tetapi, saya ulangi, tetapi isu bukan tidak ada. Isu senjata ditanam itu bukan hanya sekedar isu, tapi benar adanya. Benar adanya. Seluruh saya dengan Erwandi ini, seluruh Erwandi dengan saya. Cuk. Pak Bambang, Anda mestinya terima kasih dong sama saya. Hari-hari gue terima kasih sama lo, saya bilang begitu. Enggak, Panglima TNI kan bilang begini, di bulan April kalau nggak salah. Panglima TNI mengatakan begini, senjata GAM itu hanya 450. Tapi aku sudah memberikan 840. Jadi kan lebih banyak yang saya berikan kan daripada ini joke dia. Tapi joke itu benar adanya gitu karena berdasarkan info. Walaupun saya tahu masih banyak senjata yang benar saja, Pak. Maka setiap kali pemilu di awal-awal dulu selalu saja ada granat meledak, selalu saja ada orang ditembak. Karena memang masih ada senjata nih. Tapi niatan kami adalah menghilangkan senjata itu dari masyarakat. Hal yang terakhir yang ingin saya ungkap adalah tentang pembubaran GAM. Ketika dibentuk yang namanya kok lupa saya jadinya. Ketika dibentuk yang namanya transformasi KPA, itu seharusnya tempat menjadi wadah orang-orang GAM untuk mentransformasikan diri kepada partai politik lokal. Tapi ternyata itu tidak dilakukan. Nah, di hari terakhir, itu mau kosa 44. Pagi-pagi Peter Fit datang kepada saya sedang sarapan dengan Pak Sufyan Jalil. Peter Fit mengatakan, Bambang, ini GAM tidak mau membubarkan diri. Oh, rusak, saya bilang gitu. Rusak, saya bilang begitu. Saya sudah memberitahu, sudah bagaimana caranya, cara yang saya lakukan, dia tetap mengatakan tidak. Oke? Anda bertemu langsung. Akhirnya kami melakukan meeting. Saya, Pak Sofyan Jalil, Malik Mahmud, dan Jaini Abdullah. Kami meeting. Alot sekali meetingnya. Tetapi ada kesepakatan bahwa paling lambat 6 bulan setelah Undang-Undang Nomor 11 itu diundangkan, maka GAM akan membubarkan diri. Ternyata GAM juga tidak kunjung membubarkan diri. Di situ saya kena, lo benar-benar kena tipu Aceh lo bang, katanya. Fine. Nah, tetapi yang paling penting bagi saya, tugas dari Pak SBY tadi sudah mission accomplished begitu. Walaupun ada beban di kepala. Proses dilakukan lanjut Pak. Dilanjut. Ada setelah AMM itu ada Des Aceh dan selanjutnya. Terakhir, tanggal 29 Januari tahun 2009, itu dingin-dinginnya di Helsinki, saya ingat itu minus 30 derajat. Luar biasa dinginnya waktu itu. Kita melaksanakan meeting. Dari Indonesia yang datang, Pak Sofyan Jalil sebagai ketua dari saya, dan Profesor Harkristuti Harkrisnowo. Itu Dirjen HAM. Lalu kemudian di sana ada Malik Mahmud seperti biasa, ada Jaini Abdullah, ada seingat saya ada Mualim. Kita berdiskusi. Sampai pada poin tentang pembubaran GAM, Jaini Abdullah itu mengatakan begini, Pak Bambang mohon maaf agar ini bisa dipahami dan bisa diterima. Kami mengibaratkan GAM itu adalah pohon yang sudah tua. Nanti kalau sudah tua, pohon itu akan rontok daunnya. Setelah rontok daunnya, rantingnya akan putus. Setelah itu dia akan mati. Itulah kami GAM. Saya kesal sekali Pak. Sebab saya hanya butuh pernyataan formal. Sebab pernyataan formal ini implikasinya panjang. Bukan, implikasinya panjang. Setelah Pak Nipat pergi, kan tinggal kami, tinggal kita-kita. Kami tidak ingin korban 15.000 orang, konflik 30 tahun ini berulang. Kami tidak ingin itu. Republik ini tidak menghendaki itu. Dan oleh karena itu ini harus benar serius ditanggapinya. Saya mengatakan begini, Pak, saya paham dengan teman-teman dari GAM, pandangan GAM saya paham. Hanya saja kalau GAM mengumpamakan sebagai pohon, saya tidak setuju. Kenapa? Saya rasa saya sudah cukup lama saya di Aceh. Lebih dari 5 tahun saya bilang. Setahu saya, GAM itu bukan pohon seperti yang Bapak katakan. Tetapi pohon plastik yang entah kapan dia hilangnya. Pak, setelah itu datang WA. Dulu belum ada WA ya. Dulu SMS. Saya tidak mau sebutkan namanya, tapi dianalisa sendiri, silakan. Saya akan keluarkan di buku saya nanti soalnya. SMS kepada Pak Sofyan Jalil. Pak Sofyan, tolong disampaikan kepada Pak Bambang, jangan terlalu keras menekan mereka. Nanti malah tidak baik. saya bilang begini sama Pak Sofyan. Pak Sofyan, jam sekian ini saya bilang, aku lempar handuk. Urus sajalah Aceh itu sendiri. Saya marah Pak. Sebab yang kita hadapi sekarang ternyata bukan GAM. Yang kita hadapi adalah orang kita sendiri. Terima kasih Bapak-Bapak. Ini cerita saya dan sekaligus presentasi saya. Nanti silakan bertanya apa aja, saya bisa menjawabnya. Mudah-mudahan. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih banyak Pak Bambang. Thank you very much for all your stories and insights. Now that we've heard from the former assistant for the Indonesian Army operations, it's time for me to call the next speaker, Dr. William Sabandar, Director of the Aceh NIAS Rehabilitation and Reconstruction Agency, or BRR, and Head of the ASEAN Humanitarian Task Force Operation Post-Cyclone Nagris. Dr. William, you have the floor.
Very good morning to all of you. I will be speaking from the other side of the coin. So if General Nipat and General Bambang Darmono spoke very much from the peace process, I'll be taking the other side, the prosperity side, based on my experience helping the Aceh and NIAS community post tsunami operation. But first, when Professor Aisawa called me for that meeting, and I asked him why me. I was not very much involved in the peace process. Yeah, very much on the other side, and also I feel I'm not the right person to speak if you want to connect the process of peace and prosperity. But then there is another argument from Professor Aisawa at that time that you are involved next step in the post-Nargis recovery in Myanmar, which is very much connected with the experience of the post-tsunami operation, which successfully bring peace in Aceh. And I will connect my interventions this morning with this, and might be with the work that ASEAN needs to do further. So trying to get the experience of two generals and try to see how the experience of Aceh process can benefit ASEAN in moving forward, ensuring the peace and prosperity in the region, which is currently becoming very, very relevant with so many geopolitical dynamics, disasters, and development issues in the region. So that is the point that I want to raise at this meeting, at my chance speaking this morning. So I stand here very much with respect of the late Professor Kuntoro Mangkusubroto, who was the chairman of the BRR Aceh and NIAS, and would like to share some experience during the post-tsunami recovery in Aceh and NIAS. And for me, there are three key elements why that post-tsunami recovery operation was successful. And for me, it becomes a catalyst for the peace process in Aceh. Peace and prosperity is like a coin with two sides. There is no peace without prosperity, and there is no prosperity without peace. And for me, this is the right approach of the government of Indonesia handling the Aceh peace process, because these two sides are coming together, strengthen each other, and in result bring trust and confidence of the Aceh people to the government of Indonesia. So this is actually the underlining thesis of, for me, seeing that experience in Aceh and Nias, which result with the peace process. The three things is, one is actually how the government of Indonesia put this issue as a very critical importance. I remember when tsunami struck, President Yudhoyono was in Papua, actually in Jayapura, on the 26th of December 2004. I think he will mention, Pak SBY will mention it tomorrow. He decided to flew from Jayapura. He was in Jayapura celebrating Christmas with the national Christmas in Jayapura, and then and tsunami. And at that time, he told a story about there is no clear information because the connection with the situation on the ground is there is no connection at all, because it's the telecommunication system was stopped. So he decided to flew from Jayapura, stop over I think in Makassar, Lok Sumawe, and then to Jayapura, and he asked Vice President Yusuf Kala to flew first because Vice President was in Jakarta at that time. So the Vice President arrived in the second day. President Yudhoyono arrived on the third days. But this is demonstrate how the newly elected government, President Yudhoyono and Vice President Yusuf Kala, just in 2 months after being democratically elected, because that was the first democratic election, put this issue as the first priority issues to be solved. How the president and vice presidents, the leadership of the government in Indonesia put as the single priority to be solved. That relates to the international attention that came to Aceh. And I remember the first tsunami summit was held in Jakarta on the 6th of January. That was being prepared only less than 2 weeks to that. And a lot of international attention came because international support came that want to help this the disaster. And the first pledge was $4.5 billion coming from many countries at that time. It turns at the end of the operations, we are able to deliver $8 billion. So that was a very successful post-tsunami recovery operations in the world, and until now it's being recognized as one of the best recovery operation. But the key element of why this success is the trust. General Pak Bambang mentions a lot about this trust issue. The trust is being given by President Yudhoyono to Pak Kuntoro Mangkusubroto, who was in the discussions being elected as the head. Because the trust needs to come not just from the government, but from the international community. How will you deliver this $4 billion if you run the government? At that time, Indonesia was still being recognized as one of most corrupted country. We are not good in the governance of managing this. And this is the international money came. If there is no accountability and governance into the systems, how can you deliver this and how can you build trust of the international community? And the right decisions being made by the government of Indonesia is actually to set a special agency, so-called Badan Rehabilitasi and Rekonstruksi Aceh and Nias, and led by a trusted person who is being trusted by the president to lead this process. And that actually the very fundamental aspects on how the reconstruction process is going to be successful in this initiative for 4 years. The third element, and this is touch on the peace process, is how that time the agency decide, and this is I had directly, the discussion between President Yudhoyono and the late Dr. Kuntoro. He want to be based not in Jakarta, but in Banda Aceh. So trust building cannot be made in Jakarta. Trust building can only be made when you are being close with the people, and that the people of Aceh. So we flew after the launch of this agency on the 16th of April 2005 together to Aceh. And I remember without military on this, because then we will meet the team on the ground. What Pak Kuntoro mentioned at that time is actually we are not military. We come as civilians, and then the intention is to help the people. So come on the ground. Number one, the trust being developed is actually setting your team, a very professional team, no politics, and put them on the ground. We are setting 5 to 7 regional office, yeah. Malabo, Chalang, you put it, all the places that we operate. And to deliver, we create what's so-called Recovery Aceh Nias database to monitor all the, we count more than 60 countries, more than 800 NGOs operating on that, and to monitor where the aids being delivered and to what forms, and that to be accountable by the end of the operation. So those are the thing that the Aceh recovery process has brought, and that's been the catalyst of the peace process. Because, again, I say, number one is how the perceptions, the concepts of the government of peace and prosperity should come together. The second one is actually you put the good leadership, and that good leadership, it not just happen at the central government level, at the level of Bapak Yudhoyono and Bapak Yusuf Kala, but also on the ground, represented by Dr. Kuntoro Mangkusubroto, and then his teams underneath operating very closely on this. And the third one, by the trust between the Aceh people and the recovery process. Because they were able to incorporate, being reminded that yesterday we have Tengku Kamaruzaman to speak here, who was an Acehnese, a free Aceh movement combatant, being adopted, being accommodated, and then becoming the Secretary General of the recovery process of Aceh and Nias, and then the deputy of Aceh and Nias. So we are being very close, including some of the picture of Pak Zakaria. That feeling of the sense of togetherness, yeah, it's something, how to accommodate them and being titled as an officials of BRR. So can you imagine an activist, a combatant of Gerakan Aceh Merdeka being accommodated in the very structure of the central government agency of Badan Rehabilitasi Rekonstruksi Aceh and Nias. So the this is the point that the trust building process, it can come if you really work together with the people. The trust comes from the people. And this is very much, I think, Pak Umar Mamit will talk much about that process, that history. But it is very difficult. At that time, people from outside imagine how we can be very close with Acehnese, so like a brother and sisters bringing together. And this is actually that make the process of rebuilding of Aceh and Nias is a success. So the next point that I would like to make is actually after the peace process, after the peace accord, Helsinki Peace Accord, then in 2008, the Cyclone Nargis attacked Myanmar, and there was more than 140,000 people died. 7.5 million in Irrawaddy Delta was affected by Cyclone Nargis at that time. And I remember we are still doing the operation, post-tsunami operation in Aceh and Nias at that time. ASEAN was asked to support that operation, but ASEAN has no capability on that. Myanmar government at that time reject the international aid, and the French foreign minister, the 5 days after the cyclone, and the country was closed because the regime did not allow, the government of Myanmar did not allow the international agencies or the international supports to come. They invoke in the International Security Councils the doctrine of right to protect, RTP. Something that never happened in the humanitarian disaster activities. The right to protect is normally used in the war situation. So that is challenge ASEAN to step up, because Myanmar is the ASEAN member states. The special ministers meeting was held in Singapore. At that time, the foreign minister of Singapore, because Singapore was the chair of ASEAN, Jochio, discussed with Indonesian foreign ministers, Minister Hassan Wirayuda, and pushed the Myanmar government to accept then what so-called being decided at the special minister meeting in Singapore at that time, ASEAN-led mechanism, ASEAN coordinating-led mechanism. And this is bringing me to the experience of Aceh. Because it's being stated during this, ASEAN needs to learn from Aceh. The experience of Aceh as the post-tsunami has given so much capital, not just political capital, but also professional capital, that ASEAN can do that for helping Myanmar. So, and the rest is the history. Then, because of Aceh, the post-recovery process was being mentioned many times and being documented. So the foreign ministers then called BRR, Secretary General of ASEAN, Dr. Surin Pitsuwan, the late Dr. Surin Pitsuwan, approached us and then want to learn from this process. Why and how peace process in Aceh can be realized, while the country is also facing a great challenge with tsunami. And the discussions at that time, there was 2 weeks, the discussion that this is how you need to bring peace and prosperity together. Because at that time, Myanmar was in a difficult time. They did a referendum at that time, and there is a pressure from the international community that the government is only giving attention to the referendum and not to save the people. These people in the Delta Irrawaddy was 140 million. That number is huge. We never know. And the international aid was stopped at the front door when they want to get the involvement. So I came, arrive in Yangon and follow. This is exactly the same that Indonesia government has been doing. With the experience of Aceh, we hold international summit in Yangon, attended by representative of the international community, and they also give pledge. Give pledge, not at the number for sure like tsunami, but there is a significant pledge being held. And underneath the ASEAN-led mechanisms, we set the ASEAN Humanitarian Task Force, and the mechanism is actually, we call it tripartite core group. Exactly, the Aceh mechanism. The tripartite core group consisting of the government of Myanmar, the ASEAN, and the United Nations. So three come together. We set an office in Yangon, and I was asked to operationalize this process in Yangon. So I moved from Jakarta to Yangon, set an office in Yangon, and do a coordination with the government of Myanmar, Prime Minister Thein Sein at that time, with the UN, my UN counterpart, and then we set the coordination. And that mechanism facilitate the coming of the international aid to Myanmar. So for 2 years, we are on the ground, working on building trust and confidence. The same mechanisms, like when I sat in Aceh, and NIAS was actually to set the regional office. So at that time, I sat in Myanmar case. This is the operation from 2008, 2011. I set 4 regional office in some of the most difficult part of Myanmar. And we deploy the UN and the ASEAN recovery activists together and facilitate all and bring some of the, because in 2009, the mandate end, so we can move some of the resources, some of the networks that we have been deployed in Aceh and NIAS to Myanmar. 2011, the operation ended, and that model was acknowledged by ASEAN leaders at the ASEAN Summit in Vietnam, in Hanoi in 2011, as one of the model that ASEAN should replicate if there is any other situation happen in Myanmar or in Aceh. So that lessons might not, but this is, I think, it's a very important recollection as we celebrate 20 years of Aceh peace process. But my point is, there is a very strong connection between Aceh and Myanmar. Aceh was solved. 30 years of civil wars ended in 15 of August 2008, 2005, sorry, 2005. Yeah. Myanmar still struggle until today. So my next question is actually, what do we need to do? The region, ASEAN, or members countries of ASEAN requires a mechanisms. Today, as we reflect of the success of the operation in Aceh, the peace process agreement, I think we all need to reflect or to provide some kind of framework on how we move together and seeing how to solve the many conflict situations, the peace and disasters in Myanmar and other part of the region. And I think, if I may step a bit beyond this, I think ASEAN needs a model. ASEAN today, again, my personal opinion is very much, they have the ASEAN way. It's very much a consensus-based organization with very little influence on solving the real conflict and the real disasters on the ground. Something that we might learn from this Aceh experience. We need General Darmono to set the mechanisms, operationalizing this, and try to bring those kind of things on solve the problem. Today we have these big issues in Myanmar, and I think we failed to deliver that capability. We have to reconnect again that experience with this. The process that actually 20 years ago we are able to be successfully done in Aceh. 20 years after that, we still have the same problem in Myanmar. So I have this is the thing end of my reflections, but we still have many things to do, and I hope the 20 years anniversary of peace process can become another reflection for how to strengthen the regional cooperation in ASEAN as the challenge becoming bigger and bigger. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. William. Now we're about to have our short break, but before that, I would like to invite Professor Aizawa to the stage.
Thank you very much. It was such a wonderful and rich stories and lessons that we learned this morning. We want to move on to the break as I think we have the time to sink in to the richness and the strength of the stories. I'm sorry we're going to skip a Q&A, but we still have our afternoon. And also, I think General Nipa, General Bambang, and Pak William, we all are, you could make yourself available for further questions. If not today, in future events as well, because I think the stories you have shared today was so powerful. And those details of, the experience you had and the sharing, even the images, General Nipa, that has given us a clear picture of what we need to do and how we need to conduct. And I'm sorry, Bamba, maybe we mistake this word. You correct me really clearly. This was not the right word. This was so I have to correct this by tomorrow. Yes, thank you so much. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yep.
This is as I promised before.
Oh yes.
You name that.
This is the uniform.
The uniform, and on the white here it's AMM. Okay, I still keep it with me for 20 years. The second good news is for all the image and picture that General Bambang required. This one, I got a special prize for you. Okay, I have a special discount. Okay, prize for you. For sale. Okay, not free of charge. Thank you, sir.
So General Nipa is now smuggling all the photos now. Thank you so much. And let's have a short break, and then we will be enriched by our next speakers, Pak Dadang and also Pak Humam, because I think our trust building started from, our story started from the negotiation team now with the military generals, and then with the regional partners. Now, the trust building is not only among the political and the state institutions, but also we have to understand how important the civil society is. These trust building is not just about state, it's the society. And I think the two distinguished speakers we are having next after our break will illustrate how important that is and how powerful that is, and exceptionally important. So this is for our first session. Thank you so much, and let's come back in 10, 15 minutes. So please refresh yourself and come back to our podium. Thank you so much.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I trust you had a refreshing break and the chance to connect with fellow participants. Our next session will focus on reflections from civil society organizations. Now, please allow me to once again introduce our speaker, Mr. Dadang Trisasongko, former Program Director of the Indonesian Legal Aid Foundation. Pak Dadang, please come forward to the stage.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for ERA who invited me to share my reflection as from the CSO perspective. I hope it will completing the previous reflection from two generals. Thank you for your sharing. And Pak Bambang, I think also very inspiring, the sharing. And I believe that it is not only gathering to share the history. I think this moment is very important for us. It is a space for like collective reflection to see the future. What happened Aceh, for example, in the next 5 years? Or like the question of the previous sharing by Mr. William about how is ASEAN in the ASEAN context. I think Indonesia is very rich with the experience in managing the conflicts. We have experience in managing the communal conflict in Ambon, communal conflict between Christian and the Muslim. More than 10,000 people killed. Yeah. And we also have experience in East Timor. Yeah, East Timor. Our friend from Thailand, we have experience with the southern Thailand, with Patani. Experiencing now, yeah, in southern Thai. I think Indonesia and Thailand maybe have to tackle it to promote the not only mechanism, but promoting best practices in managing the conflict in like internal self-determination cases, for example, or conflict in communal conflict based on not only ethnicity like in Myanmar or Burma, but based on the religion, like in Indonesia, in Ambon, Molucas Island. This is the first thing. And the second one, I think based on the Aceh experiences, I see that the voice of the victim is very important because it is like legitimacy, moral legitimacy to the peace building process in Aceh. We know that we have the God factor through tsunami in Aceh, but we had also people factor, tsunami factor, the victim factor, who gives some strong legitimacy to everybody to sit together. And the third one, sorry, I think if we look at the timeline from the 1998 to the 2005, when the Helsinki peace talk process come to the signing of like not agreement. Yeah. I think it is because not only the military factor. The military factor is okay, and we appreciate of this. But what happened if Indonesia didn't have political reform in 1998? So the democratization process in Indonesia at that time, we think that it contribute to military, like Pak Darmono, who have open-minded military general, not only use the gun, but the military, I think also because the previous conflict with the East Timor, I think it is better, it is time to sit together with the GAM. Not only about how to stop the violence, but it is in the sake of to protect the people. So it is not a long reflection. I just want to highlight first. Please count that the victim voice is like a third voice in the conflict. Third voice is like two combatants, and the victim voice in the middle. Yeah. The victim voice gave us the legitimacy to stop the violence and to sit together to talk about the future of the Aceh. It is the one point. And the second one, I want to repeat my opinion on the Aceh peace process. It's the democratization, democratization in Jakarta and in Indonesia. It also contributes to the peace process in Aceh. I will start from this two preposition. Okay? And then what happened after the signing is the peace agreement. Not how about the victim voice after that? Komisi Kebenaran dan Rekonsiliasi, Reconciliation and Truth Commissions, already announced their finding, their recommendation about what happened in Aceh under the status of military operations. A lot of human rights violations. Mr. Darmono already said that it's okay. It will, I don't know, it is paused or ignore, or yeah, maybe we have to think again now. What happened with all the problem, legal problem of the human rights violations? Some reference from the South Africa, maybe we can learn from this, how they deal with the white and the black people there. Forgive but not forget. Forgive but not forget. So last year, National Commission on Human Rights Indonesia also already submit their report on investigation regarding to the Aceh under the military operation situation. I think it is still the big question. What happened with this report? What is the government position to the report? It is depend on the government response. Because if we fail to respond this wisely, it is in the future, I think, like mentioned before, that the peace not only based on the prosperity, the peace not only based on what happened, for example, a ceasefire, but peace and justice is like a coin. Yeah. You have to deliver the justice also to the people, to the victim of in the violent conflict. Whether you bring it to the court or you will give them like amnesty or yeah. It is our homework in Indonesia. And I think now we have opportunity to sit together to formulate what kind of government response to all human rights problem in the Aceh conflict. I think this is my short reflection from, I'm human rights lawyer. So this is our perspective on how to deal with this past human rights violations. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pak Dadang. Now it is time to hear from Dr. Ahmad Humam Hamid, professor at the Syekh Kuala University. He also sits on the board of directors at BRR.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to all of you. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues and friends. First of all, my sincere thanks and appreciation to the Area School of Government, and in particular to the Dean, Professor Aizawa, for this gracious invitation. As someone from Aceh, I feel it is not an overstatement to express my deep appreciation for ERIA in the midst of complexities at the national, regional, and global level. ERIA has served as a space that revive our collective memory, bringing back to life those important public recollection, as the General already mentioned, that might otherwise have faded into obscurity. I must admit, I'm not quite sure how to begin this speech, because my life has been shaped by two defining tragedies: conflict and this tsunami. I have lived through both, not only as an ordinary citizen of Aceh, but also as someone with the privilege and perhaps the burden of being relatively more educated. These experiences have given me a certain lens, one that sees the world not only through policy and theory, but also through the raw memories of survival, loss, and the stubborn hope that life demands of us. 20 years ago, the word Aceh It didn't bring mine coffee or tourism or stability. It evoked the sharp echo of gunfire, checkpoint at dusk, and the quiet terror on the faces of ordinary people. For those who stood for human rights and for peace, it was a very lonely place. Too idealistic for the armed side, too independent for the state side. Sometimes distrusted by both, and sometimes threatened by both. I know that feeling. I know that feeling because I have been there. For the ordinary villagers, there was no side to choose. Each day, a negotiation for survival. Each night, a calculation of risk. Armed men demanded loyalty without question. Government forces demanded proof of innocence without end. Then came December 26, 24. At 7:58 in the morning, the land shocked. Minute later, the ocean rose in a wall taller than any tree. It swallowed the coastline. It erased the entire villages. It took more than 170,000 lives in Aceh alone. If war was a man-made disaster, the tsunami was a disaster from the heaven. And even so fast, it dwarfed human pride, it silenced human quarrels. And then came the world, nation after nation. Big NGOs, small NGOs, and communities whose name we had never heard flowed into Aceh. They brought sympathy, food, clean water, medicine, emergency plan, emergency tent, and resources, all in the purest wave of humanity. Aceh, once so close off, open in an instant to the eyes of the world. Not because it wanted to, but because disaster forced the door open. In the eyes of many, it felt like a divine reminder that all the things we kill each other are nothing when the earth and the sea take their turn. Perhaps, just perhaps, in the midst of trouble and grief, God, what the Acehans believe, decided to intervene in Aceh history. To send from very different corners Yusuf Kala and Marty Ahtisaari. One, a son of Sulawesi, who understood the weightiness of conflict. The other, a statesman of Finland, carrying the world's credibility. They were joined by Hamid Alaluddin, holding the pen for the Republic, and Malik Mahmud, carrying the mandate of the movement. They met not in the triumph of victory, but in the exhaustion of two different battles. The exhaustion of those who fought with guns, and the exhaustion of those who fought with state regulation and constitution. From that meeting came the Helsinki Agreement, not born from the joy of winning, but from the wisdom of stopping. Before Helsinki, there was a chain of hands that opened the way. President Habibie lifted the military emergency. Gus Dur, President Ron Wright, did the unthinkable, unimaginable. He invited Geneva-based peace NGO, HDC, to explore talks between GAM and the government. President Megawati, signed COHA, that what General Bambang already mentioned. And then, for the reason that Bambang explained before, she applied a hardline military emergency. And perhaps, to escalate, as she said, in order to de-escalate. Then came tsunami. President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono with Yusuf Kala entrusted CMI and Marty Ahtisaari to breach the peace. Today, 20 years later, the question before us, is there peace? Yes, the guns are silent. Yes, the open conflict is gone. The deeper question is, has peace won? I repeat, the deeper question is, has peace won? If peace is defined as binding prosperity measured by low poverty rate, peace has not yet won in Aceh. For 18 years, Aceh has received more than $8 million, same as 100 trillion rupiah, in special autonomy funds only. Added with all other funds, it close to almost 400 trillion rupiah, even 500 trillion rupiah. Add to that, oil and gas revenue, and various transfers from the central government, and Aceh stands among the most fiscally endowed provinces in Indonesia. Yes, the number of treasury have not fully translated into transformation on the ground. If peace is measured by health services that protect life, that lower infant mortality and maternal mortality, peace has not yet won. If peace is measured by better nutrition for children, by lower stunting rates, peace has not yet won. If peace is measured by shrinking unemployment and dignified job, peace has not yet won. If peace is measured by good governance and strong institution, peace has yet to move. And if peace is measured by the integrity of those elected by the people, the answer remains the same. The signing of Helsinki ended the war. The winning of peace is longer, harder, and more patient journey. It requires leadership that understand post-conflict governance is not a prolonged war, a continuation of war by other means. It requires humility to learn, discipline to serve, courage to govern with integrity. 20 years ago, the world helped Aceh end war. 20 years from now, history will judge whether Aceh leaders turn that gift into a living legacy, or allow it to fade into paper in an archive, watching to see perhaps the same divine hand that sent the wave to still the gun, to still watching to see whether the people who receive peace have truly made it their own. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Padadang Pahumam, for the powerful statement you have shared with us. I think your final question, Pahumam, has peace won, is the question we share, and the reason why we are here today, and to work together for our future. So, thank you very much for the powerful message, and then we would like to sink in again with those key questions, and then let us have lunch together, and then we'll have convene in the afternoon with our invited scholars, academics, and our intellectual friends to share their knowledge and expertise to how to carry on the state we have, and especially to answer those, has peace won as well. So thank you so much, and then let's convene again in afternoon. What will be the time? 1:15. Yes, so we'll convene again from 1:15. So until then, please enjoy the lunch that we have prepared, especially our cuisine from Aceh as well. So, thank you very much. Yes.
Welcome back, everyone. I trust you enjoyed your lunch and had meaningful conversations during the break. We now turn to our next session, Reflections from the Academic Community. Our first speaker for this session is Dr. Yuki Tajima, Associate Professor and Rector of Georgetown SFS Asia Pacific. Dr. Yuki Tajima, you have the floor.
Well, first of all, thank you so much to Nobu-san, my friend, to ERIA, Watanabe-san as well for organizing this, members of the Indonesian government, friends, fellow panelists as well. It's a real honor to be here and reflect with you all on the Aceh peace process, which is ongoing, right? It's a 20-year process still, and you know, it's something that I think we all have to remember. Peace is something that has to be continued to nurture, right? And so I'm really happy to see that there is this opportunity to reflect on the 20 years since the MOU. As the MC just mentioned, I'm at Georgetown SFS Asia Pacific. This is our new campus for Georgetown in Jakarta for the Asia Pacific. But before that, I was actually in Georgetown's main campus in Washington, D.C. And I actually spent a year and a half from 2006 to 2007 living in Aceh while I was working at the World Bank, focused on what the former combatants were doing. So I spent a lot of time interviewing former combatants, I think over 200 from the period from 2006 until 2017. I also fielded a survey interviewing about 1,000 former combatants and about 4,000 civilians, and then moved over to the southern Philippines, where I was trying to understand what happened with the Moro National Liberation Front and the Moro Islamic Liberation Front as a comparison to Aceh. And really, Aceh was an exemplar of what a successful peace agreement could be. It sort of demonstrated what was actually possible, right? Whereas the Moro movements, for a long time, they would have these peace agreements, and then they would fall apart, and you would have these splintering groups that would come off of the mother group. And so that was the big puzzle for me, is for this book. It's taken me 20 years, it's still in progress. I wanted to make sure, I like to say that the Aceh process is still successful, but more realistically, it's because of other distractions I've had in my career. So I'll be speaking from the perspective of an observer of the Aceh peace process in comparison a little bit with the Mindanao peace processes. One of the sort of stylized facts that I'd like to begin with, though, is the fact that if you look at the civil wars that are going on in the world today, about 90% are actually recurrences where they've already had peace agreements, and yet they fell apart. And this is actually a very common occurrence. And yet, if we look at the case of Aceh, it's one that had some very successful outcomes. The first is that there wasn't really significant violence between the state and former combatants after the signing of the MOU. Second, it was a context in which there was a series of 4 democratic elections. Now, there were certain bouts of violence in 2012, in the 2012 election, but since then there has been no sort of serious outbreaks of violence during these electoral periods, and so it is something that is quite remarkable, and I think it's important to try to understand how did Aceh beat these odds, right? So the fact that 90% of conflicts right now are actually recurrences. And I actually think that we can make some comparisons not only with the southern Philippines, but also if we look at southern Thailand and other places, and maybe there are some lessons that can be that can be brought over. Now, every conflict, of course, is different. So turning to the Aceh case, the prevailing story of how Aceh succeeded, everyone will start with the tsunami. It was the tsunami. If you didn't have the tsunami, it wouldn't have worked. Well, I'm not 100% sold on that, because I think at the time, when the Boxing Day tsunami happened in 2004, there was a lot of exhaustion on both sides, actually, right? But certainly the tsunami did create a face-saving opportunity to come back to the table. The second part of this sort of, shall we say, conventional wisdom is that aid money started flowing in and incentivized the government and the insurgents to put down their arms and work towards peace. A third element of this story is that international monitoring ensured that both sides followed through on their commitments. And then fourth, there was this notion that disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration was able to succeed in ensuring that ex-combatants would never take up arms again. Now, I do think there is some truth to different elements of this, but I think this story overlooks probably the most important aspect of what sustained the peace. This story that I've told you is one that you hear when you're in New York or in Washington, you hear or you read in journals that sort of are written from the outside. But I think it overemphasizes the role of outsiders and undersells the importance of the important negotiations that were being had on the ground in Aceh and in Indonesia. In other words, what I'd like to do here is focus more on the internal politics. Now, the problem with this prevailing story is that the tsunami, of course, did create a face-saving condition for negotiations be taken up again. So I don't want to say that that didn't have any effect. It certainly did. As I mentioned, the international literature tends to attribute peace to external actors. I think it's a little bit self-serving, right? To say, well, it was because we came in and helped you guys out. And certainly the Aceh Monitoring Mission was extremely important, especially in the early period. If you don't have that, then there's no trust. And you can't build up trust and reputation for this to actually, that both sides will be sort of carrying out their commitments. So you have to have that initial period. But the problem is, everyone knows that the external monitors will be leaving at some point, right? So then what is it that's going to sustain the peace afterwards, right? And I think that's where we really have to look at the internal politics on the ground to figure that out. Now, another element of this story is that tsunami aid through the BRR, through international institutions, did come in and provide an initial cushion for ex-combatants to come through, the BRA as well, so that they can transition from war, because these folks were in the jungles, they had their guns, they didn't have much when they came back to their villages, right? And so they needed something to get by initially with. And certainly that is important. But the problem with saying, well, that's, a very important part of the story and that's it, is that eventually the cash runs out, right? And it ran out pretty quickly. So when I was there in 2006, and I was going to the different villages in Aceh Selatan, South Aceh, Bener Meriah in the Central Highlands, Biren, I started out in the villages. And you had these combatants who were just coming back. And many of them were trying to just get food to mouth, really. They had no assets. They didn't have jobs. Some of them, the only thing that they knew as adults was how to fight, right? So they needed to have some cash already from the beginning. And so having that initial infusion of cash was really important. But one of the things, so I'm a political economist, and one of the most important lessons from microeconomics that I learned was one-time transfers of cash do not change behaviors. You have to have a stream of revenues that incentivize behavior, right? In other words, when we sort of take that lesson into the peace-building literature, you have to think of it as one-time transfers to ex-combatants. They'll take it, and then they can do whatever else they want to do with it. But if you use it to incentivize people to keep the peace, that is where you can have a more sustained solution. And so this is where I do have a little bit, not a little bit, one of my agendas with this book has always been to sort of question the efficacy of the disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration package that has become standard operating procedure in various post-conflict contexts. Now, what is the solution that should work if DDR is not effective? Well, let me first start with disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration. This is something that, of course, really arose in the 1990s when you would go to UN brokered peace processes, a lot in Africa, for example. And you would start with the idea of that you have to start to disarm immediately, right? So the former combatants, they have to disarm. Why? Well, because if war is where you have armed, mobilized groups that are not integrated with civilians, then peace is where you have disarmament, demobilization of these groups, and reintegration of combatants into civilian life. Makes total sense. The problem is you cannot just do this in one go. You can't just take away their guns. You cannot just demobilize them. And reintegration is harder than just giving them a package of money and training them on how to fix motorbikes, and then expect them to run a business fixing motorbikes. And that's really a package that many of these policies actually implemented. It looks good for the international donors. They can say, we invest in this, we trained them, hey, we cleared our books, we're out. Everything is up to you after that, right? That's not really how it works, right? And so the success that Aceh had, I don't want to attribute that to DDR because I don't think that's what happened. In fact, if you look at the statistical evidence of DDR across different countries around the world, there's actually no evidence that DDR is correlated in any way with better peace outcomes. And in Aceh, there are a few things that make me doubt the efficacy of DDR. The peace agreement meant that there were 700 guns that were surrendered by GAM. There were more than 700 GAM fighters. There were 15,000 or plus or minus, okay, something in that range. So where are the other guns, right? So they didn't disarm. They were out there, okay? Second, the reintegration programs that I mentioned, right, where they would give them these packages, they would train them. Many times they were quite small, and most of the time, when I would look at some of these programs, they would take the package, they would sell them off, and then they would be on their way, right? And then they would think, okay, well, how do I actually make a living? And oftentimes, so I did a survey in 2008, looking at the livelihoods of former combatants, about 1,000 of them. And the vast majority of them were not doing what those packages were meant to do. They were doing what they knew before, which is farming, things like that, okay? Or maybe they would make a little kiosk, okay? So the reintegration packages were not working the way the narrative would say. The last part, and I think this is the most important one, GAM did not demobilize. They did not demobilize. Instead, what they did was they took the GAM organizational structure, kept it intact, and repurposed it by making it into an electoral political party, right? So Partai Aceh and KPA, right? And these two became a vehicle for them to then move into government, into local government. So this story of external actors playing the crucial role, I think, is only a part of the story. And what I want to talk about is what really sustained the peace, which I think is what was on the ground. So I look at three main factors here. The first is the local political parties. So as part of the MOU, I think the most decisive part was the fact that for the first time, Aceh was allowed to run and organize local political parties that didn't have to have offices in every province, right? And what this did was it freed them of the dominance of Jakarta's elite, right? So you didn't have to have PDIP or Golkar or Partai Demokrat, right, as the parties of the different candidates. And instead, you could have Partai Aceh, a local party, or later on Partai Nasional Aceh, right? So local political parties provided local communities, including GAM, a vehicle with which to take part in the governance of the province, sort of separate from Jakarta-based politicians. The second factor is the presence of significant special autonomy funds, right? So if you're going to be able to win local office, like many of the GAM elite did, then you need to be able to govern with something and the funds to do so. So I think that was very important because it created incentives for former combatants to cooperate and continue to implement the peace. The third aspect is what I mentioned before, which is keeping GAM's organizational structure intact and repurposing it as a political party. And what this did was it gave GAM a voice, it gave GAM access to resources, but when you give people a bunch of resources, you say, here are these peace dividends. Well, dividends that are meant for peace. Oftentimes, peace dividends, though, create conflict, right? Because you put money in the middle of people, it's natural that they're going to compete. And that competition leads to conflict, it leads to resentment, and potentially violence. So this is where it's really, I think what we need to do is we need to understand how negotiations shift from pre-peace agreement to post-peace agreement. So during the negotiations over a peace agreement, you have effectively the insurgent elites and the government leaders, and they are negotiating against each other. And that is the axis, that's the key cleavage, okay? After you sign a peace agreement, the insurgent and government leaders are now partners. And so now they're on the same team, ironically, right? Even though they wanted each other dead at one point. But they've already signed, they've shaken their hands, now they're partners. So the key cleavage then actually turns to within the insurgent organization, between the insurgent leaders and the mid-level and rank-and-file fighters, right? Because now you have resources that have to be distributed within the insurgent organization. How do you decide that this mid-level commander gets funds whereas this one doesn't, right? If you give sort of rents to this commander or this faction, then other factions may dispute it, may get jealous, right? And so trying to understand how to keep them in line is really, I think, the fundamental aspect of post-conflict negotiations. So this is where we have to focus on mid-level commanders. Now, why are mid-level commanders so important? Well, if you look, and this is where we turn to the comparative literature, if you look at the moral movements of the southern Philippines, so very similar to GAM. 1970s, they both sort of declared that they wanted to have an independent state from the Philippine center, just like Aceh wanted to be independent of Indonesia. 1976, they had one initial peace agreement between the MNLF and the Philippine government, and then that led to the first splinter group, which is the Moral Islamic Liberation Front, the MILF. MILF splinters off. 1996, there was the final peace agreement between the MNLF and the government. More people from the MNLF splinter off into not only the MILF, but the Abu Sayyaf. And then 2008, there was another peace agreement between the MILF and the government. Then you started getting these other splinter groups. Eventually, they declare for ISIS. 2012, they finally come to this peace agreement that was more inclusive of the MILF factions, and there's less splintering in that case, okay? But the key point here is, how do you keep these mid-level commanders who are capable of creating a viable splinter group in line? That's really the story of Aceh. So Aceh was able to do this, and I think the key here is that they basically said, we are not going to demobilize. The organizational structure that we invested in over 30 years of fighting to keep discipline within our organization, we are not going to sort of break that up, because that is an asset for us. It was an asset for war making during the pre-MOU period. Now, maybe it's an asset for us in terms of winning office, but also keeping our former combatants in line. And so they kept the structure together, and that was very effective in keeping the splinter groups from breaking off. And we saw instances of this, right? Abu Minimi being one example. We even had different factions within GAM that became different political parties. 2012, as I mentioned earlier, there was this violence around the second gubernatorial elections. Later on, there wasn't that kind of violence, right? And so the idea is, if you are able to repurpose these structures to win political office, and then use it then to create incentives to continue to implement the peace process, but also discipline those who might splinter off. This is really, I think, the key. And so this is really the difference between, to my mind, the case of Aceh and the southern Philippines, where they weren't able to maintain the structure. And actually, when I've gone over to the southern Philippines, they always ask, what did they do in Aceh? How did Aceh succeed? And the thing that I always tell them is, they kept, first of all, they had local elections, but then they kept the GAM structure cohesive, and MILF should do the same. In fact, MILF has been doing the same thing. They've kept the structure. I think they've learned, and I know that there are some consultants from Aceh who have gone over there. I've sort of provided my inputs to them as well. But that's really what I think is explaining a lot of the success in this latest peace agreement over there. So I'll conclude with just saying that I think there are some broader lessons that, first of all, I think we can celebrate the successes so far of Aceh, but also really to sort of say that, it's important to see how these lessons could carry over to other contexts, like in the southern Philippines, like in southern Thailand, maybe in Myanmar, in different contexts. And the key being, it's important to ensure that insurgent elites are incorporated into the political process, to sort of think about how you can repurpose organizational structures of insurgent organizations for civilian purposes. And then really, I would even argue and make a call to the Indonesian government to think about how you can sort of exercise leadership in saying, hey, we have some experience now in Indonesia in some conflict zones like Maluku, in Poso, and also in Aceh. And what other contexts, especially in this region, can learn from us, rather than going over to Scandinavia or Switzerland or whatever to say, hey, we need your expertise. Actually, a lot of the expertise is here, and this is a very different model. Again, very different from the UN sort of DDR model that I think Indonesia deserves a lot of credit for. Thank you very much. I look forward to more conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yuki Tajima. Now we still have 3 more academics who will share their perspectives in this session. Now I'm delighted to invite Dr. Onanong Tipimo, Assistant Professor at the Faculty of Liberal Arts at Thammasat University.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, friends from Indonesia and across the region, Selamat siang. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank you, Prof. Aisawa, for inviting me to this event. Please allow me to read my draft because my English is poor. If I can speak in Indonesian, maybe it's better, but I prepare my talk today with English. Is it an honor and privilege for me as a scholar from Thailand to offer my reflections on this important occasion, the 20th anniversary of the Aceh Peace Agreement, a landmark in the history of conflict resolution, not only for Indonesia, but for the Southeast Asian region as a whole. This photo I love a lot because I took it by myself when I first visited to Aceh in 2009. 20 years ago, on August 15, 2005, the government of Indonesia and the Free Aceh Movement, or GAM, signed a peace agreement in Helsinki. That agreement did not merely mark the end of nearly 3 decades of violent conflict. It marked the beginning of a long and challenging, yet inspiring journey of rebuilding trust, society, and governance. The signing of the Memorandum of Understanding in Helsinki was far more than a bilateral settlement. It represents a bold and innovative pathway toward peace, one that combines diplomacy, decentralization, and post-conflict reconstruction in a manner that is still being studied and learned from today. For Thai scholars and policymakers, especially those engaged in the study of the ongoing conflict in Thailand's southern border provinces or Deep South, the Aceh Peace process offers valuable lessons. In Thailand's own southern border provinces, we continue to struggle with a deeply rooted ethno-political conflict. The Aceh process continues to serve as a key reference point, not as a perfect model, but as a pragmatic and locally adapted approach to ending armed conflict. My talk explores how Thai academics have engaged with this Aceh case, what they have learned from its dynamic, and how those lessons have influenced the course on peace building in Thailand. Comparative context, Aceh and Southern Thailand. Both Aceh and Thailand Deep South share some striking similarities. Each region is defined by a distinct ethno-religious identity. Acehnese Muslim in a predominantly Javanese structure Indonesia, and Malay Muslim in a predominantly Thai Buddhist nation. Both experience, practice, or protect armed insurgency driven by grievances related to state centralization, cultural marginalization, and historical autonomy. However, the two cases differ in key respects. Indonesian embrace of political decentralization after the fall of Suharto in 1998 created a more flexible institutional framework of accommodating regional diversity. In contrast, Thailand remains a unitary state with a strong emphasis on national identity and central control. Thai academics recognizing these contextual differences have approached the Aceh case not as a blueprint to replicate, but as a comparative model from which to extract adaptable strategies. Historical root of autonomy and resistance. Historically, Aceh was an independent sultanate with strong Islamic traditions and a legacy of resisting foreign domination, including Dutch colonialism. Integrating in the Republic of Indonesia after independence was contentious, which Acehnese leaders, expecting a high degree of autonomy, promised that many felt were unfulfilled, leading to the rise of GAM in 1976. Southern Thailand, the Pattani Sultanate, was incorporated into Siam in the early 20th century through treaties with Britain. Malay Muslims in the region have maintained the distinct linguistic religious and cultural identity, and many perceive Bangkok's centralizing policy, including Thai language education and national identity campaigns, as eroding their heritage. Insurgency have erupted since the 1980s, intensifying after 2004. Nature of the conflicts. The Gam insurgency was organized, centralized, and politically coherent, with a clear leadership hierarchy and a unified demand for independence. This allowed for relatively straightforward representation in negotiations. In southern Thailand, the insurgency is more fragmented, with multiple groups such as BRN factions and clandestine networks. The lack of a single authoritative representative complicates formal negotiations. Political environment. In Indonesia, after the fall of Suharto in 1998, Indonesia underwent sweeping democratic reforms, including decentralization laws and recognition of regional diversities. This reform created a political opening for autonomy arrangements such as those granted to Aceh. In Thailand, the state remains a highly centralized unitary system with national identity closely tied to the monarchy, Buddhism, and Thai language. Structural reform toward autonomy faces strong political resistance from both bureaucratic and security institutions. Pre-processed pathways. The 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami created a humanitarian crisis that shifted priorities, creating momentum for renewed talks. The peace process was mediated internationally and resulted in a comprehensive agreement addressing governance, political participation, and economic management. In southern Thailand, there have been sporadic dialogue. Malaysia facilitated talks since 2013, but no comprehensive settlement. Discussions have been informal. Trust is fragile, and the agenda remains narrow focuses without a fully development of political frameworks. Summary of key comparative insights. Thai academics see Aceh as a clear example of how political reform, autonomy, and structured negotiations can end decades of violence. At the same time, they recognize that Southern Thailand's context, especially for fragmented insurgency, political centralization, and absence of transformative events like the tsunami, makes the process more complex. Thus, with Aceh, while Aceh offers lessons, they must be adapted rather than copies. However, we can offer key lessons and scholarly engagement. The Aceh experience have offered several valuable insights. First, political view at the foundation of peace. One of the first lessons Thai scholars drawn from Aceh is the importance of the real political view at the national level. The importance of the real political view, not only from Gam leaders, but also from the state. The Indonesian government decision to move from military operation to political dialogue was a turning point that required courage and vision. This transition required not only political views, but a deep understanding that peace is ultimately sustained through inclusion, not suppression. The Aceh peace process has demonstrated the critical importance of high-level political commitment. Thai academics have repeatedly pointed out that without strong political commitment from Bangkok, peace initiative in the Deep South will remain limited in scope and impact. Scholars such as Thanet Apornsuwan, Sri Sompop Jitpiromsri, and Chaiwasatha Anand have emphasized the need for a paradigm shift in Thai official thinking from securitization to political accommodation, much like the transformation seen in Jakarta during the Aceh peace negotiations. We have seen how the establishment of law on governing of Aceh or LOGA, with provision for special autonomy, Islamic law, local political parties, and revenue sharing, give space for political accommodation and institutional transformation. While such arrangements are not without their tensions, they offer meaningful lessons for states facing subnational conflict. From a government standpoint, Aceh underscores how decentralization, when grounded in local reality and legally supported, can enhance both legitimacy and stability. It also shows how peace agreement must go beyond cessation of hostilities, addressing structural inequality, historical grievance, and identity recognition. Second, the strategic role of the third-party mediation. One of the strongest insights Thai academics drawn from the Aceh peace process is the indispensable role of a credible third-party mediator in creating an environment for constructive negotiations. In the Aceh case, mediation was not simply about hosting talks. It was about building trust where deep mistrust exists, structuring the process, and guaranteeing that both sides could negotiate without fear of losing face or being exploited. In practice in Aceh, the mediator, former Finnish President Martti Ahtisaari, and his organizations, the Crisis Management Initiative or CMI, were perceived as neutral, professional, and internationally respected. Mediation took place in Helsinki, a location far removed from the conflict zone, which provides psychological and political distance, reducing the risk of outside interference. CNI set clear timelines, agendas, and procedural rules. Importantly, it kept the talk private until key agreements were created, avoiding premature public scrutiny that could derail discussions. The mediator also ensured that implementation mechanisms such as the Aceh Monitoring Mission or AMM, involving EU and ASEAN personnel with part of the final deal, not an afterthought. Why did it matter for Thailand? Thai academics emphasized that in the Deep South, decades of armed conflict have created mutual distrust between the Thai state and insurgent groups. Previous dialogue efforts, often bilateral and facilitated by Malaysia, have faced several challenges. Perception of bias. Some insurgent representatives have questioned whether Malaysia, as a neighboring state with its own security interests, can be fully neutral. Lack of process structure. Dialogue have sometimes been ad hoc, without agreed timelines, clear mandates, or follow-up mechanisms. Domestic political instability, changing in Thai governments have led to inconsistency in negotiation teams and priorities. From Aceh, Thai scholars conclude that a well-respected impartial mediator, possibly an international figure or an ASEAN sanctioned entity, could address this weakness. Mediation in this view is not just symbolic. It is a technical process that shapes the credibility, peace, and content of peace talks. Furthermore, Aceh showed that third-party roles can extend beyond negotiation into post-agreement monitoring. The AMM's present reassure both GAM and the Indonesian government that commitment would be honored, reducing the temptation to return to arms. In southern Thailand, Thai academics suggest that a similar neutral monitoring mechanism, perhaps with regional participation, could be crucial if an agreement is ever reached. Third, from conflict resolution to peace building, the role of academia. The role of academic institutions, both Indonesian and international, has been central to sustaining peace in Aceh. research have helped monitoring implementation, access institutional reforms, and evaluate local perception of justice and development. Importantly, it has contributed to constructive criticism and ongoing dialogue. For those of us in Thailand, particularly in the context of the conflict in the Deep South, the Aceh experience has prompted comparative study and policy experimentation from informal dialogue facilitated by civil society to track to diplomacy and adaptive government proposals. We have drawn intellectual and practical lessons from Aceh's pathway to peace. Research as a monitoring and accountability tool in Aceh, universities such as Chiaguala or Unchia in Banda Aceh, along with research institutes like the International Center for Aceh and Indian Ocean Studies or ICAOS, conducted independent monitoring of the peace agreement implementation. They assess issues such as reintegration effectiveness, local political participation, and governance reforms. This provides credible data for both policymakers and civil society, ensuring that the peace process was evidence-informed rather than politically distorted. Lesson for Thailand. In the Deep South, Thai university, especially peace study center in universities, can play a similar role. Tracking human rights conditions, local governance performance, and community perceptions to hold on actors accountable. Academia as a bridge between communities and policymakers. In Aceh, academics often act as natural conveners who could bring government officials, former combatants, NGO, and community leaders into the same discussion space because universities were seen as less politically biased than government agencies or NGOs. They could host forums on sensitive topics from Sharia implementation to land rights without triggering defensive reactions. Lesson for Thailand. In the southern border provinces, where mistrust between communities and the state is deep, universities can host structural dialogue and joint research projects that help translate community concern into policy languages. Knowledge exchange across borders. In Aceh, Indonesian academics collaborate with foreign researchers to share comparative experience from other post-conflict regions like Northern Ireland or Mindanao. Those exchanges broaden the policy imagination and help avoid repeating mistakes from other contexts. Lesson for Thailand. Thai scholars who have engaged in Aceh field visit often return with concrete policy proposals, such as cultural sensitive governance models or reintegration pathways, which they adapt for the Deep South. Regional academic network can serve as a learning platform for conflict transformation. Challenging the peace is the narrative. In Aceh, even after 20 years of peace, academic studies have documented ongoing governance challenges such as elite capture, corruption, and uneven economic benefits. These findings remind both policymakers and the public that peace agreements are living processes that require continuous adjustment. Lesson for Thailand. Thai academics stress that even if violence decreases in the Deep South, without sustained investment in justice, equality, and inclusive governance, peace could erode. Academia's role is to keep this issue visible and on the agenda. Building local peace building capacity. In Aceh, peace studies program emerged in local universities, training the next generation in conflict analysis, negotiation, and community reconciliation. This helps embed peace building skills in the local society rather than rely solely on outside experts. Lesson for Thailand. Developing similar curricula in Southern University can ensure that peace building knowledge is not just academic theory, but a practical skill set that young people can apply in their own communities. From Aceh, Thai academics conclude that universities are not merely observers in peace process. They are active actors who can monitor, mediate, educate, and innovate. Their independence, credibility, and ability to generate evidence-based policy recommendations make them a vital part of a long-term peace infrastructure. Fourth, decentralization and local autonomy. One of the defining features of the Aceh peace process and one of the clearest points of interest for Thai academics is the comprehensive decentralization package enshrined or LOGA in 2006. This was not a token gesture for local empowerment. It was a legally binding framework that transformed Aceh relation with the Indonesian central government. What autonomy means for Aceh in practice? Political autonomy. Aceh was granted the right to establish local political parties, a significant concession in a country where political participation is otherwise regulated at the national level. This allows former GAM members and other local actors to contest elections and shape government from within. Local legal autonomy. The LOGA allows Aceh to implement Islamic law in accordance with its historical and cultural traditions. This provision reinforces Aceh's identity and addresses one of the conflict root events. The perceived erosion of Islamic governance under centralized Indonesian rule. Economic autonomy. Aceh retains 70% of revenues from its natural resources, particularly gas and oil. This directly addresses economic inequality and allows the province to fund local development priority. Administrative autonomy. Local government gain control over public service delivery, education, and cultural policy, giving Aceh's leaders real decision-making authority. Why Thai academics find this important? In Thailand's southern border province, demand for greater self-determination, including control over education, language policy, and local governance, had long been part of the conflict narrative. Yet, Bangkok had historically resisted decentralization, fearing it could lead to separatism. Thai academics studying the Aceh case often highlight that autonomy can be a conflict management tool rather than a threat to sovereignty if carefully negotiated and legally protected. Decentralization works when it is specific and substantive, not symbolic. In Aceh, autonomy was tied to concrete powers and resource control, not just ceremonial recognition. Legal guarantees like the LOGA provide a stable framework that allows changes in political leadership, something currently lacking in Thai decentralization debates. Constraints in Thai context. Thai academics also recognize important differences. Unlike post-Suharto Indonesia, Thailand had not undergone a major political decentralization wave. The 1997 Constitution introduced some local government reforms, but these have been rolled back or weakened in subsequent political shifts. The Thai state national identity narrative tied to Buddhism and the monarchy and the Thai language makes spatial autonomy for the Deep South politically sensitive. Fifth, post-conflict development and reintegration. The Aceh peace process did not end with the signing of the MOU in 2005. The real challenge and one of the most instructive aspects for Thai academics was how Aceh transitioned from armed conflict to functioning governance with reintegrating thousands of former combatants into civilian life. Governance structure after the peace agreement. Transitional arrangement. Immediately after the MOU, a joint monitoring mission led by the EU and ASEAN countries oversaw the mobilization, decommissioning of weapons, and the withdrawal of Indonesian military forces. This created a secure environment for political normalization, elections, and political inclusion. By 2006, Aceh held its first direct local elections, in which former GAM leaders participate as candidates. The election of Irwandi Yusuf, a former GAM spokesman, as governor, signaled that armed actors could transition to legitimate political players. Institutional embedding. The LOGA institutionalized these changes, giving the province not just autonomy, but political framework for governance that former insurgents could enter without fear of marginalization. Thai academics often note that these early integration policies or politics prevent a dangerous gap period where ex-combatants might return to violence if they feel excluded. Reintegration for former combatants. Economic support. If demobilized GAM combatants receive financial assistance and livelihood packages. Some were given land for farming, others were supported in small business ventures. Social reconciliation programs were designed to reduce stigma against former fighters, including community dialogues, religious events, and symbolic gestures, such as reburials of those killed during the conflict. Institutional pathway. Former combatants were encouraged to form political parties or join existing ones, ensuring they had a legal avenue for pursuing their goals. For Thai scholars studying the southern border provinces, the key takeaway is that reintegration must be multidimensional. It cannot stop a cash payout or vocational training. There must be political, social, and economic pathways that keep former fighters invest in peace. Challenges and lessons learned. Unequal distribution. In Aceh, not all ex-combatants benefit equally, and some felt excluded from economic opportunity. This creates pockets of resentment that led to localized violence. Civil-military relations. While the military withdrawal from combat roles, its economic and political influence in Aceh remained, creating tension with local authorities. Managing expectations. Many Acehnese expect rapid development and prosperity after peace. Delay in reconstruction, particularly after 2004 tsunami, test public patience. Lacking role of women in peace process. Despite the landmark nature of the Helsinki Agreement, one persistent critique, echoed by both Indonesian and Thai scholars, is the limited participation of Acehnese women in formal peace negotiation and post-conflict decision-making structures. Although women's organizations in Aceh play critical roles in humanitarian relief after the 2004 tsunami and in advocating for reconciliation at the community level, they were largely absent from the official negotiation table in Helsinki and from subsequent political leadership positions. This exclusion means that key issues affecting women, such as gender-based violence during the conflict, post-war economic opportunity, and gender impact of implementation of Sharia law, receive insufficient attention in the formal peace agenda. For Thai academics studying Aceh, this gap underscores the importance of ensuring meaningful inclusion of women in peace processes. not only as beneficiary for peace, but as active chapters of its design and implementation. Thai academic highlight that managing expectation is as important as delivering programs. Unrealistic hope for instant peace dividends can lead to disillusionment, especially in regions where conflict has persisted for decades. Academic output and regional exchange. Over the past 2 decades, Thai university and research centers have engaged in workshops, joint publications, and field visit to Aceh. The establishment of peace study program and regional conflict resolution network reflect the growing institutionalization of comparative peace-building research in Thailand. Moreover, cross-border academic collaboration has contributed to regional understanding. Conferences and forums that bring together Indonesian and Thai scholars have become platforms for sharing challenges and successes, helping to build a body of Southeast Asian peace-building knowledge rooted in local reality rather than import model. Challenges and critical reflections. Despite strong academic interest, the application of Aceh-based lessons in Thai policy making remain limited. Structural constraints, including Thai centralized political system, national security discord, and lack of official engagement with insurgent groups have restricted the policy impact of academic recommendations. Some Thai scholars have also cautioned against over-romanticizing Aceh, noting that persistent or political patronage, governance challenges, and elite capture in post-conflict Aceh. This critical perspective serves as a reminder that peace building is a long-term and imperfect process, and that local agency, inclusivity, and context matter deeply. So, moving forward together, a regional imperative. The commemoration of 20 years since the Helsinki Agreement invite not only reflection but renewed commitment. As Southeast Asians continue to face social fragmentation, religious polarization, and inequality, Aceh's long peace reminds us of what is possible and what remains necessary. It is also a timely moment to strengthen collaboration between governments and academic institutions. Evidence-based policymakers, regional knowledge sharing, and joint research are essential to developing conflict-sensitive policy that resonate with the lived experience from local community. Finally, we must not forget that the Aceh peace process began in the aftermath of the common strategy of 2004 tsunami. From such devastation emerged an opportunity to rebuild not just infrastructure, but relations. It reminds us all that crisis can also be a catalyst for peace if met with vision and resolved. Over these past 20 years, Aceh has undergone profound transformation economically, politically, and socially, while challenges remain, from national disaster to youth unemployment, from political rivalry to governance concerns. Peace has held, and that is no small achievement. As from someone from a neighboring country, I hope we continue to exchange knowledge, experience, and empathy across borders. Aceh peace is not just Indonesian success, it's Southeast Asia hope. It reminds us that peace is not an abstract goal, but a collective practice, a daily commitment to justice, inclusion, and dignity. The Aceh peace process has served as an important reference for Thai academics seeking to understand and resolve the protracted conflict in Thailand Deep South. Through comparative research, field study, and regional dialogue, Thai scholars have drawn nuanced and thoughtful lessons from Aceh, not to replicate, but to adapt. The case that enrich academic discourse on peace and conflict in Southeast Asia, offering hope that through scholarly engagement and political courage, even long-standing conflict can find path to peace. In closing, I offer my heartfelt congratulations to the people of Aceh and on those who made this agreement possible. May the 20th anniversary not only be a time for remembrance, but a renewed call for solidarity and for peace in Aceh, in southern Thailand, and throughout our region. That's all for my talk. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much for your analysis, Dr. Tipemol. Moving on, we will have the Executive Director of Cambodian Center for Regional Studies, Mr. Him Raksmay. Mr. Him Raksmay, you have it.
Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express my appreciation to ERIA School of Government, particularly Professor Aizawa, my friend Nubo, for inviting me here and sharing my thought on the Aceh peace process and to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the hallmark 2005 Helsinki MOU. I have to be very careful here. Okay. So, I heard for the past 2 days many interesting thoughts, a very good learning experience from petitioner story, from people who actually involved in the whole process, and it gave me a lot to reflect about. And coming from a country who is a post-conflict society as well, I share many of the sentiment and the experience that happening and can relate many of those experiences. So, taking this opportunity, I hope this panel, I already told Professor Aizawa, since I observed there are many colleges and people, participants here, and who seem to be curious. I hope there will be a Q&A in this panel. Specifically, there are many distinguished scholars here, Ambassador Rizal Sukma also here, Yuki also here, and Onanong, she gave everything, the contact. I mean, no point for me to talk anymore because everything already there. Okay, but I speak more on, I share more on reflection and try to bring some dimension in, and only 3 points, and I promise to make my speech very short, as I want to engage more in a Q&A and comment more. The first one is that Aceh peace process is an important case study to reflect. And as you may have heard already, nothing is perfect. There are still room for improvement. And after 20 years, the process is still ongoing. And I think there are more that can be done. But it is an important case study, and a lot of that involve a lot of spirit of reconciliation, spirit of development, spirit of peace by those who involved. So it's an important case study that we continue to keep reflecting. And the one takeaway that I can say from this whole peace process is that complex issues such as Aceh require comprehensive political solutions, not military solutions. And I think, as in the case of many peace processes in the region and around the world, military solution should not be what all parties should strive for. We should strive for comprehensive political solutions. if all party of the dispute really want to have a sustained and lasting settlement of any dispute, I think, particularly in this part of the world. That's the first point, which lead me to the second point. And I think my colleague from Thailand already mentioned already. In my view, peace process is a never-ending process. It's not about stop fighting. It's not the no more fighting, no more military clashes. Then we can call it peace. Yes, some element of peace is there, but to help to sustain a peace, there are many options. There are many considerations that have to be in place. And the fundamental one is to strengthen the foundations of peace, which are, many things, good governance, equilibrium between state and society, between authority and people, between those in charge and those who actually live in the whole process. This is very crucial. Social justice, rule of law, economic development, and others. So when we think about peace and to sustain peace, we have to take into account these important elements of the foundation of peace. So I just want to re-emphasize that to, not just like the Aceh, not just Aceh peace process, but many of the case study that, particularly in this region, we need to sustain the peace, which means we have to link good governance, to link the consideration of striving to have equilibrium between state and society. Very important. Very important. The third one, I want to bring regional and geopolitical element in a little bit, and it's about ASEAN role. In cases like Aceh and other dispute cases that this region has been facing, we have to understand that there were no formal ASEAN engagement, like ASEAN operation in the aftermath or in the process of the Aceh peace process. We have to admit this. Yes, during the general mentioned this morning, there was an operation, monitoring team that have ASEAN member joining. Very important, and it's a good case that ASEAN has to reflect why there was not such an ASEAN operation in it. Only some ASEAN countries joined. Why not the rest of ASEAN countries? I think it reflects a lot about the state of ASEAN peaceful dispute settlement mechanism involving in enhancing regional peace and stability. And I want to mention that, yes, in ASEAN, it takes time, the pace and the speed is based on the comfort of all of its members, but all of its members have to recognize that what happened in one of its members can have a lot of regional implications. And at two levels, I hope that ASEAN members continue to make sure that it pay attention and take into account the concern of its member particularly Indonesia. United Indonesia is very important for regional peace and for the viability of ASEAN way forward at the first level. So we have to continue to nurture that. At the second level, I think ASEAN have to appreciate and take into account the intra-ASEAN, let's say, relations. When we talk about ASEAN, it should not be a very abstract thing. It should be about to make sure that relationship among ASEAN members continue to nurturing, continue to enhance, continue that make sure that the trust and the spirit of cooperation had been intact. And I think the process has to, the ASEAN peaceful dispute settlement mechanism has to continue to refine itself, nurture. I know it's very difficult, but it has to be nurtured and have to reflect many of the challenges that the region is facing. Specifically, way forward, I think at ASEAN levels, particularly dispute settlement mechanism have to take into account or establish more effective way or more timely way to manage the following disputes that might link to what we discussed today as well. The first one is how to peacefully manage domestic disputes among ASEAN member states, but have regional implication for peace and stability in the region. That's the first one. The second one, how to manage disputes among ASEAN members should it happen or turn out to be conflict. What are the effective way to consider that? The third one is how to manage disputes between ASEAN member and ASEAN external partners. This is even more challenging, what to do. And the last one, and I promise to close now, is how to manage the disputes between ASEAN partners that have implication for regional peace and stability. So all in all, I just want to say that Aceh peace process is a very important case study of peace process that all of us should continue to learn and reflect on. We have to continue to keep learning, and hopefully that when we learn, we try to do something and try to reflect all the shortfall or the pitfall and more, and find better way, peaceful way, comprehensive solution way to address many of the challenges that are happening in this part of the world. Thank you for listening to me. Look forward to discussing more with you. Thank you.
Thank you for your thought-provoking observation. Now we've heard from 3 academics, but we have one last speaker for this session. Let's hear from Dr. Rizal Sukma, Senior Fellow at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, or CSIS.
Well, I think you all already bored, sitting there listening to all of us. Well, let me thank Nobu Aizawa-san, for inviting me and share some of my thought and reflection, to do reflection. And also, I'm really happy to see Pak Humam and also Mas Danang and Kim and also from the Thailand in general. He left for the restroom. I think he's also bored. So Yuki, good to see you. And it's actually, I'm quite intrigued. And I wanted to challenge some of the points that you made, but I think that is not, the purpose of this event. So we already asked, to reflect on the peace process and how it worked, why it worked, and then whether the challenges are still ahead of us. I will not actually give you a long presentation because I've written a lot, on these subjects, including, before the Helsinki MOU or peace process. And I just focus on 3 points. The first, with regard to the context, of the Helsinki peace talk, which in my view really provided a very strong foundation, for what to come later after the signing of that MOU on the 15th of August. And the second part that I will mention, a couple of lessons that we need to reflect on and then probably dwell upon in order to do the comparative study that you might be interested in. Then finally, a very brief statement on how to basically look for the directions for the future. Yes, of course, Yuki, no single factor can explain why Helsinki peace process work, and why it's still holding until today. All the factors basically combine together and to produce a certain outcome that we all actually live in at the moment. I completely agree with that. But tsunami, in a way, of course, is not the factor that explains why the peace process started, because Vice President Yusuf Kala already also restarted the process that happened before through the humanitarian pause and then the Koha, if you remember, 2000, 2002, and then actually August, I think immediately after the inaugurations, Yusuf Kala already started again, restarted the process. Then tsunami came. If we believe that tsunami was the key, factor that led to the peace process, then of course would be puzzled to explain why Sri Lanka, the peace, actually, a resolution to the problem didn't occur until the full-scale military operation that they launched. So they opted for a different solution, quote unquote, to the problem. So you can't actually explain the tsunami. And also those who argue that because tsunami then Aceh had peace, must be quite foolish, to really, or lazy, to try to look at a very complex phenomenon and then refer it to the divine, intervention by God by sending tsunami to Aceh, then peace, happened. But in my view, tsunami provided a very powerful humanitarian context. I remember at that time, you look evil, if you still say that we should not engage in peace talk. So it would be very difficult at that time for anybody to basically go against, any initiative to look for a political settlement, because so many people died. I was there on the second day. I remember I called Pak Humam, from Jakarta, I remember, and then we were talking in the morning of the 24th of December, and then at that time, Pak Humam's house actually next to my cousin's house, then they were having coffee. So I called them, and then they had this estimation, probably only 200, 300 people died because they didn't go out yet, from the house because it flooded, in the area. Then later on, after Pak JK came back, and then he did a survey through the helicopters, then we realized that it was really, really devastating event that occurred. Then on the second day, I flew to, actually after Pak JK came back, I went there, and then dead bodies everywhere, babies, mothers, and it's incredible. The smell still stay with me until today. It's a very hard, to get away from those reality. When you were there on the second day, especially in the mosque, Pak Humam, in the middle of all the dead bodies. So I went there with Pak Din Samsudin, and then, actually we begin to realize how big the devastation. It really created the powerful humanitarian context for any attempt to look for a peaceful solution. I remember at that time some voices, especially within the military, still said, this is the opportunity to finish off the GAM. And then it was General Bambang Darmono who came out and then said, like, how many thousand more that you want to kill in Aceh? It is time for peace. That was his statement, I think, a few days after the tsunami, when the devastation is really hit, and then a lot of people, not only in Jakarta but of course all over the world. So that's brought the second context change, in the Aceh peace process, the international attention. It, I think, also created an environment that really enabled the peace talk to move ahead. The third one, of course, the new government in Jakarta, especially Pak Yudhoyono and Pak Yusuf Kala, who at that time really believed that political settlement was a must. You could not rely on the military solution to this kind of problem. So the context changed because of tsunami, but not tsunami that created peace in Aceh. Now the second part. What are the lessons that we can learn either from the process of the peace talk and also from the implementation? I do agree that you can't actually attribute the success to the DDR, but I think it's very important also to note that the agreement here is kesepakatan, it's not treaty, it's not perjanjian. Pak Bambang Darmono this morning talked about you need the parliament approval. That's if you sign the treaty. So because in bahasa Indonesia is interchangeable, the perjanjian, kesepakatan, so but in English it's very clear. Agreement, fine. Treaty, then we have a problem because you need the parliament's approval. So we're talking about kesepakatan, the agreement. So it's not the treaty. So the MOU Helsinki is a very comprehensive, completely different from the humanitarian pause in 2000. It's also different from the KOHA in 2002 because humanitarian pause and KOHA is actually only try to establish short-term ceasefire. So, but the MOU is quite comprehensive, try to address all the aspects, all the elements of a conflict resolution. DDR is one part of it. Then I'll mention later on why I think DDR is quite critical, even though it's only one part of it. But the agreement also mentioned about how you actually arrange the fiscal arrangement, center, and the province relationship, and so on. It also acknowledged the identity, the istimewa, I can't remember the exact word in English, the specialty of Aceh, and also it recognized, I think the demand, for local political parties and so on. So it's comprehensive and creative at the same time. I had a differences with Bambang Darmono because he mentioned that, one of the problems actually, GAM never declared itself, disbanded. But I think that was the part of the creativity of the agreement, because, it faded away, so because declaring it, as the no more in existence, I think will create also a degree of problem internally that might lead to the splinters group, to mount the challenge later on. But, I think, whoever, were in the negotiation process were very creative, to not address that a very difficult issue. And in fact, we heard a lot of stories and how Pak JK agreed to, like, Aceh want to have their own song, go ahead, because all the provinces actually have their own song, and not anthem, songs, And then you want to have special symbols, flag, go ahead, because all the provinces also have, their own. But until today, there was no special song, right, for Aceh. So they cannot agree which song that they want to use. So that's a very typical Aceh. So don't worry, So, with all those, little things. So it's not limited ceasefire, but it's a very comprehensive conflict resolution attempt. The DDRs is important to establish trust that everybody talked about this morning, because that's what all the parties to the conflict and also the international organization paid attention to. Can we trust, these two, parties in the conflict, the GAM and the Indonesian government, especially presented by TNI, that they were committed to the peace, agreement. DDR is actually a test, whether they, the general, told us this sequence, right? The decommissions of the arms, and then you also, the military would demobilize. The demobilization is not only for the GAM, to, disband themselves, but basically for the military to demobilize, and then, basically went back, so there is this tit for tat. That's created a degree of trust that, they can believe in the process. They can also, I think, be sure that, once one party follow through with the agreement and then the other party would follow suit. So that's critical, in my view, the first few months when they, had to do the DDR. And especially the reintegration. Of course, there were a lot of problems. Some people get 10,000, some people probably get less than that, per day. So it created a lot of resentment. But, I think the commitment from the central government of Jakarta is very clear. Through the World Bank program, the KDP, remember the Kecamatan Development programs, because fine, if GAM didn't trust the government, but the government at that time accepted the fact and then asked the World Bank, to actually distribute the reintegration fund, that really created even more trust on the part of the GAM that, the Jakarta this time really meant it, for the implementation of the agreement between the two sides. So that's the second, I think, lesson, that the agreement should be comprehensive, in order to address the conflict resolution rather than ceasefire only, so that's, I think, helped, in the case of Aceh. Number 3, lessons. So we were lucky at the time because we do have a number of authoritative leader, non-authoritarian leader, the authoritative leader and decisive leaders to ensure compliance from both sides. We have, Pak JK, he was a tough negotiator and a very smart negotiator as well, and Pak Yudhoyono, of course. And then, we had Pak Malik Mahmud and also the late Hasan Tiro. And on top of that, on the practical level, Pak General Bambang Darmono and also General Endi Hartono, who you will listen to tomorrow if you come and also join us here. So that's helped, in a way that, they do have this, I think, a strong personality and authority, to actually ensure compliance from both sides. And the fourth is actually, it is important to also recognize the role of the third party in any mediation of conflict, in any negotiation, and also the process of implementation. So impartiality is critical. Trust is actually came about because both parties at that time really believed that the AMM would be an impartial, a party to the process. So that's actually led to the trust building, especially between the military and the GAM. Then, of course, we should not forget the election in 2006. The election in 2006, actually the first test that was very difficult for the Acehnese and also for Indonesia. And then actually, Indonesia's government, Jakarta, proved that they did not intervene, in the election. And then election it also proved to the GAM that, Jakarta this time really meant to implement, what have been agreed in the Helsinki MOU. I remember Pak Humam was one of the contestants at the time. The fifth one, I think Indonesians learned with the Aceh case that international involvement reinforced Indonesia's territorial integrity and sovereignty, not undermine it. Because, during the humanitarian pause and also the Koha, a lot of this suspicion that by inviting, remember at that time Gus Dur, the one who invited Henry Dunan Center, to mediate in Aceh, and then a lot of criticism saying that, you invite the third party, especially international actor, then we are going to undermine Indonesia's sovereignty and territorial integrity. So international involvement in the case of Aceh also suggests that every one of you partners actually have a very good will to help Indonesia reinforce its territorial integrity and also maintain national sovereignty. So we should not be overly, suspicious of foreigners. Look at Nobusan; it's so nice. How can you suspect him that want to destroy Indonesia? It's just a joke. 6, this is critical. I think during the conflict, the public space was actually dominated by military and the GAM. But after tsunami, and then when the peace talk started, that space was suddenly flooded by the civil society. Even though, it was brief, but, it's actually, at that time, civil society became the center. I remember Pak Humam in February 2005. He initiated the Aceh Recovery Forum. People forget about that now. At that time, the idea of BRR was not there yet. The government wanted to set up something different, Badan Otonomi Khusus under Bappenas, to actually initiate the reconstructions. Pak Humam took the initiative, and then we all met almost 300 members of civil society from all over Indonesia. Actually tried and helped to formulate the idea by saying that, look, if you don't have an independent agency under the president, then it would be very difficult, to expect trust from the international community. That's why the BRI, came about after, the civil society came together and then came up with the idea. It was, Pak Humam can tell you the story later on because I vividly remembered what happened, in that meeting in Medan. We didn't have the facilities in Aceh after the tsunami, so we had Medan. So, I went around Medan with Pak Humam looking for good coffee, Chinese coffee at that time. So that was critical, where civil society voices were heard. We had, I think, a couple of hours dialogue with Ibu Sri Mulyani. She was the head of the Bappenas at the time. That's why I think, the 7 lessons that I would like, the 7 lesson that I would like to share with you is the importance of the institutional setup and the presence on the ground. This is really critical. The institutions that is tasked to implement the peace agreement and also in the reconstruction in Aceh matters. So this is what's absent in many, I think, peace attempt before, even in the case of Aceh. The KOHA is not clear, the institutional setup to implement it. And humanitarian post is even worse. They didn't have, the Joint Security Committee or Security Arrangement Committee, and so on. So institutional setup and presence on the ground is very critical. That's why Myanmar problem now has not been resolved because there's no, presence on the ground, no institutional setup. So you don't know who's actually doing, this peace process in the country. So these are the lessons, a few lessons, of course, many others, but these are a few lessons that I would like to share with you. And finally, for the future, it's a very brief message that I have. So I think we really need to ensure that this peace that we have had for 20 years really delivers and really capable of creating prosperity. So because, this peace opened the space for improvements in democratic governance and also created an opportunity for development. So Aceh needs to continue to work with the international community on one hand, but the international community on the other hand should also not forget Aceh. So because this is an unfinished work, so we should not let a failure that happened in Myanmar. Remember, in Myanmar by 2010, everybody thought that wow, Myanmar has become democracy, and then the new government came in. Then you had election later on. Aung San Suu Kyi became the state chancellor. Everything's fine. The international community forget about it, and then look where we are at the moment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much all for experts that we are fortunately to have with us. I think we cannot waste this opportunity to bring everyone into the stage. As Raksmi said, we really wanted to have a moment for engaging in Q&A, and especially academics loves to be criticized, loves to be challenged. That's the blessing always, So we are here to take the bullets in the stage. So may I invite 4 of you to come on stage? So we have to. So while waiting, let me shoot the first bullet, especially for the last speaker, Pak Rizal. You said you shared a wonderful episode that it's too evil to talk about killing more when people are devastated. But the world is big enough to have more evils. Like if you look at in Myanmar, there was a big earthquake, and now airstrike happened after the big earthquake, right? So it didn't apply, right? You can see this everywhere, right? There is still more evil. But maybe in the case of Indonesia and Aceh, it did convince that it is not the right time to continue the fight. Where can I see the difference? Or if there is, where can I see the difference? I mean, there are so many evils around the world that you take this opportunity of devastation as an opportunity to undermine the others even more.
Well, I think the civil society is different, because in Indonesia, it's not only within Aceh, there are a lot of civil society, like, I mentioned earlier, the Aceh Recovery Forum and also Flowers Aceh, you name it, there's many. But what is, I think, interesting is actually Jakarta's attention.
Yeah.
Civil society all over Indonesia, they all played a role, in trying to keep the issue, at the center. And then the need for, peace talk is there. So Jakarta, the media, I think we have Arif here, he, can share with us, how the media actually, after 1998, 1999, brought the Aceh case, to the center of attention of all Indonesians. The third one is, I think, the unique, place of Aceh in the history of the nation making, in the country. So we in Aceh, I'm Acehnese, to declare the
A secret
I think
now.
so to avoid conflict of interest, we had a joke, Pak Humam, that Indonesia did not create Aceh. Aceh created Indonesia.
Oh,
Especially if you look at the history. So that's I think also helped, actually created all this national attention and also pressure, to actually look for the political solution. It started with, of course, reformasi, especially with Gus Dur, the one who first initiated, the need for peace talk and peace agreement.
Yeah.
So civil society, I would attribute that, to that's, as a factor that make it different, between Indonesia and many other cases.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. So this is the opportunity for shooting bullets at our four intellectual leaders. If anyone wants to start, please start shooting. Anyone? Yes, please. Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, there was no ceasefire in the final Helsinki process.
I'm sorry. Thank you for the opportunities. This is my first time coming to ERIA office as well, and I'm enjoying a lot to listen some our great speakers. Of course, before I'm Sigit, I'm PhD researchers in Taiwan and still completing my thesis. Yes, so I'm wondering first directly question to Professor Rizal Sukma. You mentioned just along the discussion, delivery speech, that inviting international, what we call maybe institution or the third parties involving with the domestic issue. Yes, because I'm also international relation for my majors. I'm still wondering that if the third parties come up to any countries like Indonesia, because small nation or small economies like Indonesia or maybe Cambodia here or the neighboring countries, since we got the independence 1945, or we face a lot of trouble because of the colonial period, like Japanese colonial periods in Asia. Sometimes we can call kind of big dilemma. Is it still trusted that inviting international institution or parties come to the regions, which is also harder, even one military forces, like Japanese military forces, if he stand up in Jakarta waters, this is another, what we call big dilemma for small countries or nations to be much more independent. And then for Japanese professors, you mentioning about the comparative approach between the Moro and then Southern Thailand and Indonesia. Of course, historically, are totally different. Even most of them basically are the same as the Muslims. As the Thai professor, Thomas professor mentioned that the Malay Muslim, we learn from the history, British colonial periods on Malay and Thailand never mentioned to stand up in Thailand. But then I'm still wondering when we comparative to this crucial issue, because yes, we I also just listened today that the disaster is not the kind of tools to judgment that encouraging for the peace solution, but in Moro or in southern Thailand, they still long to get a peace, achieving peace. So when we comparative taking the three big discourse, is it still possible for Moro Islamic movement or another names or Southern Thailand? Because when I come to Southern Thailand, a lot of military forces along the road, even in the front of school and in the traditional market. Like me, I'm not Thailand. I got also question, where is your passport? So existing military forces in Thailand as well, is it could give a guarantee for peace solution in Southern Thailand? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So should we start with who you want to take first? Okay, please, Yuki-san.
Sorry. Thank you for the question. So if I understand your question correctly, is first of all, it's one about the comparative method, right? So I'm a view that there are lots of problems with comparing big cases, right? Because there's no way you have the ability to control all but one variable when you do comparative case studies. That said, I don't think we can throw the baby out with the bathwater. There are things that you can learn from leveraging variation between cases. And so I think it's important, but I think a lot of the lessons that we learn is from within each case, right? So I think we've learned a lot from within the case of Aceh for what has sort of sustained the peace there. And I think some of these could be lessons. Certainly the pitfalls are also lessons for Mindanao and also for the Patani region as well, right? So I think it's still a useful practice to compare with all of the usual caveats, which is you can't control for everything, right? And maybe I'll take a quick opportunity to respond as well to my friend.
That's good, that's
in
good.
a friendly way. No, I really appreciate it because it actually sharpens what I think are the what I need to say in the argument, which is so when I'm looking at these different cases, right? I'm actually trying to see how long peace agreements go without breaking apart, right? And so if you look at a bunch of the peace agreements, whether it's in the southern Philippines or even the previous Indonesian, Achenese ones, they eventually fell apart, right? This one, the spell of peace has been 20 years so far, and hopefully it just keeps going, right? And so my question has always been about what sustains it. And I think I was being a little bit flippant in the beginning by saying, well, the external factors are not that relevant. But what I was focusing on was not so much, and I think you're entirely correct, that the external nature of it, both the exogenous shock of the tsunami and also the international community. I was part of the international community with the KDP program in the World Bank and whatnot. And I do think that there was some really important things that the external community did. But in terms of sustaining it, the international community left, right? And so my focus is, if we're looking at 20 years is our measure of success, right? Mindanao, it's basically since 2012, right? That's the measure of success. Whereas the previous one, the 2008 peace agreement that fell apart in the Philippines, that was a very short-lived one, right? And so what is it that sort of sustains an agreement once you have it in place? That's really kind of what I'm focused on. But I do agree that in order to get to an agreement, having a third party makes a bit difference. I definitely think that the tsunami did create the conditions. I mean, it was such a devastating sort of moment. 190,000 people were killed in one go, that anyone with a heart would say, okay, we need to do a ceasefire, right? So I don't want to dismiss that, certainly not for the getting to the peace agreement part. I think what I'm focused on is once the peace agreement is there, what is it that sustains it, right? And that's where I think the literature tends to emphasize the external community on that, because ultimately the external community leaves. And that's what I would say. But
Wonderful.
well taken. Thank you.
And we're going to have another homework here. Now, if you have a measure of 20 years, now our homework is 40 years. How to make that
So I have
happen?
another 20 years to finish this book.
Yes, yes. Okay, Jim, you want to answer to the question?
About the Thai. Maybe I can answer in short. I think the first thing for Thailand, we should have the reforms first, like decentralization. Because now in Thailand, it's still very centralized state. And even when we talk about autonomy, just autonomy, many of Thai people cannot accept. They perceive autonomy like something separatism. So have to separate from Thai border, something like that. That's the first one. And the second, as you said, when you went to Pattani, you will see many bunker military in front of everything. When I go to Pattani, I will realize I already entered Pattani because see the military. So we should have something like military reforms too, as happened in Indonesia. Until now, maybe since 2005 or 2004, in Pattani and 3 provinces, they use a special law until today. Yeah, that give power to military. They can do everything, like capture people without any reasons and put them in jail for months or until years. That happened in the southern of Thailand now. So I think the peace process in Thailand is really far from success. But as I said, we can learn something from Aceh. But in Thai, it's very difficult. And other important things in Pattani and in deep provinces, deep south provinces in Thailand, they don't have any natural resources. Just not like in Aceh, they have gas or oil. But in deep south province, economic is not so good. So I mean, when they talk, they have to something to exchange. But in Pattani case, I don't know what will be the return to the province. So that's why, in my opinion, peace process in Pattani or in Thailand is still far from success. I mean, right now.
Yeah. Can I just shoot a bullet to Jim? If Rizal is correct, to my question, why evil doesn't go to become evil in Aceh, because of the Jakarta has a good attention. Jakarta civil society is strong. Do you think that applies to Thailand? If Rizal's theory is correct, it means that Bangkok people doesn't care about Pattani.
Yes, that's true.
Do you admit?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
okay.
true. Because, when Aceh will end the conflict in 2005, in Thailand, the conflict started since 2004 until today. And, actually, academics always talk about the conflict and always get many lessons from Aceh, from Mindanao, from everywhere in the world. But nobody cares in Thailand. Yeah.
So we have to change that part, maybe.
Yes.
Okay. Pak Humam?
Add to Dr. Rizal explanation. To me, when we talk about Aceh, always don't forget combination of conflict and tsunami. And it creates, I would say, mega energy. Let me give you one vivid illustration of that. And this is a sort of secret. Not so many people know about this. I talked with late Patisari. When Marty bluntly warned Malik Mahmud at that time in the peace negotiation that if GAM refused peace, all GAM exiled in Europe would be expelled. This is unimaginable. How EU, I believe that EU position at that time, and the US was there. Even Japan was there, I believe. Otherwise, how dare Marty take that position? So the international goodwill at that time was unconditional. Malik and Zaini knew this. And secondly, both the Republic and GAM at that time carried a heavy burden in that moment, in the tsunami moment. The eyes of the world were on Aceh, not as a war zone, but as a disaster zone. In the week after tsunami, the world's humanitarian convoy, ship, plane streamed into Aceh with food, hundreds of airplanes at that time. 24 hours. In 2 weeks, even Singapore willing to help our airport to navigate. And to continue fighting amid such unprecedented display of compassion would have been politically and morally indefensible. That combination of moral leverage, political pressure, and humanitarian urgency form an invisible current that push both sides toward peace. I would call this mega energy. The moment of converse between tsunami humanitarian crisis and the peace negotiation unlocked an extraordinary flow of resources. At that time, can you imagine we got $7 billion from international community. Imagine if there is peace alone without tsunami. So peace for Indonesia and for GAMS is easy to sell. That would contribute, I believe, a lot for our story. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Humam. So, due to the time, we will invite our final question. Yes, please. Yeah. Oh, there's another hand? Okay. So please, short question so that they have time to respond. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Loisa. My question, saya akan bertanya pakai bahasa Indonesia, Pak. Izin, Pak. Saya seorang advokat. Saya ada di Papua. Terkait dengan agreement tentang perjanjian Helsinki. Saya tadi melihat pemaparan dari salah satu militer dan terkait dengan yang ikut terlibat dalam perjanjian Helsinki ini. Apakah perjanjian Helsinki ini memungkinkan untuk menjamin bahwa Aceh tetap ada dalam bingkai NKRI? Karena situasi di dalam lapangan sendiri itu berbeda. Saya melihat dan saya berkomunikasi langsung dengan teman-teman GAM yang ada di Finlandia. Tadi terkait dengan perjanjian Helsinki. Apakah ini dapat menjamin? Karena mereka masih ada. Kira-kira saya apresiasi terhadap Indonesia telah membuat perdamaian Aceh dan pemerintah Aceh GAM dengan pemerintah Indonesia mendapatkan perjanjian Helsinki ini dengan tidak mudah mungkin. Tapi pada faktanya di lapangan gerakan Aceh Merdeka itu masih ada dan mereka masih memperjuangkan kemerdekaannya di negara luar. Begitu juga dengan Papua hari ini yang bergejolak. Tidak ada penyelesaian pelanggaran HAM. Itu yang membuat luka batin traumatis terhadap korban-korban di Aceh. Sehingga mereka masih menuntut kemerdekaannya sekalipun perjanjian Helsinki ini ada. Kira-kira bagaimana respon narasumber? Terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih. Please, yes.
Thank you. My name is Romora from the Coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs in Indonesia. Thank you for your insightful presentation. I would like to ask about, as we know, we have already enjoyed 20 years of peace in Aceh right now, but to make sure that we can have another 20 years peace in Aceh, what do you see as the biggest risk right now? Is it political, economical, or social risk that we have to mitigate to make sure that we can reach a peaceful Aceh in the next 20 years? Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Anyone like to start? Pak Rizal, you want to start?
The easy one first. Well, it's basically the challenge of governance. So in a way, Aceh has been Indonesianized. So it faces exactly the same problem with other province. The challenge of governance and also the challenge of delivering, to the public, to the people. So that's I think where the peace future will be dependent on. So I think, as I mentioned, in the last part of my presentation, is that it is important, to ensure that Aceh continue to be open, to work with international community, and also for the international community, to continue not to forget, Aceh, in order, to develop and to sustain that, that peace. It's really, that's problem. That's also our problem in the Indonesian context, challenge of governance, development, and so on. Probably only Pak Humam can answer that questions. Whether gini, yang namanya aspirasimu merdeka will never go away completely. So the challenge and the task that we face basically how to ensure that that aspiration, no matter small, would never, materialize and manifest itself in the form of armed, secessionist movement or, attempt to secede from Indonesia. That requires, of course, the ability to deliver for public goods, deliver better education, deliver all the promises in the Undang-Undang, Pemerintahan Aceh, in the MOU of Helsinki. So I think that's the easy answer, I know, but I can't envision that Aceh would be able, to actually secede, from Indonesia. So that aspiration, even though it's still there in some small, probably Pak Umam can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not really concerned about all those clips that, you've been watching, on the YouTube, that somebody, basically saying that, I've attended UN meeting on Aceh. It's basically, hard to believe, that there is a UN meeting on Aceh independence and so on. So because the social media can make small things, really, really look really big. So that's, I think at the end it's up to us, how we can deliver and keep, the promise according to what, the two sides agreed in Helsinki.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So the next 20 years, I mean, the very thing that allowed for this first 20 years to succeed so far, right? Which is, I mean, if I'll be very blunt, people are getting paid, okay? And then they don't fight, right? I talked to the Supreme Commander of the MILF. He's I think he's around 70 years old. And when I met him a few years ago, he was a part of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao, part of the government. He was the Minister of Mineral Resources or something like that, right? And what he said was very insightful to me. He said, a man only has one real insurgency in his lifetime. And then you get old, right? Now, the problem is whether or not the next generation feels the same kinds of grievances to sort of mobilize next, right? And that's part of the challenge of the leadership within the current movement, right? To see whether or not those grievances actually don't start to ferment and become bigger, right? I think there is a risk that because of the level of consolidation within Aceh, that there may be grievances that are not being addressed or that new ones may bubble up. And I think this might be kind of the Indonesianization of Aceh that might be what Rizal is referring to. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that's how I would think about it, right? There is a risk, right? And so the answer is better governance, really, right? Do children have a better future going forward through schooling, through health, et cetera, et cetera? If that is happening, then the risk goes down, right? And the new generations that would be able to take up arms won't do so, right? But I don't think it's the responsibility of the people who are in power now, but it's not them who will be taking it up.
Thank you for the question. Let me answer all the question in one go and try to maximize my small minute that I have here. First one, I invite you to think about this. Not everything is about the internal condition, internal factor. You have to start taking into account the regional and international context that involved in any peace process in this part of the world. Situation in 2005 and 2025 were so different, especially regional and international landscape. I hope you take into account that, you know, 20 years ago, post-Cold War context, full of value promotion, human rights, humanitarian, the 7.7 billion that Pak raised were made in that condition. I'm not so sure now the international and regional commitment for such undertaking. That's my first point. Second point, let me re-emphasize, peace is a never-ending process, please. This is very important. And I would like to echo my top colleagues here. Peace is more than absence of violence. It's more than that. It requires a lot of nurturing and caring. It's about how to make sure that the state and society reaching a more balanced equilibrium. That's very important. The third one, it's my final point. Grievances, mistrust are there in any conflicts. Healing process, reconciliation are very important. Okay? The biggest problem are not so much about grievances, animosity, mistrust, but the politicization of this element. And I think it's very important to appreciate that environment. Yes, now it's not, politicization is not there. But we don't know, we live by the day, you know. Tomorrow something happen, shock the nation so much that you need to find something to politicize about. That's very important. And to conclude, the gentleman here seem to be very passionate in the third party mediation and all these things. All I can say is that I want to echo my friend here. Everything must be context and case based. You know, you cannot apply one element of settlement to issue that have entirely different context. But my point is that country in the region, and I hope ASEAN too, try to socialize that kind of mechanism, peaceful dispute settlement mechanism. Socialize them, make sure that whenever dispute happen, they know what to do. They don't have to reinvent the wheel, and have the commitment and willingness and the experiences institutional memory to do so. I think that's more important than, oh, this very successful. So it's like policy and research. My cat have 4 legs, my dog have 4 legs, so my cat and dog are the same. It's not like that. Yeah? Maybe some element of this mechanism can be applied in this case, but not the other case. So depend on context and the situation. So I hope I answer to your question as well regarding to Papua. The same apply to dispute and conflicts. So thank you.
Can I just add something? Yes, please. I think Yuki raised a very important points at the end of his talk when he said that he calls for the Indonesian government to actually capitalize on these so-called quote unquote successful cases of conflict resolution in Maluku and in Aceh and so on. We did actually. In 2012, it was Indonesia who took the initiative to establish the ASEAN IPR. So IPR, the ASEAN Institute for Peace and Reconciliation, it was actually an implementation of the ASEAN Social and ASEAN Political and Security Committee Plan of Action. It's actually mandated that IPR to do all the things that you mentioned, to mediate, to also do conflict resolution, and so on. The challenge is really how we nurture and build this IPR. That's for tomorrow. Ambassador Puja will be here. So he's the executive director. Ask him what he's planning to do with the IPR, So the institution is there. Indonesia proposed it, initiated it, but, we don't get enough support from we feel at least, from other ASEAN countries. So that is the challenge, So we did, actually try to capitalize on that.
So we're very good. We have Farizal, Yuki-san. We are all in Jakarta. Exactly. This is why we are talking about this, and we are trying to, encourage this discussion. And we want to thank so much for our distinguished 4 scholars who share their insights today. Thank you so much. Thank you. And this is a great segue to our next session. Like my friend, told me, we have to understand the context, the history, in order to understand their voice and ideology. And for doing so, we really need a strong documentation, which our next session, our 2 distinguished writers have been dedicated so much and has contributed to our knowledge and understanding, the institutional memory and the ideology of the critical people and the context. So we're going to have a 15 minutes break, and then we'll convene again to follow up with our 2 distinguished writers following this. So thank you so much.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a nice break, albeit short. Now, up to this point, we've gained insights from academics through their analysis. We've also heard candid retellings from key figures who played a key role in the peace process. Now, I'd like to start the last session of our event today. We'll hear from journalists and writers. First, we have Mr. Arif Zulkifli, seasoned journalist and CEO of PT Tempo Inti Media. Pak Arif, silakan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, a very distinguished guest, my friends and colleagues, Pak Humam, Pak Dadang, ada Bang Rizal, and so on. Because I don't want to let you fall asleep in this final and very hard last session, I just like to share my experiences in covering Aceh, and before tsunami and after tsunami. And since the audience is getting lesser and lesser. No problem. And someone who is foreigners can speak Bahasa very well. It's very surprise for me. Let me speak in Bahasa so I can give you more details and eloquent presentation. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, saya adalah seorang reporter muda pada tahun 98 ketika Tempo, majalah yang tempat saya bekerja sampai sekarang, baru terbit kembali setelah ditutup oleh pemerintah Orde Baru selama 4 tahun, 94 sampai 98. So, I was a new kid on the block at that time. Saya diminta untuk meliput Aceh sejak tahun pertama sampai kira-kira tahun 2006. Dan ketika itu Aceh adalah daerah yang menurut saya berkabut. Berkabut dalam pengertian kita bisa meliput tentang Aceh, tapi kita tidak pernah bisa mendapatkan satu gambaran yang utuh, clear tentang apa yang terjadi. Itu yang terjadi dan kita hadapi sehari-hari. Betul bahwa kemerdekaan pers setelah Soeharto jatuh sudah kembali, tapi praktek bagi para wartawan untuk bisa melakukan investigasi secara independen dan jernih itu belum sepenuhnya bisa kita lakukan. Seorang peneliti dari Amerika Serikat, Janet Steele, who works for Tempo for almost 6 years, making the research about Tempo, criticized Tempo as a media during the Soeharto regime, as a media who always selalu menggunakan kalimat pasif ketika memberitakan hal-hal yang sensitif. Dan itu terjadi di banyak media. Jadi instead of mengatakan bahwa TNI membunuh 3 atau menembak 3 petani, yang ditulis oleh banyak media termasuk Tempo adalah petani ditembak di sawah. So who is the subject? Who is the perpetrators? Itu tidak disebut. Kenapa? Karena kita menghindari bredel, menghindari pemanggilan oleh tentara dan seterusnya. Sehingga ada 2 sisi, di satu sisi Aceh yang masih berkabut dan di satu sisi kemampuan kita untuk menyajikan informasi yang jelas, clear itu kurang bisa maksimal. Jangan bedakan dengan yang sekarang. Kalau Anda nonton podcast Bocor Halus misalnya, itu semua bolak-balakan udah. Nggak ada lagi yang disembunyikan gitu. Nama disebut, peristiwa disebut, dan seterusnya. Di tahun 2000 atau 2001, majalah Forum Keadilan, one of our competitors at that time, memuat satu wawancara dengan Hasan Tiro. Wawancara dilakukan lewat telepon. Ketika itu, kita tidak pernah tahu apa yang terjadi dengan Hasan Tiro. Apakah dia masih hidup atau sudah mati, sehat atau sakit, dan seterusnya. Tiba-tiba Forum Keadilan membuat wawancara, tapi wawancaranya by phone. Jadi kita di kantor merasa agak ragu dengan akurasi. Karena per telepon itu dia bisa siapapun di ujung sana. Then I remember my editor-in-chief Bambang Harimurti at that time assigned me to find a way untuk menemukan jalan supaya kami bisa mendapatkan wawancara dengan Hasan Tiro face to face. Saya coba cari jalur waktu itu lewat beberapa aktivis GAM, belum kenal Pak Humam, di Aceh, di Medan, di Stockholm, bahkan ada Bang Jafar Siddiq kalau nggak salah waktu itu ada di New York. Saya cari jalan dan semua kesimpulannya adalah hanya Tuhan yang bisa membantumu. It is impossible to interview him, but is he alive? Yes, he is alive. Kenapa saya disebut tidak mungkin mau wawancara Hasan Tiro? Pertama, saya bukan orang Aceh. Dan bukan orang Aceh itu problem. Tapi saya bilang saya masih punya kekuatan di situ. Saya separuh Sumatera. Ibu saya orang Palembang. Saya lahir di Lampung selama hampir 18 tahun sampai SMA. Lalu kuliah di Jakarta. Tapi bapak saya orang Jawa Timur. Jadi ada unsur itu. Kalau wartawan kan mencari sisi baiknya, yaitu orang Sumatera. Kenapa orang Sumatera penting? Karena dalam kacamata Aceh, Sumatera adalah bagian terpenting dari Kesultanan Iskandar Muda. Long time ago. Oke, saya mencari jalan dan kemudian saya mendapat informasi bahwa pemerintah ketika itu sedang menjalin kemungkinan untuk bisa berdialog dengan GAM lewat jalur jeda kemanusiaan di Jenewa, Swiss. Dan saya bilang kepada Mas Bambang Harimurti, Pemret saya waktu itu, saya berangkat. Udah pasti dapat, belum tentu. Saya pergi ke Jenewa dan di Jenewa saya langsung dari airport, saya pergi ke Henry Dunant Center, kantornya di pinggir sungai, pinggir danau Jenewa itu. Dan saya menemukan tidak ada orang di sana. Hanya seorang resepsionis dan tidak pernah diberitahu bahwa ada pertemuan. Ternyata Pak Hasan dan delegasi GAM membuat pertemuan itu di luar kota, kira-kira 2-3 jam perjalanan dari Swedia. Saya very upset. Saya telepon Pak Hasan, saya bilang, Pak saya nggak mungkin ke sana karena selalu mepet waktunya dengan deadline saya, tapi kita harus ketemu Pak. Oke kita ketemu, dan malamnya kita makan bersama. Pak Hasan menceritakan semua proses itu, tentu dengan off the record dan on the record, biasalah itu. Setelah saya menulis artikel pertama, lalu kemudian saya mencari jalur untuk ketemu dengan delegasi GAM at least. Itulah pertama kali di 2001 saya ketemu dengan Tengku Malik Mahmud dan beberapa delegasi yang lain, Pak Bahtiar dan kawan-kawan yang menerima saya dengan sangat baik. Tapi ketika satu pertanyaan muncul, boleh nggak saya ketemu sama Wali Nangro? Belum saatnya. Belum saatnya. Ada di mana dia sekarang? Ada di lantai atas, dibilang di hotel. Oke, kapan saya bisa ketemu? Belum saatnya. Saya kira semua penolakan itu buat wartawan yang diajarkan untuk menjadi militan bukanlah obstacles. Maka saya beberapa hari kemudian terbang ke Stockholm dan bikin janji dengan orang-orang GAM dan saya katakan bahwa saya mau belajar sejarah. Dan sebelumnya saya juga menghubungi mereka termasuk istri-istri mereka dengan pesan kira-kira kakak mau dibawakan apa. Itu saya kira kerja jurnalistik banget itu. Oh Arif, saya tolong dibawakan trinasi. Trinasi itu tri Medan itu ya, yang kecil-kecil itu. Oh ya saya bungkus. Kopi Medan saya bungkus, saya bawa semua. Maka ketika saya sampai Stockholm, mereka menerima saya dengan sangat baik. Waktu itu saya berencana bahwa kalau saya tidak dapat wawancara, maka at least saya bisa menulis tentang kehidupan para exile GAM di Swedia. Karena itu very touchy menurut saya, mereka ada yang bekerja di kantor pos, ada yang menikah dengan orang GAM di sana, dan seterusnya dan seterusnya. Hari terakhir saya ada di sana, atau 2 hari terakhir saya ada di sana, saya tetap dengan keinginan saya untuk mencari Dr. Hasantiro. Maka saya coba cari-cari jalan, dan seorang anak kecil dari keluarga GAM, yang saya coba ajak ngobrol dan sebagainya, memberitahu kira-kira lokasinya di mana kediaman Pak Hasantiro, yaitu di daerah Albi yang belakangan jadi sangat terkenal ketika perundingan ini berlangsung, dan mereka selalu menyebut Albi dalam berbagai press release-nya sebagai markasnya mereka. Maka saya pergi ke sana, di Albi itu ada stasiun tunnel bana, kereta semacam metro begitu dan gedung-gedung. Saya datengin satu-satu gedung-gedung itu, dan di satu gedung sore-sore di musim semi yang lumayan tajam suhunya, saya intip-intip di di lobi itu, saya nggak bisa masuk karena saya nggak punya kartu. Ada satu penghuni yang ditulis namanya DHT. Nah, karena saya sering liputan Aceh, saya tahu persis DHT itu Dr. Hasantiro. Mungkin ini saya bilang. Tapi saya nggak bisa masuk. Lalu saya tunggu. Ada seorang ibu datang baru berbelanja. Seorang ibu Swedia. Saya bilang saya mencari family saya. Hasantiro orang Aceh. Di mana dia tinggal? Oh saya tidak tahu, dia bilang. Tapi boleh nggak saya masuk ke dalam untuk lihat daftar nama itu? Oh silakan. Dibukakan pintunya dan saya masuk dan ibu itu naik ke atas. Untungnya liftnya tidak pakai kartu, jadi bebas. Lantai 5 saya ingat. Saya naik ke atas dan di atas saya segera menemukan kamarnya yang lebih jelas lagi karena di pintunya ditulis Dr. Hasantiro, bukan lagi inisial. Saya ketuk pintunya dan orang yang menjadi sejarah yang saya baca bertahun-tahun itu muncul dengan penampilan yang menurut saya sangat casual dan menunjukkan siapa dirinya. Dia tidak berjas seperti kita lihat dalam perundingan-perundingan. Dia bukan pemimpin pemberontak yang gagah, dia adalah seorang kakek-kakek. Kira-kira usianya 70 tahun, dan dia bukakan pintu, dan dia bilang, "Who are you?" Saya tahu dia tidak mau berbahasa Indonesia. Saya bilang, "Saya Arif, saya wartawan dari Jakarta." "Ah ya, saya ingat ada yang mencari saya ketika di Swedia, di Geneva." Gitu. "Iya, itu saya." "Bagaimana kamu tahu rumah saya?" "Saya cari," saya bilang. "Oh, enggak mungkin, tidak mungkin. Mana nomor telepon Zaini dan kawan-kawan?" Dia mau kontak untuk memastikan bahwa saya orang yang tidak berbahaya. Untungnya, dalam tanda kutip, buku teleponnya tidak ditemukan. Jadi Pak Hasantiro tidak berhasil menemukan buku telepon itu, sehingga saya cukup dakdikduk juga, karena kalau Zaini dan kawan-kawan datang, saya kira mereka akan sangat marah pada saya, karena saya menerobos. Lalu saya ketemu dan saya bilang saya mau wawancara. "Oh no, not this time." Saya sempat ambil foto dan dia marah sekali. Tapi ya biasalah kita anak muda ya kan, I'm so sorry dan seterusnya. Dan akhirnya karena penolakan wawancara itu, sebagai seorang jurnalis, saya diajarkan untuk tidak menyia-nyiakan kesempatan yang sangat bersejarah itu, yaitu melakukan apa yang disebut dengan reportase. Reportase bukan wawancara, reportase tidak membutuhkan persetujuan dari orang yang direportage, seperti wawancara, dan kita bisa menyajikan satu cerita yang justru jauh lebih human. Maka saya explore lah pertemuan 2 jam itu bersama Hasantiro dengan seluruh pengetahuan yang saya punya. Misalnya dia bertanya pada saya, "Kamu kuliah di mana?" Saya bilang University of Indonesia. Saya tahu kata Indonesia itu sangat dia benci. You went to University of Indonesia? Yes. That's stupid. Dia marah sekali begitu. "Oh ya, that's not my fault." Saya bilang, "Saya kan cuma ikut Sipenmaru," saya bilang, ujian masuk. Kan? Saya diterima di UI gitu. Wah, terus ngomong lagi. Nah, saya juga sudah membaca sebuah naskah yang dia tulis, naskah drama yang dia tulis ketika dia sedang dalam pertempuran di hutan di tahun 78. Jadi itu sebuah naskah drama yang menceritakan tentang Kesultanan Iskandar Muda dengan sebuah repertoar yang disiapkan dengan musik dan sebagainya. Dia meminta saya membaca pengantar dari buku itu yang ditulis oleh Dr. Husaini. Dr. Husaini adalah menteri kesehatan, diklaim sebagai menteri kesehatan, tapi kemudian berpecah faksi dengan GAM. Dr. Husaini, saya membacakan itu dengan intonatif, sedikit dramatis, dan dia benar-benar tercengang. Di dalam naskah itu ada satu bagian yang adegan itu disusun, dibacakan, dimainkan dengan memainkan musik klasik. Saya ingat salah satunya adalah Johann Sebastian Bach, judulnya G-string. Jadi G-string in Johann Sebastian Bach. Jadi saya bacakan itu dengan sangat dramatis, dan dia berjalan ke pojok dan dia ambil kaset Johann Sebastian Bach dan dia setel. Jadi saya membaca diiringi oleh alunan biola yang disetel oleh Hasantiro. Puas menjadi-jadi saya bacakan dengan lebih dramatis lagi. Dengan terus mengamati apa yang dia lakukan gitu. Dia terdiam, Mbak. Dia terdiam, matanya jauh memandang, seperti menembus tembok gitu. Saya tahu dia sedang bermemori tentang Aceh ketika itu. Drama satu babak itu selesai dan dia mengajak saya keluar ke balkon. "Kamu lihat pemandangan itu. Sangat mirip dengan Aceh." Oh, kelihatan betul bahwa dia sangat rindu pada kampung halamannya. Kira-kira 2 jam saya pamit. Saya pamit dan saya bilang, saya mohon diri karena besok saya harus pulang. Dan betul memang saya harus pulang, saya belum packing dan sebagainya. Dan dia agak kaget karena tidak terjadi apa-apa. Frankly speaking, kalau saya mau melakukan sesuatu yang buruk, sebetulnya apapun bisa terjadi di sana dan mungkin sejarah Aceh sedikit berubah. But I'm still a journalist. Then I go to the escalators dan dia mengantarkan saya sampai situ dengan jaket yang sedikit lusuh. Pintu lift terbuka, saya masuk ke dalam dan perlahan ketika pintu lift tertutup, dia memandang saya lagi dan dia angkat tangannya. "Arif, Sumatera." Wah, luar biasa. Apa yang bisa dilakukan oleh seorang wartawan muda seperti saya menghadapi situasi itu? Kecuali juga mengangkat tangan dan bilang, Sumatera! Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, itulah pengalaman-pengalaman yang kalau kita abstraksi sedikit bahwa itu semua terjadi karena pengetahuan kebanyakan publik Indonesia tentang GAM, Asantiro, dan konflik tidak pernah benar-benar utuh pada saat itu. Kita bisa bolak-balik ke Aceh, tapi kita nggak pernah tahu siapa perpetrators dari sebuah kejadian, pembunuhan. Bagaimana profil dari GAM? Betulkah GAM adalah sebuah organisasi perjuangan, ideological, atau organisasi pragmatis biasa? Bagaimana dengan tentara? Apakah tentara benar-benar mempertahankan wilayah Indonesia seperti yang selama ini selalu digembar-gemborkan? Atau tentara juga bermain di situ? We never know. Jadi tidak pernah ada gambaran yang utuh. Jeda kemanusiaan kita tahu tidak berakhir dengan memuaskan. Ada beberapa analisa di situ. Salah satunya adalah karena terlalu elitis. Saya pernah baca satu artikel, elitis dalam pengertian bermain di level atas saja, tapi bawahnya itu belum sempat digarap. Dan tsunami datang dan terjadilah perundingan damai itu. Desember 2004 tsunami, lalu Januari 2005 Pak JK sudah mengambil inisiatif. Jadi saya harus katakan bahwa inisiatif untuk menjalin kesepakatan damai itu banyak datang dari Indonesia. Indonesia side sebetulnya, instead of Aceh. Orang-orang Aceh ini kan pride-nya tinggi sekali ya, Pak Umam dan ada teman-teman dari Aceh sini. Pride-nya itu sangat tinggi. Gitu. Jadi memang betul kemarin kita dengarkan Pak JK itu benar-benar semua harus saling menghormati, dia briefing Hamid, kau lebih muda, mereka lebih tua, dan seterusnya. Dan itu semua menyentuh perasaannya. Dan saya kira saya ingin mengemphasize selain beberapa penjelasan yang sudah disampaikan oleh para ahli dari kemarin, tentang para aktor dari perundingan damai ini. Tentu yang harus disebut pertama-tama adalah Pak JK. Pak JK punya pengalaman yang sangat panjang untuk penyelesaian konflik di Ambon maupun di Poso. Saya kira itu sudah terbukti. Dan Pak JK punya fleksibilitas dalam bicara. Pak JK ini kan bukan militer begitu, dia pengusaha. Dan dalam saya udah lama sekali sama Pak JK, selalu kalau ngobrol ya pragmatis, yaitu win-win solution. Perundingan damai ini bukan zero sum game, jadi kau harus bisa beri dan kau persis kayak negosiasi dagang buat Pak JK. Ya, dan itu menguntungkan buat Indonesia. Dan Pak JK punya keuntungan dibandingkan Pak SBY. Dia bukan militer dan dia bukan Jawa. Dua hal yang sangat obstacles besar buat berdialog dengan GAM. Nah, Pak JK mengambil itu semua. Seluruh cerita sukses itu saya kira bisa kita baca di mana-mana. Tapi saya ingin memberikan satu sense yang lain. Yaitu bahwa pada 2001-2002 sebetulnya tension antara Pak JK dan Pak SBY mulai terasa. Mereka terpilih dalam pemilihan presiden 2004, lalu kemudian berjalan, dan ketika itu salah satu penyebab dari ketegangan antara presiden dan wakil presiden adalah soal the sharing of power. Jadi di awal kesepakatan antara mereka berdua adalah Pak JK mengurus ekonomi dan Pak SBY mengurus politik. Dalam perjalanannya ada biasalah dinamika, nah, bisa ada dinamika. Saya banyak bicara dengan Pak JK ketika itu dan ujung atau puncak dari ketegangan itu adalah ketika Pak JK membawa sebuah map warna biru kalau masih ingat di Istana Negara, tidak dibuka tapi ditunjukkan pada wartawan yang menunjukkan inilah kesepakatan saya dengan Pak SBY tentang pembagian tugas itu. So Pak SBY jangan urus-urus ekonomi. Kita sudah bersepakat di sini. Ada ketegangan itu. Sehingga Pak JK dalam hal perundingan damai saya kira ingin membuktikan. Saya nggak berani ngomong ini kalau ada Pak JK. Nggak ada Pak JK, besok Pak SBY datang. Makanya saya ditaruh di tengah, saya kira panitia pintar. Jadi ada ketegangan itu dan Pak JK ingin membuktikan dirinya. Ingin membuktikan dirinya bahwa dia punya strong point yang tidak dimiliki SBY. Itu satu. Yang kedua, ketegangan itu juga muncul ketika Pak JK mengambil Golkar. Saya kira itu juga kurang lebih di tahun-tahun yang sama. Saya tahu persis karena waktu itu beberapa timnya Pak JK adalah bekas wartawan juga. yang menyebutkan bahwa Pak JK harus menguasai Golkar, mengambil alih Golkar, yang waktu itu masih dipegang oleh Akbar Tanjung, karena dia harus memperkuat, strengthening the power of the new government, SBY JK waktu itu. Pak JK pamit kepada Pak SBY dan mengatakan, Pak saya mau ambil Golkar. Gitu. Saya tahu Pak SBY merasa terpojok. Kenapa? Karena di satu sisi Golkar berada dalam sisinya dia, yaitu Partai Demokrat, yang waktu itu belum terlalu besar, karena ada tambahan suara yang signifikan dari Golkar. Gitu. Tapi di lain pihak, ini juga bisa menjadi bumerang, yaitu JK menunjukkan posisinya di hadapan SBY dengan menguasai Partai Golkar. Dan sukses, Pak JK mengambil Golkar peacefully, dan dia menguasai itu. Dan artinya apa? Artinya, ya udah, Pak JK menjalankan perundingan Aceh itu dengan segala kebaikannya, dengan segala kemampuan teknikalnya, tapi di pihak lain ada urusan-urusan persaingan seperti itu. Gitu. Dan kita ambil ujungnya saja, yaitu perundingan damainya selesai. Gitu. Dinamikanya ini sebagai cerita. Lalu yang lain saya kira juga yang harus disebut tentu adalah Pak Indiartono Sutarto. Besok dia akan bicara. Pak Harto, saya kira ini jalan Tuhan betul. Karena aktor-aktor itu adalah aktor-aktor yang mendukung. Pak Tarto waktu itu adalah Panglima TNI. Kepala staf Angkatan Daratnya adalah Ria Mizard Tidakudu. Ria Mizard itu dekat dengan PDIP. PDIP menolak perundingan damai. Karena berbagai alasan. Dua lah paling tidak. Pertama adalah dia rivalnya SBY. Itu pertentangan yang sampai sekarang belum selesai. Antara Ibu Mega dengan Pak SBY. Nah, yang kedua, Yang kedua adalah Pak Tarto menjalankan tugasnya kira-kira. Nah, dengan cara berpikir yang sangat demokratis dari Pak Tarto, berbeda dengan Ria Mizard. Ria Mizard dalam sejumlah wawancara mengatakan nggak ada gunanya perundingan damai, kita serang. Bahkan saya kira Murizal, pembicara setelah saya, masih ingat bahwa Pak Ria Mizard itu pernah menembakkan dengan senjatanya sendiri pasukan GAM yang dalam sebuah pertempuran terbuka. Gitu, saking nasionalisnya, padahal dia sudah kepala staf Angkatan Darat. Gitu. Pak Tarto mengambil sisi yang lain. Saya ingat betul waktu muncul pertanyaan tentang apakah kita akan membuka pasukan internasional untuk, bantuan internasional ke Aceh. Pak Tarto adalah orang yang langsung mengatakan kita terbuka. Ada pandangan waktu itu di DPR yang hati-hati karena nanti pasukan asing atau relawan asing memetakan kandungan mineral di Aceh dan sebagainya. Pak Tarto itu sederhana sekali jawabannya. Loh ya kok baru sekarang? Dari dulu udah dipotret pakai satelit. Kata Pak Tarto. Saya kira mungkin besok kita bisa explore lebih jauh dengan Pak Tarto. Jadi ada itu dan ada Pak Tarto. Dan yang ketiga saya kira untuk mempersingkat tentu saja adalah Malik Mahmud. Malik Mahmud saya kira bukan orang yang dikenal di Aceh, terutama buat wartawan seperti saya, sebelum MOU Helsinki. Dia orang di belakang layar. Dia tinggal di Singapura, sejumlah pihak mengatakan, sebelah sumber mengatakan dia pengusaha, tapi ada sumber lain yang mengatakan dia militer. Gitu, saya kira ada pandangan itu, saya nggak bisa konfirmasi yang mana yang benar, tapi sangat terbatas dan sangat tertutup. Pertemuan di Jenewa itu nggak ada senyumnya tuh dengan saya. Gitu. Saya ingat betul ketika setelah chit-chat ngobrol-ngobrol, saya minta tolong difoto dong, kita foto bersama gitu. Waktu itu belum ada handphone, belum ada foto digital, jadi masih pakai roll. Saya titipkan kamera saya ke salah satu peserta GAM, anggota GAM, dipotret, dan ketika sampai Jakarta saya cuci, itu semua dipotong gambarnya. Jadi dia motretnya dari leher ke bawah. Begitu takutnya dan begitu curiganya kepada orang di luar Aceh. Nah, itu di situ posisi Pak Malik. Nah, saya melihat kalau bukan Malik Mahmud yang ada di situ, mungkin juga nggak jalan juga perundingan damai. Kenapa? Karena satu, dia orang yang sangat dipercaya oleh Hasan Tiro. Dan yang kedua adalah dia bisa menjembatani Hasan Tiro dengan pasukan di lapangan. Kemarin ada testimoni yang sangat baik dari Pak Yusuf Kalla, mengatakan bahwa saya sempat telepon Mualim di awal-awal perundingan, dan Mualim bilang saya ikut Pak Malik saja. Saya ikut Pak Malik saja Pak Yusuf, saya nggak punya pendapat. Gitu. Dan di ujung Pak JK bilang, ini Pak Malik, Mualim itu setia sama Pak Malik. Saya tahu message-nya apa. Message-nya ya sekarang, yaitu pertentangan antara GAM Swedia dalam hal ini Mali dengan pemerintah yang sekarang yang dipimpin oleh Mualim. Gitu. Jadi berlanjut ini konfliknya. Itu saya kira beberapa catatan saya. Yang lain adalah bahwa perundingan damai yang dipimpin oleh Marty Antisari memang berbeda dengan KOHA dan jeda kemanusiaan. Salah satunya adalah karena Pak Marty menjalankan betul apa yang disebut dengan strategi 1,5. Strategi 1,5 adalah kalau strategi line 1 itu adalah perundingan di level elit, line 2 adalah bagaimana itu bisa disepakati oleh di level bawah, kombatan dan sebagainya. Nah ini yang tidak terjadi dalam KOHA maupun jeda kemanusiaan. Nah di dalam perundingan Helsinki mereka menyebutnya sebagai line 1,5, jadi di tengah-tengah. Dan dengan demikian ini bisa berjalan. Nah, semua sudah tahu apa yang terjadi, GAM berubah dari entitas militer, bersenjata menjadi entitas politik, dan kita tahu semua Partai Aceh kemudian mengalami apa yang dialami oleh semua partai politik di Indonesia. Konflik amongst them, problem kepemimpinan, dan seterusnya, dan seterusnya. Saya kira ini jatahnya Pak Humam Hamid nanti menjelaskannya. Terima kasih, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Pak Arif. Now we'll hear from Pak Murizal Hamzah, journalist and book author of the Aceh conflict from 1995 to 2005. Pak Murizal Hamzah, you have the floor.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mohon maaf, saya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia saja karena lebih gampang, lebih murah dan nggak capek mikirnya. Kalau pakai bahasa Inggris, saya harus terjemah dari bahasa Aceh ke bahasa Indonesia ke bahasa Inggris 3 kali. Dan kalau mau marah-marah pun, caci maki lebih enak pakai bahasa daerah. Orang nggak tahu. Oke, ini catatan saya supaya saya nggak kesana kesini. Ini catatan saya buat. Saya sebenarnya nggak rencana buat buku, tapi Prof. Esa mengatakan saya penulis buku. Jadi saya harus buktikan bahwa saya nulis buku. Buku ini tebalnya sekitar 700 halaman. Saya tulis selama 14 tahun sejak saya status mahasiswa. Kemudian bahan saya simpan pelan-pelan karena saya sebagai wartawan tahun 1995. Sandra itu siapa sih? Saya nggak tahu dia. Nah, kos saya di samping itu ada mahasiswa dari daerah markasnya GAM, bukan PD. Dia baca majalah, dalam majalah itu ada majalah lagi. Dalam itu majalah GAM ternyata. Itu tahun 95-96, saya ingat sekali itu. Banjul. Dia baca majalah itu. Ternyata dia majalah GAM, saya dapat terakhir. Jadi GAM itu ada majalah, maaf, tentang publikasi mereka. Jadi GAM itu meniru gaya Ayatollah Khomeini. Ayatollah Khomeini kan tinggal di Paris, kirim kaset ke negaranya. Asantro itu juga. Yang tadi itu ada musik. Jadi Asantro itu di Gunung Halimun dia tidak hanya, dia banyak mendidik pengikutnya. Itu rata itu S1, doktor, insinyur, gelar BA. Ingat dari tahun 77, itu masih langka. Ada 4 doktor yang masuk, dokter spesial kandungan yang masuk GAM. Kemudian saya tinggal di Aceh, lahir dan besar di Aceh. Saya Mas Adom tuh udah ingat di belakang rumah saya ada rumah bagus. Dulu Mas Adom kalau rumah bagus nggak ada penghuninya, itu langsung Kopassus masuk. Maksudnya ya Kopassus lah. Dia masuk dan nyiksa orang. Kemudian saya kerja di Pitarun, di bagian Humas, di Rancung. Kalau musik rock, dangdut, dangdut di malam hari itu lagi penyiksaan. Akhirnya saya udah terbiasa itu. Kalau hari Jumat, kami salat Jumat di situ di Rancung. Rancung itu dulu tempat tinggalnya orang Betel waktu bangun PT Arun. Jadi model kontainer gitu, ada penyiksaan. Jadi kalau sekarang kemudian jadi pakai tempat cateringnya si Pak Surapalu, Indo Qatar. Jadi yang masak situ tahu, saya tanya sama supir, ya kalau musik dangdut udah hidup malam-malam, itu lagi disiksa. Paginya sepi, malam ramai itu. Jadi saya lama kebal. Saya SMP di Gampong, jadi tiap pagi itu dengan dari teman-teman Gampong itu ada jenazah tuh. Jadi tadi lama kebal telinga kita, imut, udah biasa. Kalau nggak ada kontak senjata, kenapa ya nggak ada kontak senjata? Akhirnya ketahuan, jarang ada kontak senjata itu pada Jumat malam Jumat. Mungkin mereka baca Yasinan. Selebihnya itu udah lama imut dan itu nggak bagus bagi peradaban seperti saya nih. Jadi sudah sering mendengar kekerasan gitu. Oke, lanjut. Lanjut di halaman 1. Ya, pertama kita harus kirim doa dulu. Karena ini suhada masyarakat sejak tahun 76 sampai sekarang. Udah lebih mungkin 20.000 orang meninggal tapi nggak terdata atau bagaimana ceritanya. Kalau balik lagi ke tahun 65, banyak lagi orang Aceh yang meninggal. Kalau orang di Jawa yang tuduh PKI itu dibawa ke Pulau Buru. Di Aceh enggak, dibuang ke gua atau ke jurang, tapi udah dibunuh dulu. Karena itu ada indikasinya ada pihak tertentu masuk, pihak militer. Jadi setelah mereka ngomong, jadi banyak orang Aceh itu yang dituduh PKI, langsung dulu. Padahal PKI itu bukan ideologi, bukan nggak percaya pada Tuhan. Jadi nggak bisa bedakan mana komunis, mana ateis. Di Aceh, PKI itu, Partai Komunis, itu dapat 2 kursi tahun 55. PKI tahun 55 itu masuk 4 besar di nasional. Betul. Jadi banyak, jadi orang bandingkan, kamu kayak PKI kan kamu ajaran ideologi, komunis. Orang nggak perlu marah semestinya. Yang marah kalau bilang kamu ateis. Walaupun kadang-kadang kita juga jadi ateis ketika jadi koruptor. Ketika jadi koruptor ambil uang orang, kita jadi pada waktu itu kita sebagai ateis. Jadi banyak jadi pembunuhan di Aceh, nggak ada pengendaliannya. Di Jawa masih bisa hidup, orang muda. Di Aceh rata-rata semua dibunuh. Oke, kita bunuh supaya mereka bisa masuk surga dan lainnya. Saya ucapkan selamat kasih kepada peneliti yang telah mengajak saya berbagi pengalaman. Supaya mudah-mudahan ada berguna. Yang penting ada outputnya. Karena orang Jawa bertanya, setelah ini apa lagi? Next, apa lagi? Next. Kalau orang asing, next, apa lagi? Orang Aceh ini, setelah damai ini apa lagi? Oke, setelah damai ini apa lagi? Setelah dapat uang apa lagi? Terus bertanya. Jadi saya harap dari kita ngobrol ini udah 2 hari, ada next-nya, ada output-nya. Jadi tidak ngobrol-ngobrol. Jangan sampai kita ke bulan dengan kumpulan makalah. Tidak akan pernah sampai ke bulan. Oke, next. Ini wartawan, saya dulu ditanya sama Kepala Antara Indonesia, Ahmad Kuseni, mengenai embedded. Gimana sifat kamu kalau wartawan embedded dengan TNI, darurat militer? Saya bilang boleh, asal wartawan lokal. Karena dia tahu bahasa lokal, tahu budaya lokal, dan berani ngomong. Kalau wartawan impor dari Jakarta, maaf impor tanda petik, dia hanya cari berita, cari rating, cari nama, terserah. Kalau saya sebagai wartawan lokal, jangan-jangan saudara saya loh yang dipukul oleh TNI atau dipukul oleh GAM. Jadi saya punya tanggung jawab moral. Jadi wartawan itu tidak sebagai observer, datang, liput, catat, pulang. Kalau bagi saya, wartawan itu jadi misi kemanusiaan. Ada kasus di PD, darurat militer, kami ditembak oleh GAM, karena saya ngikut TNI, saya dapat baju anti peluru, karena saya kerja setelahnya EP, dapat beratnya bukan main deh waktu itu, karena baju itu berat sekali tuh, lebih berat, capek kita. Ditembak oleh GAM, kemudian satu di sebuah kebun, ada seorang bapak, tangan kanannya di Indomie, di sampingnya ada solosong kapal itu sampai 16. Ditangkap sama TNI, itu langsung disiksa depan kami. Kami kan nggak bisa ngomong, lihat aja. Begitu puas baru saya bilang, komandan mau izin, saya pegang tangannya. Jadi kalau orang sering nembak, tangan saya sini ada keras. Karena itu dipegang. Kemudian betisnya saya pegang. Kalau betisnya keras, berarti dia tuh ya militer paling tidak. Atau suka olahraga. Akhirnya saya cek, saya sebagai penerjemah dari TNI ini, karena orang udah stres dengan M16, orang tuh nggak bisa ngomong tuh. Itu bagi orang kampung, bingung dia. Bisa salah pengertian. Jadi saya sebagai guide-nya menerjemahkan. Komandan ini. Nyata dia bukan GAM. Kalau nggak ada kami dia mungkin udah mati dia. Karena di darurat militer itu statusnya menembak orang itu ya agak sedikit bebas lah. Karena kan statusnya di bawah nih. Mungkin kalau tadi Bambang Domono itu status darurat militer di Aceh, Pak Endang Suara itu satu tingkat di bawah malaikat Israel. Tembak sak habis. Tapi kalau memperkosa itu bagi TNI itu sangat aib. Tapi kalau menembak itu masih logis. Kenapa digambak? Kabur. Ya tembaknya jarak segini 1 meter. Kita kan tahu deh. Kalau polisi nembak maling, mencapai kan 1 meter tuh. Diharap tembak pas di belakang lututnya. Itu lumpuh dia. Karena kena di tulang. Oke, lanjutkan terus. Ya, ini maksudnya. Dia harus bentuk wartawan lokal yang meliput. Sehingga tahu dia medan lapangan, tahu dia menjelaskan, tahu kondisinya. Jadi bagi saya sebagai wartawan tidak hanya sekedar datang meliput, tapi ada misi kemanusiaan. Menyelamatkan, membawa air perdamaian bukan bara pemusuhan. Oke, terus. Ya, wartawan itu pada kan kerja para nabi. Kami ini sebenarnya wartawan ini lebih cepat masuk surga. Karena kami berdakwah, kami melindungi masyarakat bersama masyarakat. Jadi yang Mas Adif bisa mungkin sepakat dengan saya, kalau wartawan itu bersama orang tindas. Tindas itu bisa dilakukan oleh negara, bisa juga oleh masyarakat sendiri. Jadi sangat penting sekali wartawan itu membela berdakwah. Dakwah itu kan tugasnya para nabi. Dan wartawan juga salah satu tugasnya memberi dakwah, membela masyarakat yang tertindas. Lanjut. Ya, ini berita yang arahnya bikin orang marah, emosi, nggak usah kita sebar kali. Kita bisa memilah mau buat berita yang positif atau negatif, itu pilihan dari kita. Tapi lebih bagus kita membuat berita yang membawa arah perdamaian, yang itu lebih diutamakan. Jadi dengan cari kalau sekarang rating atau apalah, sangat penting sekali itu nurani kita. Kalau saya bilang kalau wartawan dari impor dari Jawa, misalnya Jawa sini Jakarta ya. Jadi kalau bilang Santro Indonesia Jawa, itu bukan orang Santro benci pada orang Jawa. Indonesia itu di mata Santro nggak ada, hanya ada orang Jawa. Maaf ya, ini agak sensitif nih. Jadi kalau dulu GAM kampanye, dakwah namanya, di masa Dom dicabut, yang banyak di Aceh itu buktinya, maaf ya, orang Jawa tuh di Kubrang Kerkop, Kubrang Belanda terbanyak di luar Belanda, itu di Aceh, 2.200 orang. Ada 4 jenderal yang di Kubrang tersebut, termasuk Kohlel. Di Kubrang Jakarta, kemudian kena gusur dia, dibawa pindah ke Aceh. Selebihnya itu maaf ya, orang Jawa, orang Sunda, orang Madura, orang Ambon, orang Manado, dan orang Bali yang banyak di Kubrang di Kerkop. Jadi itu jadi bahan cerita bagi pihak GAM. Sebenarnya bukan sentimen etnis, tapi pada akhirnya jatuh ke sentimen etnis. Padahal enggak. Karena ada juga orang Jawa yang jadi GAM di Aceh. Oke, lanjut. Oke, lanjut. Masih ada lagi nih. Ya. Ini paling penting. Damai itu kalau 20 damai itu kan bagi orang yang punya duit. Dia dapat benefit dari perdamaian Aceh. Tapi bagi masyarakat, Aceh sekarang termiskin nomor 1 di Sumatera, nomor 6 di Indonesia. Itu jadi masalah. Di Aceh ada masalah kemiskinan, di luar negeri itu GAM juga masih ada. GAM yang tidak menerima Helsinki. Itu jadi berbahaya. Jadi pada masa sekarang lah, pemerintah harus bisa peduli. Pusat nggak bisa salahkan ke gubernur di Aceh. Tapi pemerintah pusat juga harus peduli Aceh. Jadi jangan anggap Aceh udah selesai, udah damai. Belum. Masih ini 20 tahun ini masa krusial nih. 5 tahun, 10 tahun itu euforia. Euforia kita GAM menang, udah hebat nih. Sebenarnya kan GAM itu kan kalah tuh kalau kita bilang. Kembali ke RI. Padahal tujuan Santro kan jadi buat negara sendiri. Jadi sebenarnya itu harus terpeduli. Jadi pemerintah pusat, dunia harus melihat Aceh tidak sekedar laboratorium sosial, laboratorium penelitian, tapi ada kepedulian untuk menyelesaikan persoalan tidak hanya gubernur di Aceh, tapi juga pusat bersama-sama. Itu harus diutamakan supaya tidak ada ini kan apakah bernama Aceh ini akan abadi? Semua tanda tanya. Saya bilang enggak, belum tentu abadi. Masih tanda tanya, masih bisa berubah lagi. Paling tidak dengan lagi senyata, tapi dengan pemikiran, ide. Jadi nggak merasa sebuah rumah dari kamar dari Indonesia itu paling berbahaya. Tinggal satu kamar dengan kamar lain, tapi kita nggak merasa senasib. Oke, yang lain lagi. Terus. Ya, ini saya bilang orang Aceh ini kan jadi lab. Datang peneliti asing ke Aceh, semua peneliti Aceh, kita jadi objek penelitian lab itu nggak ada masalah. Tapi orang Aceh sendiri seperti didanggar, dipuji, dia hebat, orang hebat, tapi gaji dangkar kan rendah sekali tuh. Jadi hal itu harus penting. Jadi jangan orang Aceh, oke jadi lab nggak ada masalah. Jadi kelinci percobaan, dites. Tapi orang Aceh juga harus berdiri supaya dia bisa bangkit. Itu paling penting sekali juga. Jadi jangan terlena dengan masalah ini. Karena di Aceh sering menyalahkan pusat, Jakarta, nanti Jakarta salahkan dari daerah, itu kan nggak menyelesaikan persoalan. Oke, yang lain lagi. Ya. Ini pekan kemarin ada wartawan yang istilah kami wartawan Helsinki. Jadi wartawan setelah Helsinki, jadi dia merasa nggak mendengar suara senjata, dentuman. Itu menurut dia, saya bilang di masa damai juga Anda kerja lebih berat daripada masa perang di masa konflik. Ini fungsi wartawan itu ya tetap sama. Kita harus terus bergerak untuk menjaga perdamaian. Kalau dulu masa konflik, wartawan mungkin romantika lah dengan masa dengan GAB, dengan TNI, diculik, dipukul dan segalanya. Begitu damai juga sama. Hal itu akan terus terjadi dalam modern versi lain. Jadi kita harus menjaga alam, menjaga kemanusiaannya dulu. Contoh pengungsian Rohingya di Aceh. 20 tahun orang Aceh menerima Rohingya. Tiba-tiba 2003 orang Aceh menolak. Kenapa? Kan ada faktornya tuh. Ada aktor intelektual yang bermain untuk merusak nama Aceh. Itu kita nggak sadar. Dan banyak ada media yang ikut-ikut pengaruh mereka. Karena berubah pola pikir dari masyarakat karena faktor ekonomi. Di bulan puasa ibu-ibu berani menolak Rohingya karena dibayar. Dan itu sebenarnya harus diteliti oleh wartawan. Tidak hanya melihat apa yang di permukaan. Kenapa ibu-ibu mau demo, mau mengusir mereka? Saya nulis buku Rohingya di Aceh. Mengapa Rohingya Aceh diusir? Dalam waktu 4 jam, mereka tuh bisa di satu kantor gubernur dipindah ke sana, belum sampai ke sana sudah ada masyarakat yang menolaknya. Kemudian ditolak buat lagi. Jadi dalam waktu 24 jam, itu mereka ditolak, di sini ditolak, di sana ditolak. Ya artinya tuh ada orang bermain, bukan masyarakat. Dan kita udah paham lah siapa aktor tersebut yang bisa mengganggu stabilitas. Dan itu tawar-menawar. Jadi Aceh dibuat ribut, tawar-menawarnya ke pusat. Nah, dan itu harus disadari oleh masyarakat Aceh supaya jangan ikut gendang orang lain. Oke, yang lain terus. Ya. Terakhir Aceh daerah modus, tapi untuk dirinya sendiri dia belum maksimal. Dan kita harus berbuat, artinya ada PR lain dari LSM internasional atau manapun untuk melihat tidak cukup meneliti faktor perdamaian Aceh, kenapa damai, kenapa enggak. Dan ada perubahan orang sampai sekarang hampir 20 tahun menganggap Aceh damai itu karena tsunami. Begitu 26 Desember tsunami, kemudian baru berunding. Itu salah fatal. Padahal perundingan itu sudah dirinting sejak JK di Megawati. Jadi Megawati dua model, satu dia model serang ke GAM, satu model lagi JK untuk mendamaikan. Jadi begitu JK sama SB terpilih bulan Oktober, langsung JK bergerak ke penjara bertemu. Jadi tanggal 20 Desember 2004, Antisari dengan ogah-ogahan dia, karena kan udah 20 Oktober, kalau Desember kan rata orang bule itu nggak mau lagi dah pikir kerja, dia mau santai dia. Dia kirim fax ke GAM, kirim fax ke RI, sekitar tanggal 20 Desember, kemudian jadi tsunami 26 pada hari Minggu. 27 Januari 2005, jadi perundingan. Perundingan pertama itu tidak ada orang Jawa, ini ada orang Bugis, orang Hindu, orang Bali, satu lagi orang Aceh, Pak Sofian Jalil. Itu sebagai mata-mata, jadi kalau orang ngomong bahasa Aceh, ada Pak Sofian Jalil yang tahu apa ucapannya. Istilahnya mata-mata lah kalau istilahnya itu. Jadi sejarah yang tidak dipahami, terus menganggap karena tsunami, maka beredar, mau ribut lagi, nanti ada tsunami lagi. Jadi tsunami itu dianggap sebagai bencana. Maksiat menyebabkan tsunami. Itu pola pikir yang salah. Jadi tolak syariat Islam, nanti ada tsunami lagi. Jadi hal gitu, pola pikir yang berubah, yang sampai sekarang masih terpikir, orang berpikir bahwa Aceh berdamai karena tsunami. Kalau karena tsunami, maka Sri Lanka juga akan damai juga. Karena ada beberapa negara terdampak tsunami. Tapi yang berdamai cuma di Aceh. Dan RI dan GAM baru berdamai, kalau nggak damai, bantuan asing nggak bisa masuk ke Aceh. Itu ada statement dari UN. Kalau RI nggak damai, maka kami nggak akan bantu Aceh. Karena lagi 2005 itu masih ada kontak senjata. Yang tadi dikatakan oleh Mas Arief, Pak Rezuzu, itu daerah Loknga kalau nggak salah. Dia menembak. Gitu. Oke, terus yang lain. Ya. Inti perdamaian adalah kemakmuran. Sering perang dunia disuruh perang di dunia itu jadi karena memperlukan spekulasi. Karena ekonomi. Kalau nggak bukan faktor ekonomi, faktor harga diri, marwah. Tapi sering faktor duit, faktor ekonomi, faktor gas, minyak. Itu menyebabkan orang bertempur. Yang terakhir, ini belum habis. Ya, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much. And I would like to take this opportunity again to invite our two distinguished speakers on stage. for our opportunity to have questions from their distinguished career in the knowledge that they kindly shared today. So yeah, thank you so much for coming. So yes, we are talking about peace, but we're here to take some bullets too. So if anyone wants to take the opportunity here, I would like to invite the questions and your comments. Anyone would like to start? No. So can I ask you about the critical question you mentioned about the critical episode you mentioned about especially the political contestation and who gets the credit of this Aceh peace, right? So
You mean between SBY and JK?
JK, and also maybe others too, because we only see, but I'm sure, the politics doesn't end until the time of the peace, but actually after that as well, because this also leads to a legitimacy over their next career as well. So when you're following the totality of the politics, how did you see this Aceh peace being brought to the next political career that they have pursued? Because I'm sure, like, for example, in the presidential election in 2009, for example, after the peace. Yeah. Of course, this will be an asset.
2006.
No. The national presidential election.
Oh, presidential.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah. So this carries within the Indonesian context as well, as not just about the peace, but it's a political legacy as well. So sometimes this could be, destabilized. The narrative can be destabilized due to this politicization. But it didn't go too bad, in a way. Because if I see things in Philippines, for example, in other places, it could go really bad. But in a way, I know there was a contest, but there were also the balance between the contest and consensus.
Yeah.
Can I ask you for a little bit of elaboration
Sure.
on how this was carried out
Yes.
in the politics within the Indonesian context?
Thank you very much. Very smart question. I think when the MOU is still going on, JK is stolen the stage instead of SBY. Why? Because he's the man in charge. He's the one who can prove to the people that without him the MOU will never happen, and so on and so forth. But I think at that time SBY position is like in the corner, because I remember when I interviewed SBY at the end of the period of the SBY JK, I think it's 2009. Yeah, 2009. I asked Pa SBY about do you agree with the MOU in Helsinki or not? Because every time we talk about JK will strengthen his position by saying that this is my my things. And then Pak SBY said that without me, there's no such a MOU, because even though it was signed by Pak Hamid Awaludin, they talked to me and I supported. That's it. Yeah. So SBY take the advantage because he doesn't want to be cornered by JK. But after that, we know that the tension between Pak JK and SBY is still going on. And Pak SBY trying very hard to prove and to strengthen his position. And what's the result? The result is in the second term, he didn't pick Pak JK as a candidate for vice president, and he takes Pak Budiono, someone who's very smart, he knows what to do, but he's not coming from the political party. He's just working. He has no ambition. So in the second term, SBY and Pak Budiono. I think that's a bit not SBY. JK feel not very good in that position. So JK was kicking out during the second term. And then after that, Pak JK tried to reach again the political party by approaching Pak Jokowi. So there is the dynamic here among them. There's a dynamic. And what about the GAM as a political party? Yeah, like I mentioned before, GAM cannot prove that they are succeed as a political party. They spread out, they conflicts between and amongst them. The candidate that they supported is not candidate as in the local pemilu lokal, and so on and so forth. So the implication of the MOU in Helsinki happened in the local atmosphere and also in the national. I hope that's answering your question.
And how about the consensus? So yes, there is a contestation, right? But I think there is also acknowledgement that it was a teamwork.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was a collective effort,
Mm-hmm.
not just
In
zero sum.
in the Indonesian side.
Yes, Indonesian side.
Mm.
Do you see that acknowledgement among the whole of government? So it's not just about the president, the vice president, but also all the institutions, the military, you know, and the police, and you know. Do you see there is a recognition of a collective?
They cannot refuse the result of the Helsinki. That's the answer. They cannot refuse. Maybe they have their own agenda, but they have to hide it away, not to put it in the surface.
So you see that. You see that.
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
you cannot deviate.
Exactly.
The consensus that you cannot deviate.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's I think Pak Murizal can answer the question, because long after the MOU Helsinki, the conflict is still there. It become in Indonesia we call it api dalam sekam. So what you call it in bahasa English, api dalam sekam. The hidden conflicts potentials. Yeah. Hidden conflict potentials. So I just talked to Pak Murizal Hamzah. Is it any possibility that Aceh will come back to the before MOU? He said very firmly, it is.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And oh yes, so we have many hands. So yeah, 1, 2, and 3. Yes.
Thank you. This is like actor mapping who resist to the peace talk, peace initiative. Saya ganti bahasa Indonesia. Jadi saya pengalaman di konflik Ambon. Ya. Dari mapping peta aktor itu ada pihak-pihak yang berkepentingan untuk melanjutkan perang. Ya, konfliknya dipertahankan karena dia economically dia ada manfaat. Ya. Itu bisa dari atas sampai ke bawah. Ya. Saya tanya, ini seperti ini ada nggak di Aceh? Dua-duanya yang karena lapangan detail beliau tahu.
Dari
kan?
lapangan
Ya,
itu.
ya. Tapi yang atas-atas
Iya.
Arif yang jawab.
Saya jawab dulu sedikit kali ya.
Ya.
Baru Rizal teruskan ya. Saya kira mereka yang mengambil manfaat atas konflik Aceh itu akan selalu ada. Akan selalu ada. Pergi ke Aceh dengan M16 dan kembali dengan 16M. Saya kira itu sebuah istilah yang sangat umum dan sering kita dengar, kita nggak usah sembunyiin gitu. I mean M16 is a gun and then come back with 16 million rupiah. It has happened in Aceh, it has happened in Ambon, it has happened in East Timor. Jadi kemungkinan itu selalu ada, Pak. Nah, yang lain saya kira di tingkat lokal, kekecewaan pada perundingan damai karena tidak bisa secara langsung membuat mereka sejahtera. Saya kira itu problem serius sekali. Itu problem serius sekali. Dan sosialisasinya saya kira juga memang tidak gampang, bahwa perundingan damai itu tidak otomatis membuat mereka sejahtera. And it is happen. Gitu. Dan saya kira yang terakhir adalah partai politik yang dibangun oleh GAM, tokoh-tokoh politik yang dengan sangat memohon maaf, yang dipilih lewat cara-cara yang demokratis, tidak menjamin itu semua. Saya kira kita bisa bicara lebih lanjut tentang govern di dalam pemerintahan Aceh yang dipimpin oleh orang-orang GAM. Masih jauh sekali kalau kita bicara govern. Itu, Pak.
Saya ingat Pak, ketika DOM dicabut hari Jumat 7 Agustus 1998, itu masyarakat nggak minta merdeka, tidak ada kata merdeka Pak. Dia minta pertama kompensasi, karena keluarganya, pendidikan, itu hal wajar. Nggak ada ini. Tapi kemudian telat pemerintah. Indonesia kan selalu telat pemerintah saat ini. Jadi begitu telat, nggak masuk lagi, habis. Masuk, kena dia itu. Jadi itu menyebabkan ada kata teriakan mereka. Pada sebenarnya, kalau saya baca ada 9 tuntutan dari masyarakat ketika DOM dicabut, tidak ada kata mereka. Sosial, pendidikan, semua arah yang wajar. Tapi kemudian telat. Telat berpikir. Kemarin 4 pulau itu Pak, kalau Prabowo telat ngomong, karena kan masuk tuh. Rame itu bukan karena Aceh, karena sentimennya anti Jokowi itu masuk ke Bobby untuk menyerang Jokowi. Masuk, jadi rame di buzzer itu. Jadi bukan karena bela Aceh orang buzzer di Indonesia ini. Dia ambil sentimen. Dan sebenarnya 4 pulau tersebut Mbak, itu sudah ada 92, Aceh sudah ada dokumennya. Bahwa sudah selesai, tapi kan apa cek di setiap kementerian di itu arsip dokumen itu paling kacau di Indonesia. Nggak ada Pak. Itu pelajaran, karena Indonesia ini nggak menghargai sejarah, nggak menghargai dokumen. Padahal kalau ada udah Pak, saya buat kronologinya, itu 1922 itu ribut. Damai antara gubernur Aceh sama gubernur ini disaksikan oleh Rudi, selesai. Kemudian setelah sepadan kita lepas, Pak SB itu dia tata semua pulau di Indonesia. Nah, sini mulainya Pak 2008. Jadi salah data, salah insert data di komputer apa, akhirnya 4 pulau yang sudah masuk ke Aceh, emang milik Aceh sejak zaman Raja Iskandar Muda sampai ini, kemudian masuk ke Sumatera Utara. Aceh 2009 protes, tapi nggak dengar Jakarta. 2012 Aceh protes lagi, nggak dengar. Kami udah lapor ke PBB. Tapi Aceh tetap bangun infrastruktur Pak. Bangun musala, bangun dermaga dan lain Pak. Ribut. 2022 Tito ke Aceh, Menteri Dalam Negeri, pelantikan Ahmad Marzuki Pak. Dia ngomong, ini 4 pulau ini tambah lagi, orang Aceh nggak ribut. Kenapa tiba-tiba sekarang ribut? Itu ributnya Pak, saya buat kronologinya. Itu kan tiap dalam negeri kan buat kodifikasi wilayah. Tiap setahun sekali, 2 tahun sekali. Kalau ada perubahan, bikin kode, diupdate. Ada pulaunya hilang. Karena laut. Berarti ini pulau hilang. Kan ada 3 kriteria pulau. Kalau pulau itu hilang karena pasang, berarti ini bukan pulau. Ada 2002 ini keluar lagi tiap tahun kodifikasi keluar. Tapi 2025 keluar itu pada bulan April. Sudah disahkan. Itu hal lazim di Menteri Dalam Negeri. April, tenang. Kemudian Mei, Pak, saya ikuti di media monitoring. Ribut yang memberitakan utama media online lokal di Aceh yang nggak betul terkenal. Itu jadi antara April sampai 16 Mei itu sepi Pak. Begitu yang dibuat media online ditangkap sama media yang agak besar sedikit, heboh Pak. Kalau kemudian Pak Prabowo, ribut lagi apa? Itu nantang orang masyarakat Aceh, gugat aja ke Petum. Itu mungkin marah orang Aceh lagi Pak. Ini sama kayak kemudian Bupati-Pati Pak. Itu kan menantang masyarakat. Jadi sejarah itu selalu berulang Pak. Nggak ada hal baru di dunia ini Pak. Hal yang sama terus terulang. Dengan versi yang lain. Nah, hal itulah yang menyebabkan masalah muncul di Aceh akan terus terulang lagi. Apakah ini bisa terjadi lagi? Boleh jadi Pak. Kita nih suami istri satu rumah, tapi istri nggak merasa lagi satu rumah dengan ini Pak. Jadi mindsetnya nggak mungkin. Itu masih Pak. Saya pernah ditendang lagi Pak. Kalau dulu lihat TNI Pak, pembunuh Pak. Pembunuh tuh. Lihat baju hijau Pak. Saya ditendang habis ngarta wartawan The Egg dari Australia ke Medan. Pulangnya saya ditendang sama TNI. Karena dibelokkan, TNI lagi sama masyarakat. Dipanggil ya, saya datang. Kamu wartawan? Iya. Kemudian pasti, jadi role saya tuh dibuka panjang tuh. Hangus semuanya. Nggak ada di dokumen saya ditendang Pak. Jadi cara ditendang tuh ada ilmunya Pak. Yang kita proper lemah terus Pak. Jadi nggak ditendang lagi. Kemudian pernah ditangkap oleh GAM, Pak. Saya seumur hidup belum pernah, Pak. Jadi kalau tangan kita di borgol, Pak, jangan bergerak, Pak. Makin bergerak. Bapak kan belum pernah di borgol tangan kan, belum pernah masuk KPK, udah berarti. Itu makin bergerak, makin ketat, Pak. Satu. Yang kedua, jangan melawan, Pak. Kalau di rumah kita ada maling, copet, kita kasih ya duit. Dia butuh duit, nggak butuh nyawa kita. Ikut, kasih aja, Pak. Saya malam itu hari Jumat, Jumat malam, kerja di Arum, pulang saya ke Gampung, saya ditangkap sama GAM. Karena di depan ada kontrak senjata, saya tahu ini GAM nih. Insting, Pak, sebagai orang Aceh, wartawan tahu saya nih. Ditangkap, ya saya nggak melawan. Jadi pesannya, Pak, kalau Anda dirampok atau di mana, jangan melawan. Dia butuh HP, butuh dompet, kasih aja. Nggak usah pertahankan lah HP kita tuh. Kasih aja ke dia. Kalau dia melawan, dia panik, Pak. Saya udah hafal sekali. Setelah dapat pelajaran ini, saya baru dapat ilmu di UI. Ada buat sama, udah lupa orang Rusia. Jadi saya dulu dapat pengalaman, baru dapat ilmunya, Pak. Jadi bagaimana Aceh ke depan, ya harus bangun, Pak. Ini belum selesai loh Aceh. Damai betul bagi Jaki Manaf. Jaki Manaf itu gubernur terkaya nomor 5 di Indonesia. Bagi dia kaya. Dan dia tuh harus banyak duit, Pak. Karena dia harus kasih duit ke masyarakat. Budaya masyarakat Aceh kalau datang bertamu ke rumah saya, pulangnya saya kasih duit. Bulan Lebaran, masyarakat antri, Pak. Tidak ada gubernur di Indonesia lain yang masyarakatnya ke kantor, ke pendopo minta uang. Coba cek, ada nggak? Nggak ada, Pak. Jadi gubernur itu harus sediakan duit kalau bulan puasa stres. Tadi mana tadi yang saya dapat? Oh, kemarin ya. Jadi kalau udah bulan puasa, udah Lebaran, udah stres tuh minta uang. Dan itu hal bagi masyarakat memang harus diberikan haknya kami. Jadi terus akan terjadi ya. Jadi saya kaitannya setuju sekali dan harus tindak lanjut lagi, Pak. Dan tidak mindset faktor ekonomi supaya diberikan pada masyarakat, Pak. Jadi anggaplah orang Aceh sama orang Papua ini harus dimanja sedikit, Pak. Kami lain, Pak. Dapat dana otsus kami bukan kebaikannya pusat. Aceh dapat dana otsus itu darah, Pak. Sama dia saya bilang. Meninggal orang Aceh. Berapa banyak meninggal? Di Papua demikian juga. Jadi 2 daerah khusus, Pak. Kalau Jogja sampai kiamat mungkin lah. Gubernur tetap orang dia aja, Pak. Tidak ada pilkada di Jogja. Pilkada gubernur nggak ada di Jogja. Di Aceh sama Papua Arab maklum, Pak. Jadi harus usahakan terus. Kami jadi anak ya khusus lah. Karena kami kan harus ya telat anak perang karena pendidikan rendah. Jadi kegiatan ini harus sampai resume dari kegiatan ini Pak harus sampai ke Pak Prabowo, Pak. Pak Prabowo ke pemerintah di Aceh harus sampai. Bahwa Aceh ini belum damai. Damai itu bagi yang punya duit, yang sudah ada rumah Innova, yang sudah punya rumah bagus. Tapi bagi masyarakat belum dapat. Dan orang yang cepat kaya, Pak. Mau cepat. Jadi nggak udah lama 20 tahun. Apalagi kita nih. Kok belum nggak berubah? Masyarakat menyalahkan pusat. Pusat menyalahkan gubernur di Aceh. Jadi kan serima lain. Itu tidak akan menyelesaikan persoalan. Orang pintar profesor pun juga menyalahkan orang Aceh. Udahlah orang Aceh udah pendidikannya nomor 25 kalau nggak salah. Orang miskin, semua lemah. Saya pernah buat tabel, Pak. Aceh yang paling negatif, Pak, dapat 30 buah. Stunting, kemudian narkoba, kemudian kecenderungan gila. Jadi lengkap semua. Saya bilang yang positifnya Aceh apa nih? Nggak ada, Pak. Jadi sangat prihatin sekali. Jadi saya minta Pak bisa dilanjutkan lagi, ada tindak action dari diskusi ini, Pak. Jangan sekedar ngomong-ngomong di ruang ini, kemudian kita pulang. Naiknya apa? Orang Aceh tanya, apa lagi? Belum. Habisnya apa lagi? Setelah ini apa lagi? Terus mereka menagih. Setelah bertemu dengan Prabowo apa lagi? Jadi mohon ditindak lanjut nih, Pak. Supaya tidak perang lagi.
Wah, berat sekali. Yes, can I ask? We collect 2 questions for the sake of time, and then we ask our speakers.
Okay, thank you, Noble. One question, 2 part. Okay, I have one question but 2 part. The first part is so it been 2 questions. So the first one is I want based on your observation, how political leader outside Jakarta and Aceh view this process, this peace process. Is it one that united narrative that we have peace, territorial integrity is intact, we move on, or there are other kind of discussion that they have? Because Indonesia is so big, and there are many regional leaders right there. That's my first part. The second one, how, in your observation, ordinary people outside Jakarta and outside Aceh view this whole peace process so far, based on your observation? Now that we enter 20 years of this hallmark event. So this is my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I invite?
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. I will ask you, maybe the audience from this event, not only like people in the sea level, but also might be people that in my age, like we are the generation, the next generation that always talk about what is the people like us, like what is the right thing to do? All people, all the narasumber already said that we have to continue, kita harus melanjutkan, kita harus mempertahankan. Tetapi dengan bonus demografi, ya kita sedang mengalami bonus demografi saat ini yang harusnya dilakukan oleh para pemuda, para orang-orang yang di usia mungkin dari 25 ke atas sampai dengan 35 saat ini itu seperti apa? Karena saya ambil contoh sedikit, ketika we are trying to be critical, we are trying to take more interest in like one of the things politik, itu akan terlihat seperti melawan pemerintah gitu. Tapi ketika akhirnya kita malah jadi apatis or tidak terlalu peduli lagi karena takutnya tidak sesuai, itu juga tidak baik gitu. Nah, what is the POV dari dua pengalaman beliau di depan ini yang dulu punya semangat juang sampai Bapak menemukan alamatnya, Bapak melihat orang ditembak, itu bisa disampaikan ke kita yang bisa membuat mindset juga seperti itu, berjuang dengan era sekarang with nowadays condition. Might be slightly different with the history that you already told us. But yeah, thank you so much for the answer.
Very much. So,
Mau dijawab dulu? Yeah. Thank you very much. Two questions, but I think it's about the same topics. Yeah. I would like to personalize the opinion of people outside Aceh, seeing the Aceh peace process. The founder of Tempo magazine was a poet named Gunawan Muhammad. So in 2000, early 2000s, we talk about, we have plenty of discussion in our office about Aceh, what we should do, what is our opinion in the editorials about Aceh peace process, and so on and so forth. And then one day, Gunawan Muhammad teasing us by asking a question. What about if we support the freedom of Aceh? Tempo as a media. What's the idea, Pak Gun? The idea is we have to let Aceh learn about how to become the independent countries. That's very radical idea, because they never know about how to handle the state. Can they manage the country? Do they really understand how to manage the country? And can they make the people's more prosperity about that? Then we have the cover story about that by using that word. It is also happened when in East Timor, we also support the freedom of East Timor. And I remember the covers of Tempo that time is putting the Sanana Gusmao pictures and saying that Merdeka atau nanti. So we support the freedom of East Timor. And then peace process going on, and now we see how the Acehnese handle the situation in Aceh nowadays. What about the elites and the peoples in other area? I think they divided. They divided. Some of them saying that they don't support Aceh. They saying that Aceh is like an area that's That's too many keistimewaan, too many specialties, specials, too special, and of course there is a jealousy. Of course there is a jealousy. Just like East Timor and Nusa Tenggara Timur, they are in the same island. East Timor is much better than Kupang, for example, even though they are managed by Indonesia. So there's kind of jealousy, some kind of jealousy. That's it. Oh, ada satu lagi ya?
For the young generation.
Oh iya, buat generasi muda, saya kira persoalan Aceh ini memang tidak dicatatkan di dalam sejarah formal ya. Itu problemnya. Tidak dicatatkan. Jadi semua cerita saya dan Nurizal ini kayak sesuatu yang baru gitu. Padahal buat kami kayak kemarin sore gitu. 20 tahun itu kayak yesterday evening gitu. Oh my God, it's already 20 years ago. Nah, dan anak-anak muda itu. Saya punya 3 anak yang mungkin kurang lebih umurnya 20 dan akhir dari belasan begitu, yang juga nggak punya gambaran tentang apa yang ada di Aceh, kecuali mereka bertanya kenapa anak kedua saya namanya Jempa.
Oh ya,
saya jadikan itu sebagai pintu masuk untuk menjelaskan kenapa saya memberi kamu anak namanya Jempa. Jempa is a word of flowers in Aceh that become a very popular song in Aceh. Dan saya jelaskan itu semua begitu. Dan hanya itu kesempatan karena mereka sudah berpikir dalam frame yang berbeda gitu. Berpikir dalam frame yang berbeda. Dan saya kira soal nationality begitu-begitu udah berubah ya anak sekarang ya. Jadi barangkali peristiwanya bisa di-package dalam sebuah cerita sejarah di buku-buku sejarah, tapi perspektifnya kita nggak bisa paksakan. Kemarin saya diwawancarai oleh media ketika saya ceritakan hal yang sama tentang sikap Tempo terhadap Aceh dan sebagainya, apakah Tempo jadi tidak nasionalis? Pertanyaan saya, apa sih nasionalisme? Sekarang ini, apa nasionalisme? Apakah sesuatu yang kita perjuangkan berdasarkan boundaries tertentu? Kalau kita baca Ben Anderson misalnya, sama sekali bukan itu. Ingat bahwa once upon a time dulu, kita pernah bertukar wilayah. Satu pulau di Maluku dijajah oleh satu pulau yang sangat banyak rempah-rempah, dijajah oleh Spanyol, sementara New York City dijajah atau dimiliki oleh Manhattan, dulu namanya New Amsterdam, dimiliki oleh Belanda. Ditukar, Spanyol dapat Manhattan dan Belanda dapat si pulau rempah-rempah itu. Coba bayangkan kalau itu semua tidak terjadi, maka Manhattan itu menjadi IKN sekarang. Luar biasa kan Indonesia, ibu kotanya di Manhattan sana. Gitu. Jadi nasionalisme is very complicated things. Saya kira itu.
Saya selalu punya kata kalimat sejarah itu selalu berulang dan selalu itu aktual. Misalnya di zaman Belanda itu misalkan rakyat sipil dengan pejuang rakyat, pejuang Aceh itu ada kartu khusus. Tahun 53 Indonesia juga membuat hal sama. Itu Belanda ya. Belanda itu kulit putih. Tahun 53 Darul Islam juga Belanda. Indonesia juga melakukan hal sama. 2023 untuk misalkan GAM sama warga sipil seperti saya nih bikin KTP merah putih. Kamilah paling nasionalisme loh di Indonesia. Di KTP segede gini loh. Saya masuk hotel Jakarta bingung ini apa? KTP nih Bu. Gak pernah lihat dia. Karena ukurannya 10 cm kali 10 cm serta Pak ini ada tag Pancasila. Tanda tangan tuh kalau ibu-ibu kan cuma satu kan, Pak Lurah atau Camat kan. Kami 3 loh cari ini. KTP merah putihnya, ada merah putih, ada tag Pancasila. Tahun 53 juga ada tag Pancasila, cuma tag Pancasila 53 itu pendek-pendek. Kenapa sekarang jadi panjang? Saya bingung juga nih. Jadi ada Camat, Koramil, Kapolres. Anda nggak pernah lihat itu, cuma kami yang merasakan merah putih, ada tag Pancasila, ada lengkap. Kami harus hafal tuh. Kalau kena razia sama TNI, waduh, kita harus bisa hafal tuh Pancasila. Jadi repot kali kami. Jadi maaf ya, kadang kala orang di daerah tuh merasa di Aceh ya diskriminasikan. Orang Aceh ditangkap jual penadol apa tuh lah ganja. Itu suku pada dalam segi media nggak boleh menyebutkan hal kayak bersifat etnis suku. Dulu maaf ya, di masa konflik Aceh berambut cepak, berdialek non Aceh, itu asumsinya itu dibuat berarti orang Jawa. Maaf ya. Padahal itu bukan. Ditemukan bajunya ada tulisannya GAM. Kak, saya dulu punya media tablet Mengkutarja, itu dapat foto, entah yang kirim atau, tapi foto itu maaf ya, gerakan Aceh mereka. Belakangnya wajah orang Jawa. Saya kan wajah orang Jawa juga nih, pernah ditangkap gam karena wajah saya mirip orang Jawa. Jadi belakangnya ada nih, jadi simbol-simbol gitu membuat orang sebenarnya nggak boleh. Karena itu membuat framing. Karena orang pada umumnya baca koran, baca online, itu hanya baca judul, nggak baca isi. Dan itu fatal kali, dan itu masih terjadi. Semestinya era konflik itu udah terjadi, mestinya di era sekarang nggak boleh terjadi lagi. Coba lihat judul, orang Aceh jual ganja, orang Aceh tangkap jual ganja ini. Pokoknya kata Aceh, kata Batak, kata Papua, semestinya nggak boleh ada di judul, tidak ada suku etnis. Mata sipit, itu nggak boleh. Tapi ilmu itu, apa media online sekarang kan rata tuh nggak bisa buat berita dia. Kalau maaf kalau Kapolda, TNI kirim secara mampes, saya masuk grupnya mereka, itu copy paste. Karena wartawan itu nggak digaji oleh pemerintah, jadi masalah lagi media online di daerah rata demikian. Jadi udah komplikasi kali, udah masalahnya terus bertambah terus. Nah, pertanyaan apa yang bisa dibawa oleh pemuda sekarang? Kita kan udah berhentilah caci maki masa lalu, karena itu nggak akan pernah tenang. Yang bisa kita buat ya kita memperbaiki diri sendiri, sebuah komunitas masuk. Generasi sekarang tuh negara itu simbol itu nggak betul penting kali. Paspor tuh yang numpang lewat aja ke luar negeri, nggak penting merah putih. Dan berhentilah menipu masyarakat. Kita merdeka dengan bambu runcing. Nggak pernah bambu runcing manggalkan tanknya Belanda. Itu harus diingat, jangan cukuplah kita menipu masa Soeharto. Oke lah saya ditipu oleh masa Soeharto dan teman-teman sini. Saya yakin teman sini rata pernah ditipu oleh Soeharto. Karena merdeka dengan bambu runcing. Sejak kapan bambu runcing bisa mengalahkan tank? Kita merdeka, padahal enggak. Indonesia kan proklamasi 45. Itu sama kayak GAM, Asantiro, Aceh Merdeka, 76. Proklamasi, merdeka enggak? Enggak, sampai kan belum merdeka. Belanda, Indonesia 45 proklamasi, merdeka deklarasi Belanda itu 27 Desember 49. Itu pun setelah dapat Indonesia mau bayar kompensasi. Jadi sebenarnya enggak ada yang gratis, bayar. Jadi Indonesia telah bayar sekitar 500 triliun atau berapa saya udah lupa. Dan lunasnya di masanya Presiden SB. Jadi enggak ada yang gratis tuh. Jadi bangun pendopo di istana semua jalan irigasi itu Belanda hitung. Tukar bangunan Presiden perusahaan milik Belanda ya ke Indonesia itu dihitung, bayar kita Indonesia nih. Cuma hal itu kan nggak pernah disebutkan. Jadi kita harus jujur pada sejarah yang bukannya sejarah Parlizon yang hari kebudayaan 17 Oktober. Artinya itu betul-betul sejarah yang ada. Jadi jangan lagi menipu generasi muda dengan sejarah dulu. Jangan lagi menipu Garuda Pancasila itu ekornya 8, ini 45, jadi ini itu cukuplah sudah. Tapi karena nih burung Garuda ini kan mitos di Jawa. Karena ditulis seolah jadi fakta. Di luar Jawa fakta karena nggak ditulis, nggak tadi dibilang dongeng. Benar nggak kita di Aceh Dani? Jadi dongeng. Jadi ke depan bagi anak muda generasi baca sejarah banyak versi. Kita berbuat untuk negeri ini. Karena negeri ini bukan dalam kondisi sekarang bukan baik-baik saja, kacau nih. Kalau kita amati ya, terus tiap hari baca berita kan negatif semua ratanya, pajak, royalti, apalagi itu. Jadi nggak ada yang menyenangkan. Baca koran jadi takut kita, lama-lama stres. Karena bikin negara ini. Jadi kemarin maaf saya jumpa, Bang gimana kondisi negara ini? Ada teman, hari Minggu Bang nggak usah jawab, nggak usah bikin negara lah, kita bikin nasib kita sendiri nih. Kita mesti bisa kerja nggak? Atau udah kena PHK? Jadi kita ya paling tidak perbaiki diri sendiri, belajar sejarah, pikiran terbuka, tidak hanya ini karena sekarang penjajah kan nggak perlu lagi menjajah secara fisik. Cukup Cina masuk ke Pulau Wari, nikel udah mereka punya semua rata-rata. Jadi nggak perlu penjajahan secara ekonomi lebih bagus. Indonesia contohnya dengan Amerika. Jadi itu yang harus dibuka pikiran. Jangan nasionalisme sempit, atas nasionalisme kita membunuh, itu kecil kali deh. Itu dulu. Sekarang udah cukup, terakhir nggak perlu lagi kita. Itu menurut saya sih.
Ya, terima kasih banyak Pak, terima kasih. Okay, jadi thank you so much. Thank you so much for again for sharing this whole rich story, and thank you so much for staying with us for the whole day. I'm sure you have been enriched with full knowledge. But, first of all, let us join to thank our two distinguished speakers, Pak Zulkifli, Pak Amriza. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you very much. So with this, we would like to conclude our session today. I think the final question you asked was very critical because I think, yeah, I have been opening up this session that we really need to make sure we cannot take it for granted and therefore we have to study. But I think the more we study, the more we listen to all the stories that we have been shared, I think it really empowers us and then it gives us confidence. I think that confidence really matters for us to be able to do something because if we don't know what to do. But if we know, we could think of what we do. So I think it's not just because of the responsibility, but it gives you a great sense of motivation and mission and empowerment. I think that's really the reason why we are convening here. And I think for tomorrow's session, I think it gives you another example because if our leaders in Indonesia, so tomorrow we have Pak Hasan Wirayuda, and we have Pak Endriartono Sutarto, and of course, last but not least, Pak President SBY, for them to share how they have led the process, and for us to be equipped with that knowledge. I think that gives us that why we cannot take the things for granted, and also to be the foundation for us to think about what we do next and how we do it, because they are the people, they could do something next, right? So I think that gives us the motivation and an empowerment. And I think we are all here to convene to get empowered. And so thank you so much for coming. And thank you so much, everyone, for to convene. And I hope to see you tomorrow as well. But thank you so much for coming today. Thank you so much.
Professor, please remain on stage. We need to have our last photo session with Pak Arif and Pak Murizal as well. And that concludes our program for today. On behalf of ERIA, I extend our sincere appreciation to all our speakers and participants. It has been an honor to serve as your host. We wish you a pleasant evening and a safe journey home. Thank you and hope to see you again tomorrow.